All right. Looks like we are live. I'm going to check and see if we're live. I am doing this on my laptop in the living room. I know the light's a little real bright there. Putting the laptop right on my lap as I'm doing this. What is up, everybody? I know I look kind of puffy and chunky here. I look like a fat dude. Look at this. I got big old fat arms whenever it looks like this. It's not my preferable way to sit because this thing is kind of leaned back. Right, it's like leaning back on this chair is it makes me feel like I'm a little bit relaxed. It's hard to do this, but I'm gonna try my best. Right, I'm gonna try my best to work with what I got. We're gonna live stream, and I'm gonna do my reaction for Supergirl. I'm gonna react to other people's content. I'm gonna go for hour, 2 hours maybe. But let's see if I'm actually live. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, it looks like I'm live. Yep, looks like I'm live. Okay. Yep. So welcome in. I am Isaac of the Dead. Supergirl. What a fucking failure that was. What a fucking failure. Yeah, so I don't know where to begin. I guess I could start with a review. So I could start by doing a review, and I can do it from right here. I know that let me see if I can try and fix the lighting for you. Maybe I can do it like this. I can pose. Also, since we're here, for those who are just coming in or checking it out, I got an album out. Go support my album. It's on iTunes, Spotify, YouTube Music, Apple Music. It's everywhere. Deadshot Isaac, Deadshot Isaac. Heir to the Throne is the name of the album. Go check it out. I just got done with my Dante certification. I am on my way to having my internship for college, and I'll be graduating soon. But right now, let's get into some Superman shit, or Supergirl shit, rather. Let me see if I can come here. Metal Rain Austin, what's up, bro? I knew you were going to be here. I knew you were going to be here. Man, I hated that Supergirl movie. Me too. It was so corny and disgusting. Like, what are we doing here? It's... Okay. So, welcome in, Metal Rain Austin. I knew you were going to be here because Metal Rain Austin, he hates James Gunn. He hates the new DCU and the new regime that Warner Brothers is doing with the DCU. So I do not blame him for 1 second about what's going on with Supergirl. And so I'll start off with my review here. So take a minute. 3, 2, 1. Okay. What is up, everybody? It is Isaac of the Dead. I'm leaning back in my chair, making a new video. We're going to talk about Supergirl. And so, spoilers, if you want to see the movie, not likely a chance that you want to, but yeah, here's some spoilers for you. So, I gave this movie about a 3 out of 10. And the reason I give it a 3 out of 10 is because the movie is like an hour and 50 minutes, almost 2 hours of just slog boredom. It is really boring. Everything you see in the trailers is pretty much what you get in the movie. A lot of people were anticipating that, Jason Momoa's Lobo would be a lot more prevalent in the film. He's not. He's only in it for about 10 minutes of total screen time throughout the entirety of the movie. Millie Alcock as Supergirl, look, she's a young actress, so I don't think she did a horrible job in terms of her acting abilities. It's the script that she was given and the character she was meant to portray that was really unlikable, because she's just a blabbering drunk the entire movie. I mean, the plot pretty much goes as follows. Supergirl's drunk, and she hangs out with her dog. She goes out to a red sun, so she can drain her powers and get drunk, right? This little farm girl, we have no idea what her family does or what she does or why she even matters to Supergirl, because every time we see her with Supergirl, Supergirl clearly does not care about this little girl, but she needs this Supergirl to go out and find the guy that killed her parents, killed her family, and the way that her family dies is actually really funny. I shouldn't be laughing at that, but the movie could have done a better job of making it an emotional thing instead of a fucking joke. Essentially, these space pirates, space bandits, I don't know what they're called. I already forgot the name of them, and I forgot the name of the main villain. But they show up, and they're like, "You make war swords," talking to the dad, right? And he's like, "All right, I'll give you all my swords. Just leave my family alone." And then he just fucking kills him. He just kills him for no reason. And then the daughter's the one remaining survivor, and she's like, "I'm seeking revenge against these space orcs," or whatever they're called. And Supergirl's drunk, and she tells Supergirl the only time Supergirl even cares about this scenario is when these space orcs, these space pirates, end up shooting Crypto, her dog, and poisoning him. So she has 3 days to find the antidote from the leader of these Orgeborgs, or whatever they're called. And the plot is, it's paper thin. It's a paper thin plot. It's contrived. The characters are two-dimensional at best. It's the acting is it's fine for a movie like this, but the problem isn't the acting, it's the script. The script is terrible. The story is it's remarkable how you could have a story like this be the second film in your cinematic universe. It should have been Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, Flash, Justice League. Then you go on to Aquaman. Then you go on to a Nightwing or something, right? You Martian Manhunter even. You there's ways of doing this and creating a cinematic universe without fucking it up within the first year, right? I was checked out after the first Superman movie, and once I saw that Peacemaker was still canon, I was like, yeah, I'm out. I'm not doing this. So I had no hope for this movie. I had no anticipation for Supergirl, but at the same time, with my expectations so low, it's hard to be disappointed. But Jesus Christ, you still came out with a boring slog of a movie, because it feels like a 3-hour long movie. In the theater, I was bored to death. My blood was getting still, and I could feel like my blood was clotting from how much I was just bored out of my mind sitting in the chair. And so essentially, I had a family member ask me, I was ranting about this and I got home from the theater. He was like, "Is there any redeeming qualities for Supergirl?" I'm like, "Not really. She doesn't really change. She has these epiphanies, but her character doesn't change. She doesn't find any reason to change. She's not a good person. And so they just tell you that she's a good person. She puts on her superhero suit and then murders a bunch of people." And so she prevents the little girl with the sword from murdering the guy that killed her family, just so Supergirl can end up killing that guy herself. They also like to shit on Superman the entire time, because we can't go 5 minutes without shitting on Superman. Literally, the opening scene of the movie, Crypto comes up and pisses on a newspaper with Clark Kent's face on it, literally telling us that they're pissing on Clark Kent. And then later, Supergirl's justifications for this is, Clark, he's an infantile little boy. He's never seen the real world for what it is. The reason he's so optimistic is because he's never experienced the real world the way I have. Boo-hoo, fucking hoo, cry me a fucking river, Supergirl. They're adapting adapting loosely. Even the people who read the Tom King source material, which I didn't. Fuck Tom King. Fuck him. I didn't read the source material, but the people who did read it were disappointed with how this movie played out. And I'm like, you know what? You get what you fucking deserve, you shills, right? There was Real Rejects. they tried to throw me under the bus, even though I'm a small YouTuber. I'm a little guy. I'm a little guy, right? I'm a little guy, but they decided to call me a P3DO while they're hanging out with James Gunn, these shills. And now they have to eat fucking crow after seeing this movie, and I love seeing that Schadenfreude. And we're gonna react to some of those videos later in this live stream. But as far as the movie goes, like, it's just generic. It's contrived. The dialogue is trash. The dialogue is fucking trash in this movie. It's a massive step down from Superman, and I didn't like that movie particularly, but I'd still watch it again. I hope I never watch Supergirl again. I never want to see this movie ever again in my life. It's just a boring slog. It's so fucking boring. I was bored to tears. The action scenes did not give me any reverence or give me any intensity. They did like a female cover of The Middle by Jimmy Eats World in the movie in the last credit scene, or not the final act of the film. The only redeeming qualities are like David Cornsweet as Superman. He's like just trying to be a good guy. He's just trying to be a supportive cousin for Kara, and she just acts like a fucking bitch the entire time. That's one redeeming quality. You know, Jason Momoa was born to play Lobo. He's a better Lobo than he ever was Aquaman. That being said, again, the script and the dialogue makes his abilities in this movie kind of null, and it's just Jason Momoa on a bike playing Lobo, basically. So, I mean, if that's your prerogative to like that, that's fine, but ultimately it doesn't save the movie, doesn't help it at all. There's nothing to take away. It's just meaningless. The whole movie's meaningless. It's meaningless to the world of the DC universe. It's meaningless to the audience. It's meaningless to me. It's probably meaningless to James Gunn. So I just feel like this movie was a waste of time. I wouldn't go see it. I don't even hate the movie. I wish I could say that I hate it, but I'm just apathetic. I don't really care, right? I don't care about the direction that DC's going, and they're probably cooked anyway. James Gunn's going to be out the door here any minute now. And by the way, I'm going to try and clip some of these takes for a review and post it to my channel. So I wish I could do it more focused, but it's a live stream, so I gotta. My brain is all over the place with a live stream. I haven't been making videos as much as I possibly wanted to, but let's get to the chat here. There's Metal Rain Austin. I like Zack Snyder and everyone else better than Man-Child Gunn. Yeah, that's fine. You know, I appreciate the Snyder fans. I appreciate their passion, and I certainly get why they feel the way that they do. I like Gunn too. Like, here's the thing. When you have Dawn of the Dead, right? Dawn of the Dead was, I believe, written by James Gunn and directed by Zack Snyder. If you have James Gunn and Zack Snyder working on the same vision for DC, I think you have a really good, like, you could make something really special with DC, right? If you get Matt Reeves, Zack Snyder, James Gunn, fuck J.J. Abrams. Get J.J. Abrams out of there. You don't need J.J. Abrams. Get him the fuck out of there. Get, Zaslav is probably better than What's-His-Face from a couple years ago, but, you get Matthew Vaughn for Superman or Brad Bird for Superman, right? Like, you get people who would be good for the job and like these characters and like the DC universe and the DC comics. Christopher Nolan, you throw him in there, and you have a solid DC universe. Dropping all of this on James Gunn was too much for him to handle, and it's clearly showing by how he's treating it, how he's handling it, because he couldn't handle the pressure of being the lead guy at DC, and that's pretty fucking clear. That scene where Kara follows the giant alien outside and saying you don't steal. I'm like, bro, this is stupid. I had a hard time staying awake on some scenes. I did too, dude. I kept I wanted to fall asleep. I had taken a nap before I went to the theater. I shouldn't have taken that nap. I should have just fallen asleep in the theater. Because I wanted to go to sleep, but I couldn't. But I was so bored that I was just I wanted to go to sleep because I hated the experience of that. Let's see. In that scene where where she goes outside to see the alien and saying you don't steal, she was all drunk and flopping around, doing this drunken fighting stuff, like she's Jar Jar or Jack Sparrow in one of the later shit movies. Jodie's Corner. Who's Jodie's Corner? Is she with the Real Rejects? I feel like I know Jodie's Corner. I feel like I know that name. I feel like I know that. But of course, yeah, she was shilling for this, and now wants Gunn out, and she hates Supergirl too. Oh! You love to see it. You love to see it. Now she wants James Gunn out, and she hates Supergirl too. He basically admitted he was wrong. He was wrong about everything when shilling for Gunn at first. Let me see. Can I show this message? Fuck, I don't know if I can show this message. I need to get Streamlabs. I need to get a StreamYards or something so I could show the chat. Shout out Metal Rain Austin. Shout out Metal Rain Austin, because I need to show the chat whenever I'm doing that. I need to get Streamlabs or something, but so I could show the chat. I wish I could do it. But if you can see the chat, then awesome. I'm just reading it out loud so that people can see it. I love that the shills have to eat fucking shit now. I love seeing it. And we're actually going to react to some of it, too. We're going to react to some of these shills. So, I guess to top off the review, don't go see this movie. It's a waste of time. If you're ever going to watch it on streaming. Don't get any physical media of this thing. It's not worth having. I could break down the different scenes of this movie, but I forgot most of it. I saw it on Saturday. It's Monday right now. So I've forgotten most of the movie by this point. And the more you think about this movie, the less appealing it is. The less things make sense. So all I could say is the DCU's cooked. And, the color grading. Everybody was all happy about the color grading, with Superman. They were like, hey, it's all colorful and vibrant, and the DCU is back. Superheroes and comic books are back. That's funny they were saying that for Superman, while completely ignoring how shit the story was. And now for Supergirl, not only is the story shit, but the color grading is garbage too. Because now all the aliens are brown and gray, just like Disney Star Wars aliens, or Star Trek, the new Kurtzman Trek aliens are it's all brown and gray colored. It's not vibrant or anything. It's got this nihilistic message of, being anti-optimistic for no particular reason whatsoever. Anti-natalist, if you want to go there as well. And we're gonna go down the rabbit hole of all the videos and stuff that I've been missing out on. But don't go see Supergirl. It's a waste of fucking time. As I said before, the only James Gunn movies I love are both Scooby-Doo 1 and 2 and all 3 Guardians movies. Metal Rain Austin, those are good James Gunn movies. Let's see. Guardians 1 through 3. The thing about James Gunn, he's good at those ensemble stuff, right? He's good at doing the Guardians movies. I really liked his Suicide Squad movie. Some people may have not liked it. That's fine. But I thought the Suicide Squad was kind of his wheelhouse in terms of what he was good at. He wasn't good at handling something like Batman or Superman because when you see like Superman, his Superman movie, he had to make an ensemble cast of characters essentially. So he couldn't just do Superman, Lois Lane, Lex Luthor. He had to have Superman, Hot Girl, what was it? Green Lantern. I can't remember which Green Lantern it was. I'm blanking on his name now. I'm blanking on the guy. One of them, not Guy Ritchie. You know which one. It had to be Superman, Guy, Green Lantern, Hawkeye, or Hawk Girl. This is what happens when you know too many superheroes. Hawk Girl and Mr. Terrific, right? It had to be the Justice Society and Superman, essentially, instead of just a Superman movie. He couldn't just do Superman without anybody else, without Kara, or without anybody. He couldn't do it. He had to make an entire group of characters in order to do that. And it shows. It shows he couldn't do it. Because what he's good at is Guardians of the Galaxy and Scooby-Doo. Like, Scooby-Doo is an ensemble of characters. That's what he's good at. He was good at Suicide Squad. So, like, James Gunn is good at those things, but he was clearly not cut out for the job. And in terms of running the DC universe the way that Kevin Feige would have run it for the MCU, or at least how he would have run it, 10 years ago. And so it's clear that James Gunn wasn't the guy, right? And it shows. I don't hate James Gunn, but I'm not particularly fond of the direction that the DC's gone, I'm more interested in Spider-Man, Brand New Day, Avengers, Doomsday, and Secret Wars. I am too. I'm checked out of the MCU for the most part, but something about Spider-Man, Brand New Day, and Avengers, Doomsday is really intriguing. Because, for one, Spider-Man is still globally one of the most popular characters, like, in the superhero brand ever. And so there's a lot of strong hype around Brand New Day, and I think it looks cool. I saw the trailer. I haven't made a review for it or a reaction to it or anything, but from what I've seen of the trailer, Brand New Day looks cool, so I'm going to go see it. Avengers Doomsday has like a 50-50 chance of being like either complete awesomeness. It's either going to be such a huge monumental success for Marvel, or it's going to be a catastrophic fucking failure. There's a 50-50 chance of that happening. And so I'm curious to see what it's going to look like, and I'm excited to see what they do, but after that they got to reboot, and if they don't reboot the right way, it's not going to be good. And I have no idea what Secret Wars is going to look like either. So I get the hype though for both, or for all three of those things. I do. Let's see. We're going to go off camera real quick. Going to go right there. Let's see what we going to do. Can I edit that? Actually, come back on camera. I'm gonna bang. Now you can see the little square there. We can start reacting to some shit. We can react to some of this stuff here. I don't have YouTube Premium, so I'm gonna have to fight these ads. But what I can do, you're going to see all my subscriptions. All my you can go subscribe to all these people. Who are we going to go to first? You don't really need to see all these subscriptions, personally. It's my stuff, by the way. Go subscribe to here. Deadshot Isaac. Go subscribe there. But Start with D-Day Cobra. Let me see what D-Day Cobra's got. Looks like mostly political stuff, so probably not D-Day Cobra for this particular D-Day Cobra 2. I love Jeremy. I love him, by the way. I think he's great. Alright, so we got I'm going to scroll down. To this one. Yeah, I knew Sami Zayn was going to lose that title soon. Let's see. Mr. Grizzy did another video today on the Shills defending Supergirl. We're going to watch it then. We're going to watch Mr. Grizzy for sure. We are. But I want to do D-Day Cobra first. We're going to do D-Day Cobra. And this is James Gunn panics as Supergirl faces catastrophic box office after star Millie Alcock tanks all hype. Let's react to this.
This week. And this tweet right here from Disparu has really blown up. This has 5 million views, okay? Millie Alcock is her name. And man, oh man, have they destroyed everything with the marketing of this movie. Now, to be fair, I don't think that this movie was ever going to do well, but Millie Alcock has really pissed off a lot of people. Just listen to what Millie Alcock says right here.
Discussion online about Kara's queerness in the comics. Was that something that you explored when you were preparing for the role?
It wasn't, but in honor of Pride Month, as I'm getting all these questions, I don't know. I think that what makes this film so beautiful is that it's not centered around a man. It's not centered around love at all. If anything. Yeah. But we'll see. I don't really know, but I don't know.
I think the truth is with this chick is that, I mean, first of all, I'd fuck her. I would. I'd fuck her. She's like a 7. She's not a 10. She's not a 5. But I'd fuck her. But this particular it shows that she's not very smart. She's not super smart. She doesn't think for herself. She just kind of goes along with what Hollywood tells her to do. And so you get this kind of smug unlikableness about her that, you know, she's probably a real good sweetheart behind the scenes, but it's the baiting questions from people that do these interviews and ask these kind of questions that you get it's the queerness of the character. It's all that bullshit that you see from it's the baiting questions more so than the individual answering. They're mostly too stupid to know when they're being baited into that.
If anything.
And she's right. The movie's not centered around love at all. It's a movie centered around spitefulness, bitterness, and you could argue complete apathy.
But we'll see. I don't really know, but I don't know. I don't know.
It's great.
She probably.
Yeah, we know she doesn't know. She says that a lot. We know she doesn't know.
Now, we talked about this on Friday Night Tights briefly, but this is what they do. They bring these influencers to these premieres with no following, but the influencers all line up with the narrative. The influencers are all about, like, asking gay-related questions and identity politics-related questions and all of that. They're not going to bring people like me or Ryan or Gary out there for these press events because
they will not.
Need people that don't necessarily have a following, but absolutely will ask the correct agenda-driven nonsense. And it happens all the time.
Yep.
And so this has created a firestorm. And one person in particular that's very, very, very mad is Angry Joe. Angry Joe is furious right now. He's losing his fucking mind. And he's going...
I like to add that Angry Joe is a pussy. He's always been a pussy. I never liked him. I never watched him. I always thought he was cringe. So I'm sorry for the people who did watch Angry Joe and feel betrayed by this. For me, not so much of a surprise. I always thought he was a bitch.
Going after everybody. It's crazy. And his reaction, I mean, obviously most of you already know how he is with his TDS. His TDS is off the charts. He's always responding to me. He's always freaking out. As I've said with Angry Joe, I've had a couple of private interactions with him. Long story short, he follows me on Twitter. I follow him. He always is in my comments because of Trump. And he made it clear. He says, you're the only person on my timeline that supports Trump. And it's just like, dude, you live in a fucking bubble, bro. Like, so like his only understanding of Trump supporters is me. So all I do is I go 150% pro-Trump. I say nothing bad about Trump when I'm interacting with Joe. I'm like, Trump is perfect. Trump has never made a mistake. Trump has never done anything wrong in his life. He's never even mispronounced a word. He's literally perfect.
And look, I respect Jeremy's his grind and his beliefs. I personally am not like, I don't feel that same energy about Trump. I certainly have my agreeing, things with Trump, and I certainly have my disagreements with him. I don't glaze the man the way that Jeremy does, but I do think it's funny how much Angry Joe gets triggered by Jeremy doing this. So I would personally never get triggered by Jeremy doing that. I think it'd be bitch made to get triggered over that. And it's just like, Jeremy believes what he believes. I believe what I believe. Angry Joe can't seem to get over that because, like I said, he's got a pussy between his legs.
And I just go full, 150% Trump is perfect.
And just because it keeps him in this fucking bubble of like all his mind is of Trump supporters is me. So that's all he thinks of. So anyway, getting back to this thing where he's really mad because Gary made a video, or he's mad at Gary's thumbnail. Right? He's really upset because Supergirl and the box office for Supergirl is in trouble. And he can't understand why is nobody going to see Supergirl. But at the same time, on his timeline, he's actually proving the point of it. So he responds to Az because Az made a video. And so here he is in all caps. It's like Joe is the classic, like, I'm not reading all that, but either I'm happy for you or I'm sorry, that happened. And you're just like, Why are you so invested in this? Now, he's finally moved to my prediction for the Supergirl box office is that Supergirl will be lucky to make half of what Superman did. About what I expected. Joe, the fucking movie has a fucking $180 or $170 million fucking budget. If you expect it to make $250, $300 million, that's a fucking loss. It's going to flop. It's going to flop miserably. And that's what we were saying. Like, if you wanted to have a $50 million budget, okay, you'll make money off of that. But, like, what are you talking? Now you're agreeing with what we're saying here.
Exactly.
You're making yourself look stupid. I saw Tim Pool.
Because he is stupid. When you think like that and you're really porn-brained and you're really, like, so about your fifis, when it comes to something like this, you get porn-brained and you get fucking stupid. You get inconsistent. You think emotionally and you don't think logically. People like that do dumb shit like this. Do these long paragraphs typing away about, their fifis and what they think about. Nobody cares. Nobody gives a fuck about what Angry Joe thinks. Right? If he lives in his little bubble, I'm sure somebody cares. But people like me don't give a fuck about Angry Joe.
Who was talking about this?
Let's listen in just a little bit, because he says something in the beginning that I think is funny.
And before we get to that, I also feel the same way about Tim Pool, but for different reasons.
I think Supergirl is going to do bad. I do.
Whoa, breaking news from Tim Pool. Wow. Good job, Tim.
Spider-Man is coming out July 31st. I already got my tickets. I got tickets for the crew. We're going to go see Spider-Man Brand New Day. Tom Holland has successfully led the MCU after Robert Downey Jr.'s departure.
Okay, that's the part that I'm very confused on. What?
So I got tickets for the crew. We're going to go see Spider-Man Brand New Day. Tom Holland has successfully led the MCU after Robert Downey Jr.'s departure.
What?
Yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense, Tim. That really doesn't. Please explain further.
What are you talking about? Again, this is where it's funny when political commentators try to talk about pop culture and they have no fucking idea what they're talking about.
Exactly.
And Tom Holland. I like Tom Holland. I actually have nothing against Tom Holland. Tom Holland has not led the MCU successfully.
No.
The reason they're bringing Robert Downey Jr. back is because they had nobody to lead it.
Exactly.
What are you talking about, Tim?
Exactly.
They literally had to have Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire to jump in on his movie to take it to the next level. What the fuck are you talking about?
Exactly.
And it's really crazy. Let me explain something to you guys. This is really mind-blowing. It's really mind-blowing. It's not really.
What's up, Gary?
Okay, so Avengers 1 comes out 2012, the first Avengers movie. I think that was like their first billion-dollar film or whatever. So they do Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, all smash hits. Everybody is
I will say this. Tim is so much better at pop culture than Patrick Bet-David, so I'll give him credit for that. He's so much better than PBD. When PBD talks pop culture, it's the most painful shit ever.
loving these Marvel movies. It's wild because superhero movies kind of sucked back at the end of the 90s, early 2000s. But now, early 2000s. At the end of the 2000s, they are smashing. And in the beginning of the 2010s, we get this burst, the MCU, and they start making these movies everyone's excited about. Robert Downey Jr., legend, multi-billion dollar franchise. And then something happened. 7 years. 2012, first Avengers. 7 years later, 2019, Avengers Endgame. $2 billion. And then after that, it has now been 7 years since Endgame, and they have completely eliminated the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Brie Larson was supposed to lead the charge. They wanted to replace Robert Downey Jr., but she's unlikable. Her character sucks. And so reportedly,
he's right about Brie Larson. He is right about that. They did want Brie Larson to lead the MCU. He's right about that. And it failed miserably. That attempt was a terrible attempt.
A year and a half ago, Kevin Feige started firing all of the woke people who destroyed this multi-billion dollar franchise.
No. That is bullshit. That is bullshit.
Incredible.
What? Kevin Feige put on a MAGA hat, everybody. He says, I'm firing all of you woke people.
No. Tim Pool's been watching too much Mike Zero and Doomcock, if he believes that. That's bullshit.
About Tim. Kevin Feige found a MAGA hat. He walked into the Marvel Cinematic Universe studios and he says, if you're woke, you're fucking fired. Okay.
Absolutely incredible. The Marvel's bombs, Quantumania, they tried bringing in, Paul Rudd's or whatever, Ant-Man's daughter, and it's just like, guys, nobody wants this. What do they want? They want the white man, Tom Holland, indeed.
They don't want Tom Holland. They want Spider-Man. And listen, I think Tom Holland is a decent Spider-Man. I really do. I like him as Spider-Man. I really do. But the idea that Tom Holland is leading the MCU is fucking crazy.
Yeah, no.
Tom Holland is not the definitive Spider-Man. Spider-Man is bigger than Tom Holland. However, Robert Downey Jr. is bigger than Iron Man. And that's the difference. I like Tom Holland. I think he's a decent actor, and I think he's a decent Spider-Man. Spider-Man is the draw, not Tom Holland. And Tom Holland has not led the MCU at all. Not even close. Tom Holland has needed everybody else to be in his movies for him. That's been the whole problem. That he's needed Iron Man, and he's been Iron Boy, and that pissed off a lot of people. It's worked, and it's made a ton of money, but there's a reason that they are backing up. Like, was it $100 million for Robert Downey Jr. to return in Doomsday? There's a reason that they are bringing Robert Downey Jr. back, because Robert Downey Jr. is the draw. And on top of that, Tom Holland's not even, he's part of Sony. So, I don't even know what crack Tim is smoking right now.
Exactly.
I have no idea.
What do they want?
Exactly.
They want the white man, Tom Holland, indeed. Spider-Mans. I will say this before we get into all because this matters for the Supergirl stuff. Tom Holland, they're powering him up. The presumption is with Brand New Day. He's undergoing the metamorphosis from the Man-Spider storyline or whatever the storyline is.
The white man.
And he gets biological web shooters, becomes way stronger. I think they're doing this because Tom Holland has been the new Robert Downey Jr.
No, that's so stupid. Fucking Tim Pool.
Tom Holland does not deserve this. You are putting unnecessary hate on Tom Holland. He's done nothing wrong, and yet, why are you doing this to him? Why are you doing this to him, Tim? He's nowhere fucking near Robert Downey Jr. in the MCU. This is why when you listen, Tim does a great job. Tim's very successful. I'm not trying to bullshit, he's more successful than I am, okay? But this is this is the problem. This is why it's important to have people like Gary and Drinker out there.
Yep.
Because he is literally educating people right now on pop culture. Tom Holland's the new Robert Downey Jr. This is why we're paying Robert Downey Jr. $100 million to come back and save us. Okay.
And I think they're doing this because Tom Holland has been the new Robert Downey Jr.
That's so
and they
dumb.
wanted it to be Brie Larson, which failed. So here we are today.
He's right about that. He's right about that.
Still not getting it. Supergirl star Millie Alcock says she is honored the character is embraced as queer icon. Oh my God, just stop.
Gary says this is painful. I told you. This is why. When I saw this, I was only 2 minutes in. This is as far as I've gotten in the video. And I'm like, I have to react to this because this is so fucking bad. This is so misinformed. It's crazy.
Yeah.
You know, I really did like what James Gunn was doing with DC because DC needs to be a little...
This motherfucker. I can't believe this guy. Hold on. Let's take that back.
You know, I really did like what James Gunn was doing with DC because DC needs to be a little...
Never mind. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. Fucking hell.
This is why whenever people call myself or Jeremy or Nerdrotic or Drinker or even people as small as I am these alt-right grifters and we're Nazis and we're extremists, it's like, bro, we're fucking nerds is what we are. We're fans. We have different beliefs, right? We might notice things a little bit more than other people, but you want to talk about right-wing people like Tim Pool doesn't know fucking shit about pop culture, okay? And y'all are throwing shade on us? Why? These fucking far left freaks can't differentiate people who are hardcore fans, who are nerds, from the alt-right for some reason. But hey, that just speaks to the volumes of lunacy that the left has gotten to where now this guy, Tim Pool, is no different from Jeremy and Geeks and Gamers. Like, there's no difference between them in the eyes of far left. And you find out real good soon that Tim Pool has no idea what the fuck he's talking about, and Jeremy is far more educated and far more, I guess, cultured in the zeitgeist of American pop culture.
Honored the character was embraced as queer icon. Oh my God, just stop. You know, I really did like what James Gunn was doing with DC because DC needs to be a little livened up. That fight scene with Mr. Terrific was awesome in Superman. It's one of my favorite scenes ever. I love Mr. Terrific. I love characters that don't have powers. I do.
What?
I do.
What?
Batman is one of the best. Iron Man's one of the best.
That?
Batman's the best because what he represents in the superhero genre is that you can work hard. You can be the best hero you can be. Now, to be fair, Oliver Queen and Bruce Wayne are just billionaires. I get it. You're not going to get Wayne Tech. The point was, he's a master fighter and detective. He is the best a human can be. And I love that. Mr. Terrific, similarly, he's a genius.
Okay.
He loses his family, becomes depressed, is convinced to use his genius for good, invents a bunch of crazy tech, T-spheres. And I love these characters that succeeded through the human condition, through what it means to be human, to work really hard. So I like what they were doing. Now they're bringing in Millie Alcock, who's the inverse. And once again, they just keep doing this. Okay. Supergirl might make money. Don't get me wrong. I think it'll make money.
It's not. And it didn't. I don't think it did.
No, it won't, Tim. Fucking hell. It's going to bomb.
It's like for every good take he has, there's like 5 or 6 really shit takes that Tim Pool has. And it's like consistent too. It's like, yeah, I really like Batman for the human element, the fact that he works hard and he's got Wayne Tech and he doesn't have superpowers. I really like that. It's a fair assessment. And then he goes right back to, I think Supergirl's going to make money. Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? So it's like, oh God, Tim Pool.
Oh no. It's like, it's bad take on top of bad take.
Yes.
On top of bad take on top
Yes.
of bad take. Jeez.
Not going to go see it. And I'm going to tell you why. Is it because I don't like Millie Alcock? No, she seems fine. Whatever. Is it because I don't like Supergirl? No, I actually really do like the character of Supergirl. And I thought the Superman movie was great. And I'm really interested in how they continue the DC, cinematic universe or whatever. The problem is it already reeks of Captain Marvel and it makes me cringe. And I don't want to see it. Now, I know the feminists are going to lose their minds. You're a bigot. I don't care. Guys, you're allowed to have your movie, okay? You go watch Supergirl and talk about your queer stuff. That's fine. I ain't got no beef. You are always allowed. I'm not going to go see it. I'll tell you why. So the character of Kara Zor-El.
The Quarry will have the same opinion tomorrow.
She gets powers. She's raised on Krypton. This is like part of the normal DC storyline. When she's 16, she escapes. She's Superman's cousin. Now, she gets, I think, it depends on which storyline you're going through. She gets trapped in the Phantom Zone on the way out or whatever, and time stops for her. Superman, Kal-El, Clark Kent, grows up. He's now in his 30s.
Dude, how does Tim have a 20-minute video out of this shit? How does he have a 20-minute video? We're 4 minutes, nearly 5 minutes into it, and he has gotten so many fucking things wrong. Let's get back to the point. Tim is just driving me crazy. So I'll link to Tim's video if you're interested in that, but I just can't keep watching Tim. It's fucking painful. So let's get back to the point at hand that she has single-handedly destroyed this movie. But what did she destroy? I don't know, because I don't think that this movie was going to do well anyway.
Yeah.
Her running her mouth has certainly put negative attention and negative aura on it that cannot be ignored. On top of that, okay, even her Fortnite skin is ugly. And as somebody that plays Fortnite...
Look at this shit, bro. Oh my god. Shout out Kata. Bro. That's... Oh...
That is a fucking accomplishment, because most Fortnite skins are fucking awesome.
Even if you don't like the character, most Fortnite skins are on point, and even her fucking Fortnite skin is ugly. That is a fucking accomplishment. Big time respect to her for that, because holy shit. That's very, very bad. The memes have been unbelievable.
These are great.
And I've been having a lot of fun with...
Yeah, these memes are fucking great, dude.
There's one. I gotta show you this one, okay? I gotta show... Hang on, let me find it. This is from Dr. Clown, all right?
I think I've seen this one.
Oh man, it's so good. It's so good.
Yeah.
What the hell? Over with. It's over. So yeah, Supergirl box office tracking looks to be disastrous, to say the least. Her running her mouth is not helping anybody. And James Gunn is not going to be able to step in because James Gunn agrees with everything that she is saying and doing. And she even said this right here. Here we go.
Who's going to win? You versus Superman.
I'm going to win. But it's because he's going to let me win. Because he is. No,
That's
I'm
his
gonna
character.
Yeah.
But you're also stronger.
But I'm stronger.
Objectively
stronger,
Yeah.
so I'm going to win.
Who's going to win? You versus Superman.
I'm going to
And that's how they feel about Superman, everybody. That's how they feel. The girl, Supergirl, is stronger than Kal-El, the last son of Krypton, because she's a woman. She's a whammon. I'm sorry, but if you go by the rules of Viltrumites and Invincible, Superman would snap her fucking neck. Just, if you were applying the same rules that Invincible uses for Viltrumites to how DC uses for Krypton, like, Superman would fucking kill her.
But it's because he's going to let me win.
That face, it's like, I'd fuck her and then she makes this face and it's like, bro, I'm out.
Yeah, this is going to be bad. I will be seeing it, and we're going to be discussing it on Friday Night Tight, so I'm looking forward to that, but it's not going to go well for them at all. My prediction is that this movie is going to struggle to make money. It could be Marvel's level, but I don't feel it's going to be that bad, but I think it's going to struggle to make money, which, again, I don't have the exact number. Odin probably has a box office breakdown over on Geeks and Gamers right now where he breaks that down. Ryan will probably be covering it. I would imagine this movie needs to be in the $350 to $400 or $400,000 or million, $1 million range to start making a profit. We shall see. But
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be making that.
there you have it. Tough times for DC and James Gunn, and I just hope James Gunn gets fired because I'm sick and tired of his shit.
Me too.
Supergirl comes out.
All right. That was D-Day Cobra. Shout out, Geeks and Gamers. Go check them out and tell them Dizek sent you. Ooh, Metal Rain. You've been blowing up the chat, buddy. I don't know what kind of laugh she just did. I used to watch Mike Zero back in the day for The Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker, way before they even came out, and I would always say he knew what he was talking about, but later then I realized he's a fraud. Yeah, he's. I would not trust Mike Zero. Do not trust Mike Zero. He basically makes up all the shit he comes up with. Bro, what's the Fortnite skin? I'm glad I didn't get the Superman skin. I'm definitely not going to get the Supergirl. I want a not David Cornball Superman. David Cornball. That's funny, bro. I like that. David Cornball. He's a nice guy. Like, with a better script and a better handling, he's actually not a bad pick for Superman. But when you see him in the costume, it looks like he's just wearing Henry Cavill's hand-me-downs. You know? It just looks pathetic. And I feel bad for the guy. But I don't hate him. I think he's probably a good, like, genuinely probably good dude. But he was handed a really bad script, and he's a really bad Superman for what they presented. So, let's move on. I think this is the one, this is the video you were talking about, Metal Rain, the Mr. Grizzy video. I think this is the Mr. Grizzy video right here. Guys, get through these dumbass ads. Because I don't have YouTube Premium because I'm poor. And I had a hole in my ceiling. Oh, here's Soups! It's Soups, everybody. That dude's a fucking pathetic cock. He really is. Soups he fucking disgusts me. And we got a couple of Nerdrotic stuff too. We'll react to Nerdrotic as well. Here's the Mr. Grizzy video. Let's go. James Gunn, DCU shills, defend Supergirl, and attack YouTubers over negative criticism. Sounds like shill activity to me. Let's check it out.
I just watched Supergirl,
and here are my thoughts.
Hang on, this is gonna be bad.
So, guys, we have another W for.
I can't stand this fucking guy. I can't stand this pathetic shill. This overhyped monkey keeps coming on here and lying to people. Even if he believes this is genuine, he's fucking annoying. Somebody get the water hose. Somebody get the power washer. I can spray this scum off my shoe.
James Gunn's DCU. Overall, Supergirl is just a great movie. You're shilling too hard.
So what we're about to watch here is what I like to call the James Gunn Paid Shill Program, where James Gunn and Company give exclusive access to influencers, content creators, and TikTokers with large followings.
I like to say fuck Heather Antos, fuck Eric Voss, and fuck Screen Crush.
Making them feel obligated to repay the favor, so to speak, and give the film a more positive review or more positive coverage than they would have otherwise.
I went to the set of Supergirl last year, and these were the craziest things that happened on set.
Overall, Supergirl is just a great movie.
I give Superman an A. This is more of a B- for me in my experience. And one thing that this movie did for me is remind me that David Cornsweet being cast as Superman might be one of the greatest moments that us comic book fans have ever gotten.
This kind of bitchery is what makes people hate David Cornsweet. You say dumb shit like this, and you overhype and you put too much pressure on people like James Gunn and David Cornsweet, and they don't live up to those expectations, so they get unnecessary hate. There's nobody to blame except James Gunn and these fucking shills.
I think that somebody in this room is standing out.
Hi guys. Hello. To start, I have never felt more seen than watching a girl actually murder people.
Boo! Fat pig! Boo! Fat pig!
Hi guys. Hello. To start, I have never felt more seen than watching a girl actually murder people for her dog.
Holy Jesus. What is that? What the fuck is that?
That is who James Gunn and company made this movie for, and that in turn is why it's bombing at the box office.
Everyone is going to hear me say it's good and be like, Cheryl. It's like, they're not paying me to sit in this chair. Like, I don't get anything out of feeling like conflicted about it. So I'd rather just love it.
Wow.
That is just a fascinating statement to me, especially coming from a guy who works for James Gunn's DCU.
This is a property that is very near and dear to my heart. I've been a part of this journey to Supergirl for about 2 years. So this
dude literally, it's, how can these people suck. These people, they all suck. I am so happy that Mr. Grizzy exposes these fucking weirdos for what they are. Pieces of shit.
it meant a lot to me to see.
Yeah, and I'm not worried at the DCU. I know people are going to only think that's because I work with them.
Do you think? People are tired of fakes, people are tired of frauds, and people are tired of content creators who come across like they're bought and paid for.
Exactly. These spineless, gutless cowards all deserve to fucking get roasted.
That's why they call you a shillcoy, not because you like the movie.
Everyone is going to hear me say it's good and be like, Cheryl. It's like...
I'm a huge DC fan, so my expectations are always high. So I will say this, watch Supergirl for yourself. It's a fantastic film. It's a
No, it's not.
fun ride.
No, it's not.
What? How can you say you have high expectations for DC movies and then say that Supergirl is a fantastic film? Anyone? Remember what the title of this segment is.
This is our Supergirl spoiler-free reaction video recorded at the Superman Experience. And I am BD, joined today by Joe Deckemeyer.
What's going on, everybody?
Recorded at the Superman Experience, and we're supposed to believe that that has zero influence over their coverage of the film.
I know some people would look at this and go, oh, he recorded this at Superman Experience. He's going to say he loved it. Whatever. Like, if I say I loved it, it's true. And if I say...
I like how they keep, like, here's something I've noticed consistently throughout this video so far, is that all the shills will be like, they're going to say that I'm a shill, or they're going to say that I only love it because I got paid for it. But that's not true. Actually, you just proved our points, that you do love it because you were paid. You do love it for the access. You do love it because you get chances to go on the set and meet the director and meet the stars. You get red carpet. You get goodie bags. You get all this shit. That's why you're shills. You don't have to get paid in money or a check. You get access, bro. That is how you get paid. You get content creation out of this. So you're being disingenuous. And the fact that you acknowledge it does not make it better. Because there was a war last year, and I fucking beat the piss out of Real Rejects for it. I hope Real Rejects is in this video. I really do. Yeah, they got called the fuck out because they're a dying breed. Because they're the last branch of Hollywood suck-ups and ass-kissers. And they're trying so desperately to save the Titanic from sinking, but they can't stop the iceberg.
I did it. It's true.
Smells like bullshit to me.
So I'm going to be as honest as I can be, even though, all things considered, yes, I talked to the cast, and they're very kind, and I appreciate them.
A few moments later.
I went in, I want to love this, I think I'm going to like it, and I actually ended up exactly right there.
Yeah.
I liked it.
You understand how that looks, right?
BD here, and I'm in London on the set of Supergirl. This is an incredible experience.
Almost like you're just saying whatever you have to say so you keep getting interviews and to ensure that you get invited back next year for Man of Tomorrow.
It was good, and I'm kind of like, okay, well, on to the next now.
Man, you are one pathetic loser.
And trigger warning, there's probably going to be a lot of misogyny, just a lot of stupidity.
Oh, no. I know.
So I'm going to hit you guys with a bit of a hot take here. You ready? I think content creators critical of James Gunn's Supergirl have received more hate and negativity from unhinged lunatics online than Millie Alcock has.
Yes. I will say definitively yes. Even though I haven't been a part of that in the last couple months for Supergirl, I've been a part of that since James Gunn's Superman. Because when the Real Rejects, particularly, what's his name, Greg Alba, particularly when he came out and publicly called me a P3DO because I did not believe his take. I did not believe his review that he liked Superman so much, and I called him a shill for it. So what does he do? He calls me a fucking P3DO. I have the receipts. I can pull them up on Instagram. I can do it. I have videos and content proving it. And that he blocked me. So, yeah. YouTubers, myself, people who criticize James Gunn, we get more hate than these stars do. And that applies basically to any fandom ever since this whole culture war and the American pop culture zeitgeist started. We have gotten more hate for not liking something than even someone like Rachel Zegler gets for being a snobby little brat. So yeah, I think we have gotten more hate than that.
And it's fucking hilarious. Hit the like button if you agree.
Look at all these disgusting nerdrotic. Jeremy, this is from a channel called Geeks and Gamers. This guy, Ryan Kinnell, RK Outpost, these three are like mega incels.
All of these guys, if Millie Alcock looked at them and was like remotely interested, would probably have their balls liquefy and fall down out of and go.
That's funny coming from grandma glasses. I'm really not going to take this from a beta male, fat titty bitch. And look, hey, look, I have my own pair of man tits, all right? I'm not going to be one that's going to just talk shit and not back it up here for a second. But what I am saying is John Roca's a little fucking pussy, and he wouldn't stand on his business, bro. If John Roca saw someone like me in person, he'd probably think, oh, I could probably take on this guy. This guy doesn't do anything. He's an incel. He's a fat nerd, whatever. I'd fucking kick his ass. I really would. I would. If somebody like that came up to me, I am not backing down. Because I am trained in martial arts. I am trained in MMA. I was an athlete at one point. Maybe I'm not in the best shape I used to be. But I'm going to call this fat fucker a fat fucker. Ain't nothing buddy going to do about it. Hey? Fuck John Roca.
What? Because she is an attractive woman.
Yeah, I got an eruption. Supergirl's Millie Alcock is so much worse than Rachel Zegler. So much worse than. By the way, what did Rachel Zegler say that was so bad?
I don't know. She single-handedly killed a movie.
So there's that.
Right. Actually, that's a bit rude by 2026 standards. There's no binary. There's 72,000 genders. Bigot.
Oh, God, you can't say that. And here comes the rage quit.
Yawn. You're so boring, lady. You're so fucking boring. And look at that. This slop, 5,000 comments.
Yeah, hit the dislike button. That'll show her.
I mean, obviously, there are the chuds who hate everything that centers a woman.
That looks like a man. This is a man. Get that shit off, bro.
We see that happening with some of the coded words and language that's being used by some of these
grandma glasses.
YouTube.
Now I'm gonna actually tell you why they're mad, because they're grifters.
It's just they need something to be angry about. This is the next big comic book movie coming out. How can we get our audiences angry? Because God forbid we fucking enjoy something for once.
Here's the funny thing. I'm not even that angry. I might hate these shills with a burning passion, but hey, that's only because I care about all human beings, and I wish they would do better. I wish they would be genuine. Actually, no, to be honest, I don't give a fuck about their opinions or them. And certainly, when it comes to Supergirl, maybe a couple of years ago, I would have been mad about the movie. The thing is I'm apathetic. I don't care, right? I am so over the culture war crap and the whole fan blaming and you're a alt-right incel for this, and this. I'm so over it that I don't even hate the movie. I think it's boring. I think it's a waste of time and you shouldn't watch it. But I just don't care about the movie. I am apathetic. I have no emotional attachment to it. If I was angry, that would mean that I still to some degree cared. But I'm not angry. I'm not a grifter. I'm not making content because I'm angry about the culture war. No, I don't fucking care. I've lost interest. I've moved on from the James Gunn's DCU. I am apathetic. And what makes me mad is fucking losers it's the pot calling the kettle black, if you will. These fucking losers go out here and attack you. They attack me. They attack other YouTubers. They try to inflict violence upon us, whether it's through words or actions. A lot of them, they want us dead. Don't make no fucking mistake about it. People like this want you dead if you disagree with them. I say, fucking bring it. Bring it on. You're going to find out real fucking quick that your little movie opinions, your shilling of James Gunn, does not equate to toughness on the fucking street.
As we're going through this segment of the video, I'm starting to feel like you're projecting your own anger onto everyone else that you hate.
Here's another video. This is from Nerdrotic. This is the Papa. This is the Papa Incel guy.
Papa Incel?
He is the head of all the incel video makers on YouTube about movies and stuff. This guy is probably the most popular one, Nerdrotic. This guy's so fucking toxic.
100%
Yes, and we're going to watch Nerdrotic right after this. Fuck this guy.
not angry, am I right? Completely in control, and it's everyone else who's angry, mad, and pissed off.
God, I just wish I could, just kind of smack them in the face. Whoa!
What did I say? What the fuck did I just say? These people wish to inflict violence upon you because you have a different opinion from them. Fuck these people. Am I angry? Yeah, I'm angry because I'm not going to let these fucking losers walk all over me. Mr. Grizzy has his way of looking at it and his way of mocking them. I'm going to respond, and it's not going to be pretty.
Everybody just relax. Smack their single fucking virgin face. Disgusting.
Now I'm starting to get angry.
This guy just called all of y'all virgins. I mean, the only reason he's not a virgin is because he probably fucked a goat.
Smack their single fucking virgin.
Yeah, that is a goat fucker right there. Look at that nose. Look at that facial hair. That's a goat fucker.
Virgin ass in their fucking face. You disgust me.
Now I'm starting to get angry. So I pull out my gun.
I'm pretty sure that one chud who just makes video off of people liking Supergirl in any medium is going to use this video to be like, oh, woke man defends woke girl. Yeah. At least I've talked to women. Chud.
Oh my god. You don't know.
Lesbians don't count.
You disgust me, man. I hope no woman or no man or no whatever gender you're into never fucking touches you, never approaches you, and you never feel the loving embrace of another human being.
Wow, that was a brutal comeback. Let's go, guys. I don't think I'll ever recover from that. Man.
That's all they care about. Like, they don't care about whether or not the movie was actually good. It's just as long as it pisses off the right people. Fuck these people, bro.
Hold on one second.
So something interesting I'm seeing, even from people who claim they don't like the movie, is that Millie Alcock was fine. Millie Alcock was good. Millie Alcock was not the problem here.
I don't think she is the problem at all with this.
No, of course not, you fucking bitch. Of course not.
In fact, she's really well cast in this.
Let's start with what this film absolutely, unequivocally gets right, and that's Millie Alcock as Kara Zor-El.
I think Millie Alcock was great. Millie Alcock is definitively my Supergirl now.
I want to kick off with the biggest positive in this film, Benny, and that's Millie Alcock, Supergirl.
By the way, she's not good in this movie. She's actually
No.
painful to watch.
I would say that I liked her in House of the Dragon, and I think she's a good actress, and for what she does, like, she's good at it for the most part, but particularly for Supergirl, it was the script, it was what they wanted of her, and what they asked of her that was not likable. Being pragmatic and realistic and level-headed here, I'm not going to attack Millie Alcock for her performance. More so, I'm going to attack people like Tom King, Craig Gillespie, whoever that bitch was that wrote the movie. Those are the people responsible for a shit Supergirl instead of her performance. What I will blame her for is being a dumb bent that can't seem to understand when she's being baited by queer questions on red carpets. Other than being a dumbass, I don't think she did anything wrong necessarily. Now, I'm sure that pissed off a lot of people what she said. That's fine. I don't care. I wasn't pissed off. I was apathetic. I was just like, oh, just another one. Another one bites the dust for me. And I understand that other people will be pissed off by that. But for me, it's just like, I think she doesn't get the same hate, or she doesn't deserve the same hate that Brie Larson or even Rachel Zegler got. But doing what she did certainly would have granted that one way or the other. I'm just being pragmatic and realistic, which is more than these people fucking deserve, to be honest.
Millie Alcock is
No, she's not.
Millie Alcock was incredible Supergirl.
And I will say this, unlike the shills, I will tell you, she's not the perfect casting. A perfect casting would have been something like Sabrina Carpenter, maybe. Sydney Sweeney, maybe. Even Catherine Newton would have been okay. Just off the top of my head, like just 3 random people that came to mind, that could have been better Supergirls than Millie Alcock. Millie Alcock wasn't like a terrible casting for Supergirl, but she wasn't the best. She's not the perfect one, like these shills keep saying.
I was just saying she's also a far more interesting character than
And
Supergirl.
I believe it now more than ever. She's great for the character. She's a great choice for the character.
James Gunn, Craig Gillespie, everybody in charge of this dropped the ball. And it's unfortunate because had this been an actual good script, Millie Alcock would be highlighted as one of the greatest actresses to a comic book character we've ever seen.
Gotta give Millie Alcock a last-minute fake W over the Chuds, right, guys?
I'll agree with a lot of people who've already put out their reaction.
Grandma Glasses. Grandma Glasses. John Roca's a bitch.
Millie Alcock is fantastic. She's really good. That's all those freakazoids and things that are being cast. She's fantastic in the film.
Any single thing this poor actress says will be turned against her no matter what. She could legit come out there in an interview and be like, I don't think that we should kick dogs. And half the fan base is going to be like, actually, kicking dogs is a great idea.
The disingenuous sort of sarcasm, like, just is so fucking boring. Just like the movie, by the way. Just like the movie. Half the fandom would not do that. I don't believe half the fandom would do that.
Only if it's crypto.
We should actually fire her for saying dogs is a great idea.
Only if it's crypto.
Because he is a CGI dog, so, I mean, he's not a real dog.
Fire her for saying that we can't kick dogs.
People are already bashing on Millie Alcock, bashing on the way she looks. It's really unfortunate because people are just truly evil.
This bitch, this pussy, this coward, literally just called you evil for not liking a movie. Yeah, fuck these people.
The way she looks, which is it's really unfortunate because people are just truly evil.
We were remiss to not talk about the number of people that are genuinely sexist, but some of the negativity around the reactions to this movie have just been awful.
Grandma Glasses, face pussy.
The charts for their sexism and their incel-like nature to them. I'm just gonna say, okay, they come into the movie and they want to hate it so bad.
No, they don't.
That's not what's going on here. What's going on here is simply that sometimes you don't have to see a pile of shit to be able to smell it.
Here comes the money.
Ah, good point. Yeah, here it is.
Supergirl's a flapping steel already. Like, fuck off. Like,
People like that,
they come in, they got their little misogynistic bullshit views.
Pussy.
Come on, guys. It's okay to admit that the Chuds were right and y'all were wrong. It's okay because of Superman's quality and its success. Supergirl will do much better than it would have.
And I think Supergirl was, in a vacuum, I would have said that's a $375 million at best movie. Now it's a $500 million, $600 million possible, maybe even higher.
Are you sure about that? So I think if Supergirl comes out and clears like 450, not even close. It's a Supergirl movie, and I think that the most important thing for it to do is just be super good, and that will do wonders for this franchise.
Now, I get that these first few clips were from weeks and months prior to the film's release. I get that. But at the same time, how did you guys not see this coming?
You know,
See, like, okay, like I see this, I'm looking at the chat. They need to sell the men. They need to, like, you know what? Maybe they don't. Maybe
175 million, they do.
We saw this with the Marvels, Mike, and guess what? History has repeated itself. It's actually doing worse than the Marvels.
I think there is a direct correlation to box office with reviews to a different scale because no one has money. The world is insanely expensive. And it's $20 to see a movie. Like, there's a lot of things that go into it.
Yeah, we don't want to spend our hard-earned money that we do have on seeing garbage.
That don't equal just quality.
The cope is strong in this one.
I don't think Spider-Man No Way Home and Doomsday are going to have that problem.
Yeah, that's true. Spider-Man is going to be more successful than Doomsday, I think. But you're right. Grizzy is right. They're not going to have that problem.
But maybe they need to pull out of the summer, the middle of the summer time frame for a bit.
Maybe they need to
not put Superman in July next year. Maybe Supergirl coming out in the middle of June towards the end of June was not a good idea. Maybe these movies should be end of April, beginning of May release for the time.
This movie would have still bombed if they released it in April. The problem is that this was their second movie. Nobody wanted to see a Supergirl movie a year after Superman, and I honestly don't think that fans want to see another Superman movie a year after this either. 3 Superman/Supergirl movies in 3 years is too much, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if Man of Tomorrow struggles to break even.
Yes, overall, I liked the movie. I liked Supergirl. I didn't love it. I wanted to love it, but I didn't love it. It was good, but it was not great. It was good.
I still think this movie will definitely find its crowd, and enough people will come out praising it. Because, like I said, there's nothing atrocious or wrong about how the word fun has become less impactful.
Wow, you guys, we almost made it through the entire video without someone pushing the "it's fun" narrative.
I thought this movie was fun. I thought it was a crowd pleaser. Like, I literally am like, these are the words that used to mean a good thing.
Yeah.
And now they're like, what do we say that isn't mean?
Yeah. Like, fun isn't good enough anymore.
Right.
You know?
Well, it's not fun. It's boring. If it was fun, we would say it's a fun movie, go see it, but it's not. It's boring. It's not an excuse either. The movie just fucking sucks. It's slow. It's a slog. It's boring. The characters are unlikable, two-dimensional. There's no stakes. The movie's not fun. I don't even know how you even come to that conclusion.
The reason is because it has become a word that you shills use to avoid criticizing terrible movies in order to maintain a positive relationship with the studios. And everybody sees it for what it is, especially now in this age where content creators and influencers are just saying whatever they think they have to say for access.
The word on the street, for lack of a better way of saying it, is going to be so overwhelmingly negative for this movie because
I think it will be too. But again, in terms of like the overall universe, I don't think it's bad enough or franchise ruining in any way.
I think this has 100% damaged the franchise. I think this has 100% hurt Man of Tomorrow next year. And if that bombs, then that might just be it.
Now, does that mean Supergirl is a fucking bad film and it's awful? No,
yes.
It doesn't. It's not a bad film.
Yes, it is.
Unfortunately, I went and saw Supergirl second time, this time with the family over the weekend. They done fucked it up, guys. They done fucked it up.
All right, everyone, that's all I got for today. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe.
I got a little bit too passionate there. But shout out Mr. Grizzy. Shout out Metal Rain Austin, bro. Absolutely 100%. Thank you for sticking around with me today, man. You're the realist. Was that the Mr. Grizzy video you were talking about? Because that was the one I was going to do. We'll do more, though. We'll do more for sure. I got plenty of time to spare. I'm tired of having how stupid these people are. They are stupid. Grandma glasses? Yes. That's what you got. You got grandma glasses and you got a face pussy. That's what he's got. This is my DMs. You don't want to see my DMs. Let's see. Where can we go to next? Let's do Nerdrotic. Just to piss off that goat fucker.
Okay, so that actually was
Alright. This is a video from Nerdrotic. Supergirl is abysmal. The DCU is dead. 100% I already agree. Let's get right into it.
What does alien taste like?
Sometimes when I write like big action set pieces, I'm very like, someone's gonna come in and change this. Like, this isn't gonna actually be what it is, you know.
Kara is someone who is neglecting any form of self-care, responsibility.
I don't like that one bit.
There's no home without you, buddy.
Because Superman was so good, it sets them up for success. So I don't think it's an overreaction at all to say it could make as much as Superman did.
You sure about that?
I think Because she doesn't live inside the binary of what we think a woman should be. That is what makes it so special, so exciting, and so new.
And I don't think I wanted to explain.
I don't understand how you would look at that and be like, man, he looks garbage.
Garbage. Gonna be a win for everybody. Everybody that complains about Ray and Mary Sue's, that's not the case here.
You sure about that?
I think that what makes it so
Done with the patriarchy. That's the message.
I think that the process of adaptation is like.
I played a few characters that might have a potential queer line.
It's hard not to think this isn't going to be a great movie and a great story with great action, with a really emotionally touching moments, which is kind of almost the exact same experience we had with Superman.
However, this movie is bad.
No offense to Kara Zor-El, but I think Clark should ask for the suit back.
Wait a minute! Why did you do that? The whole point of this! Did you miss the whole point? Please go out and support it. Go out and support your boy, okay? You go out and watch the movie and you're supporting what your boy likes.
Nerderotic.com.
Greetings, you over 1 million lovers of good things and dislikers of bad things.
That is us. And we will take those fat fucking W's from these weirdos.
It's always great when people come together, and no, not in the way that the vast majority of the audience who will be watching this video will think, although that isn't bad either. I'm talking about the communal experience. People from all around the world in all makes, shapes, and sizes, from all political spectrums and all spectrums, experiencing shared enjoyment. For example, there's that game called soccer and the World Cup, where a bunch of foreigners are over here in America realizing it's the greatest country in the world.
That was great. I love seeing that. And we actually have the FIFA game today. I think it's Brazil versus Japan today, I think, here in my my hometown. So, yeah. Like that.
By the way, you're all welcome back. But there is another type of shared enjoyment that just so happens to be my personal favorite, abject mockery. And this brings us to Supergirl, because it's brought together the most unlikely of groups, corporate critics, YouTubers, and the audience. Because it looks like, for this week anyway, the corporate critics have turned on their masters and the Supergirl reviews have been savage. From The Telegraph, Millie Alcock's surly Supergirl is such a drag, a moody heroine, and dialogue with all the snap of an HR tribunal makes watching DC's latest adventure a bit of a chore. Supergirl review, steal yourself or a DC disappointment. And then, of course, there's the good old, the movie sucked, but the star was great because we don't want to make the lead actress feel bad. The Irish Times, Supergirl review, no fun, give us back the hungover barfly. Millie Alcock's spirited performance makes this Superman spinoff just about tolerable, but it lacks a single fresh idea. Hurting my head. From the Times, Millie Alcock is great, but the CGI dog is barking mad. A grimly unconvincing computerized mutt is one of the many problems with the latest superhero film, even if its Gen Z star has goofy energy. The Hollywood Reporter says Millie Alcock sparks punkish chaos, and Jason Momoa brings bad boy energy, but DC's latest Cape Caper is stuck on autopilot.
Bay reviewers are calling it everything from shit to fucking shit.
From the is the only good thing about this ugly, disturbing superhero movie. From the New York Post, Supergirl review, DC is already back to making mediocre superhero movies. I disagree there, because if you're talking about James Gunn's DCU, mediocre would be an improvement. Daily Beast Obsessed says Supergirl is better than Superman, but not super enough. Time Magazine says Supergirl is a dull, dispiriting, fake feminist movie. Well, it's fake, but it ain't fake. And listen, all of that is savage for the Access Media, who decided to take a week off from polishing the corporate knob, but the most savage goes to Owen Gleiberman from Variety. Supergirl review, Millie Alcock takes charge in a dystopian superhero movie so flat it's super horrendous. It's got a terrible script and a punk rock attitude of corporate pretension.
Oof.
Now, all this coming together, giggity, is great, but you know the end is nigh when I agree with Grace Randolph.
And you know, not every movie and show about a female character needs to also double as a feminist manifesto.
Hey, look at us. Look at us. Huh? Who would have thought? Not me. Can't believe I'm saying this. Based Grace.
Well. So.
And let's be real, because Grace got blowout before her review. Not that kind of blowout, audience. I can hear you out there.
Yes.
Better than Millie Alcock. All that being said, it doesn't bode well for James Gunn's DCU, or as I like to call it, the Dead Cinematic Universe. But I put this off long enough, so it's time to tell you what I actually thought of it.
Hey, I was just touching base to see when you think you might be coming back. You know, I'm just worried that you're not going to find your stride here.
Let's be honest, it's not a very high bar to clear.
It's pretty colorful, but that's just so everyone knows we're...
Supergirl is the very definition of our expectations were low, but holy and I know,
right?
From the Acolyte to the Marvels, we keep thinking we hit the bottom with Hollywood, but it turns out it's a bottomless pit. If I were to describe Supergirl in one word, it would be ugly. From its color palette, which looks like somebody peed in mud, the light direction, which looks like it was done by a team of Ray Charles, Helen Keller, and Stevie Wonder, to director Craig Gillespie, who did his best to make a bad version of a bad James Gunn movie, to Lobo being played by Jason Momoa as Jason Momoa, to the horrific CGI, including Crypto, who always looks light as a feather even when he doesn't have his powers. At no point do we believe this is a real dog, to the writing from an aged out former actress from the Vampire Diaries, whose writing credit includes a short from 2018. Makes you wonder how she got the job. To the
Oh, dirty. That's dirty, Gary. That's fucking dirty, bro. But it's all true. It's all true. I like Lobo. That's like the one redeeming quality about the movie, but not really any other redeeming qualities whatsoever. Yeah. Our expectations were low, but holy fuck is right.
The cinematographer who did Millie Alcock no favors. Forget what's happening to her online right now. The worst enemy of Millie Alcock is Rob Hardy. It's really inexplicable because this is the guy who shot Ex Machina, Annihilation, and Mission Impossible Fallout. Millie Alcock was awful in this film, and I almost feel bad for her because, the camera is not her friend in this, but it's not as awful as her character. The female protagonist that's so unlikable, and I can't believe I'm saying this, she makes Captain Marvel look heroic, and now I don't want to leave out what is probably the worst superhero villain in the history of superhero films, Krem of the Yellow Hills, who's supposed to look like this in the Tom King Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow comic, for which I am no fan of, but looks like this in the movie because they need to make it like Furiosa. You see, that's James Gunn's thing now with the dead cinematic universe, making DC superhero films and TV shows based on other films and TV shows, like Peacemaker being inspired by Better Call Saul. Why? Or making a Green Lantern TV show ripping off True Detective, or making a Supergirl movie based on a Supergirl comic which rips off True Grit and turning it into a ripoff of True Grit, Fury Road, and Furiosa. And what you end up with is a meandering mess of intersectional feminist gobbledygook with no heroicism to be found, but there is plenty of heroicism, and we'll get to that later.
What is Superman's middle name?
W.
Is it?
I gave that one to you because I didn't want to have to answer it. Does Clark Kent have a middle name? I'm embarrassed that I don't know. He does? What is
What's
it?
his middle name? I was so close.
In 2025, it was the summer of Superman. And
That's sad too, man, because like in spite of my dislike for James Gunn's running of the DCU, like I think he actually is a genuine guy. I think he is like he tries to be earnest and tries to entertain people and not piss people off whenever he can. Certainly he's had some messy controversies in the past, and fuck him for all of those things. But aside from that, like I think if I were DC, I would have hired James Gunn to run the show. I would have. He would have been the right guy, I think. He's creative. He has a sense of humor. But it's small things like this. The insecurities, letting people smash your wife, all the pedo jokes on Twitter that he used to do, and then this moment right here.
That's right. Does Clark Kent have a middle name? I'm embarrassed that I don't know.
Well, you should be. You're running the DCU. These are things you should autistically know. Bro, it's things like that. It's like the small paper cuts adding up over time that are ultimately what makes him a bad pick for the DCU. And so I feel like I'm really disappointed in James Gunn. I really am. I don't hate him, but I'm so disappointed that I've become apathetic. I feel like a parent of how disappointed I am.
He does? He does? What is it?
I was so close.
in 2025, it was the summer of Superman. And the movie delivered commercially, critically, audience, fans, everybody.
No, it didn't.
So I really
No, it didn't.
It's just like James Gunn's little bitches who are giving me that problem.
I think she would think, oh, this is like a woman after my own heart. I think she might be like, woo. I thought I was straight, but wow, she is awesome. Like, I get it.
Supergirl's opening scene is the very first thing we saw in its first trailer, with Krypto pissing on Superman's face on a newspaper, which really sets the tone for this film and the DCU. The official Supergirl X account posted this review: Gen Z and Gen Alpha traveling through the galaxy to save their dog. And I'm sure Gen Z will be running to the theaters to see themselves depicted as alcoholics who live in filth. Then we cut over to Maddie Ross, Ruthie, as she witnesses her innocent and honorable family get killed by Creme of the Yellow Hills. And how do we know they're innocent and honorable? Well, Ruthie tells us throughout the film.
You murdered my innocent family.
Then we end up in the first of a few Mos Eisley Cantina bars where Kara Zor-El is doing one of the most girl things ever, celebrating her birthday week. Oh my God, it's time to celebrate me for a week. Maddie.
And by the way, she's so drunk, like the character, I don't know if she's drunk on set or not, but the character of Kara, when in these scenes, she is so drunk that you probably need subtitles to hear what she's saying. You thought that Erin Moriarty as Starlight in The Boys was bad with her plastic surgery, making her sound like she's all like Millie Alcock's drunk voice is like hard to understand. You can't understand when she says, and you need captions to get what she's saying, because it is like a word salad. Like, what fucking word salad?
Ross, Ruthie shows up to the Mos Eisley Cantina bar and offers her family sword in exchange for avenging her innocent and honorable family. This must have been the first place she had gone, since she is still in possession of it, and of course a large alien steals it from her. But it's okay, because Kara Zor-El is there to kick its ass. But there's a problem. Let's talk about power scaling. You know, that thing the media literate crowd and the cinephiles on X think is not important. Yet it...
Exactly. These are things that I care about, is power scaling, but clearly they don't.
You know, that thing the media literate crowd and the cinephiles on X think is not important. Yet it is, particularly in this thing we call a superhero movie. There's a point in the film where Kara specifically says she's on a planet with a red sun that looks suspiciously yellow to drink whiskey, and she doesn't have any powers. So how did the 5'2" Kara Zor-El beat the crap out of a giant alien? No idea. Yes, Millie Alcock is 5'2" and 105 pounds soaking wet, and she looks like a hobbit next to David Cornswet. So after Kara saves Ruthie, she says she wants nothing to do with her, and then she goes back to her ship to sleep in filth, where Ruthie followed her home but conveniently waited till the daytime to wake her up, where they conveniently walk outside with Krypto to have a conversation where Krem and the Brigands steal Kara's ship, but not before Krem shows up to shoot Krypto with a poison dart that conveniently takes 3 days to kill him to assist the plot. So now Kara leaves Ruthie behind and catches a ship to go after Krem to get the antidote to the poison. Now, you may ask, dear viewer, why doesn't Kara just take Krypto with her on a ship and go to a planet with a yellow sun to heal him? Don't know. And if this film wasn't annoying enough, after Kara is picked up by the ship, which is actually a bus, its driver needs an interpreter, and it turns out to be a little alien voiced by Seth fucking Rogen. A bus that is awkward.
I forgot to mention that in my review, but that was something that I fucking hated about this movie immediately, was that the little translator alien was Seth Rogen. That's a movie killer right there. Seth Rogen being in your movie or your project kills it.
Occupied by what looks like all the aliens from the Mos Eisley Cantina bar. Bus has been stopped and robbed by a bunch of lesbian space pirates. Car ends up ejected into deep space where they are conveniently near a yellow sun. And a hero with no powers being in deep space is nothing new to a James Gunn joint, even though this wasn't technically directed by James Gunn. You saw it twice in Guardians of the Galaxy, and I looked it up. Typically, not that this is typical, you would lose consciousness in 15 or 20 seconds, and brain death would occur between 1 and 2 minutes, so I guess it checks out. But this is a big moment, because 28 minutes into the movie, we finally see Supergirl using some superpowers in a trench coat. And this entire scene looks an awful lot like the Marvels, and that is not a good thing. Now, Ruthie's stowed away on that bus, and they end up in, wouldn't you know it, another Mos Eisley Cantina bar, where Kara eats some alien poop and agrees to help Ruthie avenge her innocent and honorable family.
Yeah, that alien poop segment where she's like grabbing popcorn from an alien's butthole as it's crapping out a bunch of popcorn or some shit, that was like straight out of a Rick and Morty joke. Like, I was like, that came from Rick and Morty. Like, that's a thing from Rick and Morty or something, man. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's a writer. I don't know if it's a note that somebody gave the movie. Not quite sure, but that's like a Rick and Morty style humor that they pulled off with that. It just, ugh.
Thinking to yourself, wow, I've seen an awful lot of this in the clips. You have, and it doesn't end there. Because this movie is written by a woman, Ruthie needs to question why Supergirl isn't called Superwoman when her cousin is called Superman. And the technical answer is it's a trademark issue. So DC Comics could retain the rights to 2 separate and distinct characters. And guess what happens next? If you guessed they enter another Mos Eisley Cantina bar, you win the no prize. Nothing! This time, the Mos Eisley Cantina Bar is owned by a nice, diverse couple, and this is a clip you've already seen. This is where Kara breaks the alien's arm and then murders half the bar to some uplifting, happy music. This time, the song is I'm in Heaven, a common film trope known as soundtrack dissonance, or for all you cinephiles out there, it's called anempathetic music, a term coined by French film theorist Michel Quillon. But this is the moment fan casters, including yours truly, have been waiting for years. We get Jason Momoa as Lobo as Jason Momoa. And I have to admit, it was disappointing. You can absolutely tell they brought Lobo in out of desperation. They needed to give people a reason to see this movie. He wasn't in the original graphic novel. And breaking news, a solo Supergirl movie isn't that interesting, even to comic fans. And worse, it is absolutely stupid to make it the second movie in your DC universe. After that, Ruthie and Kara, who just destroyed their bar, goes back home with the nice diverse couple who promised to help them find the brigands, where we get a scene that reminds me of Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon, because it's time for some flashback exposition in a clip you've already...
I knew something was missing. I thought about that. I was like, what is this scene reminding me of when I was in the theater watching it? And I was like, that's it. Rebel Moon. It reminded me of Rebel Moon. This movie is on the same level as Rebel Moon.
Ruthie asks Kara if Superman is like her. And Kara responds with the now infamous line, Superman sees the good in people, but I see the truth.
He sees the good in everyone, and I see the truth.
See, I did say that.
She then tells the story of her origin, something we didn't get in Superman's James Gunn. Supergirl's parents are Allura Zor-El and Zor-El, played by Mr. Universe from Serenity. And I'm thinking what you're thinking. If I was Zor-El, I'd be asking where Allura's been spending her nights. They live in Argo City, which was preserved by a force field dome after the destruction of Krypton, or Krypton, as Marlon Brando would say.
The planet Krypton.
Which was 8 years before Kara was born, so they have been floating in space for over 30 years. And after prolonged exposure to the kryptonite radiation, the population started to die. And yes, canonically, humans can be affected in DC Comics by prolonged kryptonite radiation, like Lex Luthor with his ring giving him cancer. So it's lucky that Zor-El found Jor-El's plans for a ship and sends Kara and Krypto to Earth. I mean, he probably didn't have time to...
Wait a minute. Hold on. I gotta hear that again. Hold on.
Exposure to the kryptonite radiation, the population started to die. And yes, canonically, humans can be affected in DC Comics by prolonged kryptonite radiation, like Lex Luthor with his ring giving him cancer. So it's lucky that Zor-El found Jor-El's plans for a ship and sends Kara and Krypto to Earth. I mean, he probably didn't have time to build ships for all the other children. But it's not before Allura gives her daughter a little speech, which is, when I'm gone, promise me something. Be good. This doesn't mean that you can't be tough. It doesn't mean you always need to be nice. Just be good. Not exactly with great power comes great responsibility, but it explains a lot about the character and James Gunn. Yet, I'm a firm believer in tough but fair. But the only little teensy-weensy problem is it's okay for Supergirl, but it's not okay for Superman, who's portrayed in the James Gunn universe as somebody who's insecure and always walking on eggshells. Not that Superman has to be a dick, but they won't allow him to be confident. That's been the shtick from Hollywood for the last 10 or 15 years. They have to diminish the male character to uplift the female character. And it's been pointed out by many that Superman isn't Superman in James Gunn's universe. He's just Clark Kent all the time. And I'll use the Hollywood terminology here, robbing him of his agency. Speaking of Clark Kent, David Corenswet was in all of the promotion for this, and he's barely in this movie, and when he is, he's just the butt of a joke. And the worst crime against imagination of them all in this horrid film is they double down on Jor-El sending Superman to conquer Earth. Earlier on in this exposition flashback, it is said that Jor-El is Zor-El's crazy brother who sent Superman to conquer Earth. The James Gunn apologists, whose numbers are shrinking right now, are going to have a hard time rationalizing that one, because that is far worse than Jonathan Kent allowing himself to be sucked into a tornado. So after that excessively long exposition flashback, which wasn't good, but it showed more care into giving an origin for Kara than Clark, turns out the nice diverse couple who owned Mos Eisley Cantina Bar number 3 sold out Kara and Ruthie to Krem and the Brigands. But it's for a good reason, because the nice diverse couple is trying to save their nice diverse daughter from Krem and the Brigands, who is abducting women to propagate their all-male race. I guess they just ditched the girls. I mean, I guess you could say they're pro-choice, but this was certainly written by a woman who's a big fan of The Handmaid's Tale.
Down with the patriarchy. That's the message.
So there's another fight with the Brigands, and Lobo pops up again because he has a bounty on one of them, which was featured in a clip you've already seen. And this is where we need to talk about that pesky power scaling again, because at times Supergirl is fighting at full strength, and then she's fighting like a normal person, and when she's looking for Krem, she forgets to use her X-ray vision. And in the end, Supergirl ends up getting the nice diverse couple and their nice diverse daughter killed, leading to something I've been waiting for, because it wouldn't be a feminist empowerment movie without a feminist empowerment scream. You know what to do, Garrett. Lay it on me.
In the industry, we call them.
But this is where things get really dumb, because after her feminist empowerment scream, angry Kara comes back down to planet Grungy and demands to know where the brigands went, and after she finds out, she gets on a ship. Why? She's fully powered from a yellow sun and can fly there. But we find out why, because they needed a reason for Ruthie to stow away on the ship and conveniently bring Kara her costume, which she hasn't worn for the entire movie. By the way, they go to a lot of planets in this movie, and they all look the same. Desolate and barren generic sci-fi planet. But the twist this time is Krem and the brigands laid a trap. This planet orbits a binary star system. One of them is a yellow sun, and the other one is a green sun, which is canonical to the comics and something I've always thought was stupid. I don't hate to break it to you that not every idea from the comic books is a good one. But
Exactly. I thought it was stupid too. I really did. I thought that, like, first of all, Cum was his name. Cum killing the diverse family, like, that happened so abruptly, and it just made me feel like that whole segment was a waste of time. Once you see that he basically just murks them all, and I was like, wow, that was a complete waste of time. And then they drag her, or they set a trap for Supergirl, Kara, on this binary sun planet. And I thought, wait a minute, if the sun is green and she's getting her powers, she's getting depowered from the green sun, in 12 hours, isn't the yellow sun going to come up, and aren't you all going to be screwed? Clearly, Cum didn't think about that, because guess what happened? The green sun went away, and the yellow sun came up, and they all fucking died. So, like, it was stupid. And I agree with Gary here. Not every idea from the comics was a good idea. It's just, you know, you don't have to be a comic purist to get some of that, you know?
System. One of them is a yellow sun, and the other one is a green sun, which is canonical to the comics and something I've always thought was stupid. I don't hate to break it to you that not every idea from the comic books is a good one. But if you want to roll with everything in the comics being absolute gospel, I can't wait to see Lois Lane turn herself into a black woman in Man of Tomorrow. I mean, you won't do truth justice in the American way, but you will use a green sun. Then there's another flashback scene with Kara arriving to Earth and meeting Superman, and you guessed it, it's a clip you've already seen. And big surprise, Superman ends up as the butt of a joke. Now the stowaway saves Kara from the green sun by dragging her into a cave, and then Ruthie thanks Kara for taking her with her, yet she didn't because she was a stowaway. On the ship she didn't need to travel in because she could have flown to that planet. Ruthie goes out on her own and eventually gets captured by the brigands, where she ends up in jail with Lobo. After spending the entire film as a damsel in distress and at no point showing that she knows how to fight, Ruthie somehow overpowers a brigand twice her size and helps Lobo escape. Now, how did Lobo get captured by these Z-list villains? I have no idea. He says it was a trap, but it really wasn't. And now we know the other reason Lobo was in this film, aside from getting what's left of the comic fandom to actually see it. It's to affirm all the women. Basically, he's the guy who says, I like this one. Well, I sure hope that big plan to kill Kara Zor-El under a green sun works out before the yellow sun rises, and oh, it didn't. And it finally happens. 1 hour and 24 minutes into this 1 hour and 48-minute film, including credits, Kara Zor-El puts on her Supergirl costume. Because there's nothing like going to a superhero film where the main character is neither super or a hero and doesn't put their costume on until the very end. Lobo shows up again to desperately make people interested in the final CGI gloopity-glop battle, intermittently set to pop music because James Gunn totally didn't have his hands all over this film, and Craig Gillespie independently directed it. In particular, Supergirl's flight scenes just look bad. They make the CW Supergirl flight scenes look good. And when you're making people miss the CW, I would say Paramount, Warner Brothers, or Mount Bros has a big problem on their hands. I would be remiss if I didn't point out that in this final battle, we get this lovely shot. And yes, the final battle consists of a final shot in slow motion panning around our hero beating the crap out of the brigands. A shot that totally doesn't look like that corridor scene from Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 and the Mr. Terrific scene in Superman's James Gunn. Speaking of which, I was told by James Gunn that all of the DC movies would feel different, and so far, they don't. So after Supergirl frees about a dozen women from the toxic masculinity patriarchy, she talks Ruthie out of getting vengeance for her innocent and honorable family, and once Ruthie walks away, Supergirl kills him, completing the hero's journey, as Jason Malobo watches on and gives an affirming nod. So Krypto is saved, and after spending the rest of her birthday week, Kara crawls back home to Earth and back to Clark and quits drinking for a couple of days, and that's where the movie ends.
Like, to be completely honest, I really appreciate what you guys have done with the show and everything. I appreciate your shows. I think they're fun to watch, whether about my stuff or something else. This was my idea to do, a handful of people whose stuff I enjoy and say, let's give them a little bit of time, because and you guys make it.
My gosh, thank you so much.
Gatekeeping is important. Not every space is for everyone.
I totally agree. We should gatekeep these fucking losers out of our fandoms. 100%. I think SJWs, people who are far left ideologue, Marxists, we should gatekeep them and keep them out of our nerd spaces, because all they ever do is come in, try and change what you love, call you a bigot for not liking that they changed it, and then pick you out while they kill a franchise and leave it in the dust. R.I.P. DC, you did it to yourself.
There is way more good than bad in this movie. I'm flabbergasted at the people that are hating on this movie. Did we watch the same one?
Who are you? Who are you? Who are you?
So ends Supergirl, a film obviously written by a woman, continuing the trope in Hollywood of replacing the male power fantasy, which sold millions of comic books, billions of dollars worth of toys and merchandise, and billions at the box office, with the female empowerment fantasy, which has led to alienated fans, leading to empty theaters, leading to multiple flops, and leading to killing the money-printing machine known as the superhero film. Because nothing makes the modern feminist more happy than taking something away from men. The only problem with that is nobody else enjoys it. And I'm gonna say it, Supergirl is maybe, or maybe not, the first installment in the DCU, although I prefer the DCU as the dead cinematic universe because that's what it is. Although, can something be dead that was never alive? Supergirl is a slog of a film that makes you feel every nanosecond of that 148-minute runtime, and it's filled with power scaling problems, plot inconsistencies, and contrivances. And Supergirl is the very definition of the hero's journey. What's the hero's journey? Well, the hero's journey is depicted as a circle to represent the cyclical nature of the protagonist's transformation, where the hero's journey is just a flat line because she's been either great all along or she's just fine how she is.
I bypassed the oppressor.
Her agency and is just held down by some outside force, which is more often than not some variation of the oppressive patriarchy. And if you don't believe me when I say Supergirl didn't really go through a transformation in this film, well, listen to Millie Alcock.
I think that when we leave her at the end of the film, she's a different person a bit. But I think that fundamentally, you know, you don't really change.
Simply put, Supergirl is an uninspiring, insufferable, ugly superhero film that sets back female protagonists in superhero films, female writers for superhero films, and superhero films back decades. Is it as bad as the Marvels? No, but it certainly has its moments. Is Madam Web better? Absolutely, because at least that was so bad it was good. But Supergirl, the movie, not the character, does do some good because it serves as undeniable evidence that James Gunn was the wrong guy for the job. Because if you're going to head a studio that makes superhero TV shows and films, I think one of the most important things is to actually believe in heroism, which sucks because, as I've said before, David Cornsweet seems like a good guy and in better hands would probably be a good Superman. But hey,
exactly.
You got to see Supergirl puke, Supergirl pee, and then fall asleep while she's...
Oh, something that bugged me so much. There's so much peeing. Crypto pees in the very first scene of the movie. We see Kara pee, and we see one of the space orcs, the brigands, pee. We see people pee 3 times in the movie. It's like, okay, for the conversations that us nerds have about, okay, how does Han Solo take a piss in the Millennium Falcon, right? We have these questions. How does Darth Vader piss in his costume? How does Iron Man piss in his costume, which I think was answered in Iron Man 2. But nonetheless, we don't need these questions answered on the screen. We like to ask them ourselves and have some imagination about it. We don't need the answers, right? But these fucking Hollywood weirdos love showing that shit. Just because they're fucking obsessed with that.
Being and kill.
Shout out R. Kelly, by the way.
A bunch of guys. Don't forget the message of this film is be good. You don't necessarily have to be nice or polite, just be good. And I want everybody at Warner Brothers and DC Studios to remember that with this review. And if you needed more undeniable evidence that this is at least, if not the final nail, a nail in the DCU coffin, there is the early box office results and the lowered projections. The combined fan screening and preview night brought in $7.8 million domestically, which puts it just above the Marvels and Madam Web, but below The Flash, which of course was a catastrophic bomb, just like Supergirl will be. Now Variety is reporting it's set to make $47 to $50 million during its opening weekend, and I don't think it even sniffs $50 million. But to contrast that, entertainment reporter from LA, Scott Mans, is projecting $40 million. And we got some breaking news because the Friday numbers are in and they're not good for Supergirl or James Gunn. It debuted at roughly $18 million, including the screenings and the Thursday previews, which puts it just above Morbius, but below Joker 2, The Flash, and yes, the Marvels. To make things worse, Supergirl is going to be the #2 movie in the world over its opening weekend when it gets crushed by Toy Story 5. And it doesn't matter because films releasing in the following weeks are, in order, Minions and Monsters, Moana, The Odyssey, and Spider-Man Brand New Day, which I wouldn't be surprised has already made made more money than Supergirl in pre-sales alone. And by the time Spider-Man Brand New Day comes out, Supergirl might be on VOD. There's a good chance Supergirl might not crack $300 million at the worldwide box office, something that DC Studios now would consider a win according to their Supergirl math. To the man who is about to take over Warner Brothers, David Ellison, once again, this is your chance to be the hero. After firing Alex Kurtzman and recasting Black Snape, you can fire James Gunn. The man has become a liability to the brand. Hell, you can do him like he did Henry Cavill. Listen, we're not firing you despite hiring you. We're just going in a new, different, fresh direction.
We fixed the glitch.
And look who has the last laugh now, because let's face it, Henry Cavill dodged a speeding bullet when he was fired by James Gunn.
Erotic doctor.
Yeah.
If you like what you
That
heard,
is true.
subscribe. If you didn't like what you heard, well, I thank you for listening this long. I will see you in the next video.
Shout out Nerdrotic. Go give him a sub. I love Gary. Makes great content. And most of the time, I agree with what he says. Unapologetically. Yeah, the eating crap scene was disgusting. It was. It was. Shout out Metal Rain Austin, bro. The fact that you're still watching with me, bro. That's real shit. I appreciate the hell out of you. We're going to keep going a little bit. Let's see what we got up next. Let's see. We're going to go back to D-Day Cobra. Cobra. Let's see. We can do this one. This is It's Worse Than We Thought from D-Day Cobra 2.
If Supergirl fails, it will be James Gunn's fault. Simple as that. There's nobody else to blame. It's James Gunn. It's not a YouTuber. It's not it's James Gunn. He will be directly responsible. He's the guy that runs the whole fucking studio. It will be his fault. But watch these clowns. When this movie fails, watch. They will blame everybody else but the person responsible.
Yep.
Our boy Chris Gore and Al.
We just watched the Mr. Grizzy video, and that's exactly what they did.
They saw it last night, and they said it was awful.
We just saw it. Alan, give me your thoughts.
Wow, that was profoundly awful. I didn't think the movie could be this bad.
The entire movie is dark, muddy. The villains are boring and cliche. I feel like it was just not well conceived, not well thought out. There's no heroism in this movie. They double down on the fact that Kal-El was sent to Earth to conquer Earth. What a profound disappointment, and doesn't reach any real heights of a superhero film.
I heard some other people that are in the YouTube sphere, and you could tell they wanted to try and present it in a different way, but they truly were admitting that this thing is a complete and total disaster, and they were trying everything they could do to be nice about it. Post Millennial actually has an article right here. It says Warner Brothers, Discovery, and DC Studios are going all in on Supergirl, launching what the studio says is the largest promotional campaign ever mounted for a DC film, with $100 million being spent on marketing for the upcoming release. However, the film is expected to open at only $55 million, which is less than half of Superman's first weekend at the box office. According to Deadline, the campaign includes partnerships with major brands such as KFC, Samsung, American Airlines, Ulta Beauty, Timex, Waymo. Good Lord, the sponsorships are out of control.
Yeah.
They're doing everything they can to do something with this dog shit movie. Holy crap. The massive marketing push comes 1 year after James Gunn's Superman was criticized by fans and former DC stars after Gunn described Superman as an immigrant and emphasized themes of kindness and inclusion. Despite the controversy, the backlash did little to slow the film commercially. Bullshit. Superman did not do as good as it should have done. Not even remotely close. Superman went on to become a box office success and helped establish Gunn's rebooted DC universe. However, Forbes has reported that Supergirl is expected to open at $55 million, less than half of Superman's first weekend. Superman did not do well at the box office. So that is just not true, okay? That is not true at all.
The studio's promotional effort includes everything from themed KFC meals to collectibles to nationwide beauty campaigns, branded airline experiences, pet products, and digital advertising across thousands of retail locations worldwide. According to Deadline, more than 80 promotional partners have been secured for the film, including 65 international sponsors, making it the largest partnership campaign ever assembled for a DC studio release. What? I didn't know this. The total spend on the film is currently sitting over $300 million.
Whoa, they are not going to get that money back. They are not going to get those $300 million back. Not happening.
Post Millennial has a lot of bullshit on their website. So essentially, this movie has to make about 350 to start breaking even. It ain't. I don't know, man. I mean, it may barely make 300 million, but I think we're looking at more like 350 to break even. I think we're looking at like 350 to break even, and I'm not sure it's going to be able to do that. So
no.
That's what they deserve, man. Dude, are you kidding me right now? Holy crap. That is insane. Stop, Internet. Stop it. What is wrong with you, Internet? Holy shit. She decided to virtue signal, and now the Internet is letting her have it. And it's all tied to stuff like this right here.
Discussion online about Kara's queerness in the comics. Was that something that you explored when you were preparing for the role?
It wasn't, but in honor of Pride Month, as I'm getting all these questions, I don't know. I think that what makes this film so beautiful is that it's not centered around a man. It's not centered around love. If anything,
yeah.
But we'll see. I don't really know, but I don't know. I don't know.
It's
I don't know.
great.
She probably got both ways.
Dude, these people are so annoying. And again, it goes back to what Ryan said on Friday Night Tights, that these studios, they intentionally bring these people with no following in, but they will go in there and ask these identity politics loaded questions, because those are the questions the studio wants. They want that. And then it puts these actors in this bubble. And these actors have no concept of reality. These actors believe that everyone believes that way because they are in this insulated bubble and they have no understanding of the world outside of them. God,
So much comes to you from Queerly Radio. Exactly. It's not so much as beta. Here's part of the fucking problem, right? We have these red carpet interviews or these press junkets or whatever. Half of the problem are the people that are there asking the questions. These people with 200 followers on Twitter and like 1.5K subs on YouTube that have James Gunn on for an interview and can't crack 12 views, right? It's these irrelevant, ridiculous activist people. And they get invited to these things, and all they care about is whatever their activism is, whether it's black girl nerds, whether it's queerly, whatever the fuck. And they're asking questions that are only relevant to their fucking viewpoint. That's half the problem, that these people are even there to begin with. The other half is you have these retarded people in Hollywood who don't have any idea what real life is like. You have a 25-year-old woman in Miliaka who probably does believe all this stuff that she's saying. I absolutely think she does. And is drunk on the red carpet and then is playing this up. And the only people that it's going to win over are the people who aren't going to show up to your fucking movie anyway. You're not going to win anybody over. And you're going to alienate the people that do go out and support these franchises.
It's just the world of Hollywood in a nutshell. Crazy. Oh, I didn't see this. So Millie Alcock doubles down on Supergirl Pride connection, claims she's a great representation of what a modern woman can be. Oh my goodness. But hey, it's Gary and Drinker's fault as to why this movie's going to fail. Not her, not James Gunn. No. It's YouTubers' fault. Get the fuck out of here, man. It's crazy. But the difference is like nobody was really looking forward to this movie in the first place. Nobody. And you're just making it even worse. It's a really simple philosophy. If you have a $50 million budget, maybe even a $30 million budget, you're clearly looking for a small niche audience, okay? That's fair. When you put $170 million behind something, you are trying to appeal to a mass audience. So why do you spend time alienating the very audience that your budget is clearly needing you to appeal to?
I think it's part of a bigger agenda. It's part of, they're willing to take small losses because clearly after all the flops over the last, 6 years now, it feels like they would have learned their lesson. And in some cases they are, but I think it's deeper than that. I think the truth is that it's more than just the money. It's the message is more important. That there is an ultimate drive to essentially kill the old guard by force and replace it with a Marxist ideology, essentially. In turn, these people became the old guard, and it's kind of like that scenario where it's like, okay, the rebels won. They overthrew their overlords. Now they're acting like overlords and still trying to cosplay as rebels. And so they try and play victims when they are in fact the oppressors. And so part of this agenda is to basically force people into sides. That's what it's always been. And so they use Hollywood, and they use, and I'm being very loose on my terminology here, they use Hollywood to try and sway public opinion to join a side. And if you do not like the movie, you are not part of the side that is acceptable or something like that, right? They make liking a movie more of an activist decision than somebody just having a public opinion about it. And it becomes, that's where this whole culture war thing started, as it starts to become a political movement to like or not like a movie, to have an opinion on it. And once that happens, the money is no issue. The reason we call out the money, the reason we call out the box office and the budgets and all that, is so that we can prove that people don't care. People are not going to take the bait. They're not going to fall for it. It's more of a white pill moment for us as a win to let these fucking weirdos know that they don't get to play these games. They don't get to go out there and divide an audience when they should be entertaining us, and make this a political game where we are going to be forced to choose a side. So by you voting with your wallet and not seeing this movie, you are telling them, fuck you. I'm not going to support you. I'm not going to give you your money back. I'm not going to help you divide the country further. That's what it comes down to. And we didn't make it political. They did.
It makes no sense that they continue to do this shit. It's really amazing. It looks like this movie is potentially going to be worse than we could have imagined. I'll find out Thursday, but word of mouth is not very good for it. Early reviews are not very good for it, and I can't wait for the excuses.
It's not good.
Me being a soldier.
Not good. That was Jeremy, D-Day Cobra. Good shit as always. Let's see what we got up. After that, check on the chat real quick. Super 8. That's when we'll start calling the DCU Supergirl. Go for it, Metal Rain Austin. Go for it, brother. Super 8. Go for it. Yo, Dean Cain in this. I love his Superman. Glad he agrees Supergirl's trash. Dean Cain's great. He's an underrated Superman. He really is. People shit on Dean Cain. I do not. I like Dean Cain. He's great. I love Dean Cain. Let's see. We got, what's this up next?
And
we got to watch this. Oh boy. I see here in the corner we got Hollywood panics. Mel Gibson slams Hollywood. This is from a guy named Wokewatch. Yeah, I'm not watching that. That just sounds to me like another Doomcock Mike Zero person. Like I'm supposed to believe Mel Gibson gives a fuck about Supergirl. I don't believe that for a second. But here we go. Supergirl is super shit. Angry Joe humiliated after defending woke DCU trash. Let's check it out.
I get really angry when I see misogyny online. when these male influencers just talk bad about women because they exist. It bothers me. It really bothers me, and I think we need to do better, Senator. We need to do better. Misogyny has to be called out, and I am going to stand tall and make brave and stunning stances against misogyny. And that brings us to a social media influencer who is spewing vile hatred towards this poor woman because she exists. Angry Joe hates women in movies. I can't believe this. All because a woman exists. Angry Joe is very angry.
All because Supergirl and Millie Alcock was in a movie, and Angry Joe puts this face up there. Look at that. That's the face of a man who hates women. All women are doing is existing. They've lost all of their rights under the Trump administration. They literally can't leave their house. They can't do anything since Trump got elected. And here's one woman who actually gets to star in a movie and live her dream as Supergirl. And Angry Joe is disgusted with the idea of a woman leading a movie.
If you know Jeremy, you know he's being sarcastic, of course. And I find it funny. I completely agree with what Jeremy's doing. Because essentially, he's turning the tables on Angry Joe. Angry Joe pulled this kind of bullshit on Jeremy, Nerdrotic, Critical Drinker, and everybody who interacted with him. And now he hates the movie that he was defending before it even came out. All the people out there that were like, oh, how can you judge a movie before you see it? You know, how do you know you're going to hate it before you see it? And then this motherfucker is like defending the movie as if it's good before it comes out. He sees it and then he thinks it's trash. The irony of that situation. It's like, hey, you know, a thank you or a you were right would never hurt you. But hey, it appears to be your fucking kryptonite, isn't it?
Incredible.
Oh God! What was that?
And Angry Joe is disgusted with the idea of a woman leading a movie. Incredible.
God, Jeremy, why, bro? Why the fuck would you do this? Why would you do this? Oh shit.
Disgusted with the idea of a woman leading a movie. Incredible. While Trump is literally silencing women all over this country, one woman stood above and said, no, Donald, I'm going to be Supergirl. She told a story. I might get a little emotional talking about it. When she was a little girl, her mother, because her father was no longer in the picture, because men are terrible, her mother was taking her out for a stroll. And a soldier who just returned from war was walking down the street. He dropped his flag pin. Little Millie picked up that flag pin, looked at that soldier, and said, even though Trump isn't here, one day he will ruin women's existence. And I hope that you will stand against the misogyny. She handed that flag back to the soldier, looked up and said, freedom. Emotional time. Angry Joe, he doesn't think that's a good story. He doesn't think that's heartwarming. He doesn't think that she deserves to have this movie because she's a woman. I didn't respect this at all. I'm literally making all of this shit up as I go. With that said, Angry Joe hates this movie, and well, Joe, total chud victory because I watched it, and oh my goodness, it was terrible. It was a movie. I saw
it really is.
And I'm going to read you my review on Criticalist, which I gave a 15% out of 100. I went into this movie with the lowest
15% out of 100 is really high, in my opinion. But I gave it a 3 out of 10, so mathematically I was higher. But yeah, no, both are bad. Both are really bad.
Expectations and still left disappointed. Holy fuck, it's bad. Current Hollywood simply can't tell a female-led story without pushing some level of identity politics and or propaganda. Millie Alcock isn't the worst part. In fact, I didn't completely hate her in terms of her performance. It's everything else that I hated. If she wasn't so annoying in the press interviews, I'd actually feel sorry for her because they did her dirty in this movie.
Yes, yeah, they did.
So the story is absolutely pointless, and the writing is impressively horrible. Crypto is annoying as fuck. I typically can't watch sad dog movies, but I don't give a damn about this CG dog.
Exactly. Like, the fact that it's a CGI dog makes it, like, if it was a real dog, we would be a little bit more forgiving, I think. But the fact that it's a CGI dog just makes it all the more annoying. It makes it more cringe and hard to watch, and so you're like, this is just another cheap trick. This is another Baby Yoda, right? It's another Babu Frick. Just another thing to make you think. It's another Baby Groot. Another thing to make you distracted with CGI instead of using genuine, I guess, care or genuine sort of investment. They couldn't use a real dog for some reason. I guess they don't want to hurt animals, and that's fine. But using a real dog would have been more effective and would have gotten crypto much less hate than using a CGI dog that we all now collectively are just like, no, we don't like the CGI dog. You know?
Really don't.
Jason Momoa plays Jason Momoa as usual. The villain is truly one of the worst I've seen. Absolutely painful. There's zero reason for this movie to exist. It doesn't tell a story worth seeing, and there's no real development. Let's just call this movie what it is. Feminist propaganda, plain and
Pretty much.
That's what this movie is.
Pretty much.
Feminist propaganda to a T. That is why this movie was made. That is exactly it. No other reason for this movie to exist.
And that's why it was so fucking boring, I think. I think that's why there was no plot, there was no stakes, no character development, nothing. It was just fucking boring. And, you know, you could pull off the feminist agenda thing, and you can pull off a female-led story effectively. Hell, I even go back to Zack Snyder's Wonder Woman in 2017. There's been female characters for decades. Laura Croft. You got Marilyn Monroe, who's been leading movies, you know, in the early days of Hollywood. So all this intersectional feminist crap about, you know, oh, women haven't been in movies before or whatever, we all know it's bullshit. And the reason why is because they want to, I guess, drain your money and make people gaslight them into believing that they're picking a political side by seeing a movie, as I've mentioned before. And this is just another example of that. See, the difference is now is they can call you sexist for it if you don't like their garbage movie. And so what it comes down to essentially is that it's you make boring garbage, essentially, right? You make boring garbage that has nothing investable to like about it, and so you can call people sexist and you can, you know, be divisive about it, and then have a reason to complain when it flops or whatever. That's what it really comes down to.
They simply said we need to make this movie so that we can tell a feminist story and virtue signal. And overall, it is sitting at a 29% on critics, 33 votes in. I gave it 15%. It's bad. It is real fucking bad. So that's Mike. There's Mike. Mike gave it a 30%. I gave it a 15. But yeah, man, it is not good at all. Man, what a bad movie. But the thing is with Joe, and this is what was funny about Angry Joe, is that he virtue signaled for this movie big time.
Yep.
He lashed out at me, Disparu, Drinker, Gary, everybody. He was so angry. Everyone was saying like that this movie was gonna be crap, and Joe was just no. You guys are just misogynists. You guys just hate women. And then he watched it, and he ended up hating it.
Why did you do that? The whole point of this. Did you miss the whole fucking point? At the end, okay, let me say this. There's two things.
Angry Joe has always been a pussy. Plain and simple. I've never liked him, never been a fan of him. He's always been a pussy.
I'm getting into my hate. Okay, as you can tell, I'm getting the hate.
As you can see, Joe has a 500 consideration. Look at the comments. 825 comments. 544 likes. So
you love to see it. You love to see it.
Responded.
And I just put this picture of Gary. And I just put I didn't even say anything. Picture of Gary. That's all I had to do. Oh, the internet is so much fun. It really is. But good old Joe, man, he's having a tough one right now. Kate says, doesn't this mean you hate women now, Joe? Isn't that how this works?
Exactly.
Everybody's calling him a misogynist. It's made for you. Oh my goodness. Yeah, he's just getting crushed. He's getting absolutely roasted. And rightfully so. So there you have it. I'll talk more about Supergirl at a later date, but those are my general thoughts right there. It's a bad movie. But I will say this, like, even though I went into it, you know, not having a high opinion of Millie Alcock, I gotta say, man, she's not as bad as I was anticipating, but the portrayal of her is so horrible. They did this girl.
Yeah.
In fact, this is what Millie Alcock looked like through the whole fucking movie. She looked like Sabretooth from the first X-Men movie, the whole fucking movie. This her is Sabretooth. It's literally what she did. Did her no favors with the close-ups and the angles and all of that, man. I mean, it was horrible how they did her. I couldn't believe it. I would say between her and Momoa, they were the least, I guess, they were the least
problematic in the movie, I guess is the thing. Like their castings were fine. And I think in a different world with a different director and a different script, I don't think she would be the worst choice for Supergirl. But the way that they treated her in this movie, it was bad. It was very, very bad.
Yeah.
But hey, you get what you deserve. I got no sympathy for her whatsoever.
Exactly. Exactly. That was D-Day Cobra right there. Shout out D-Day Cobra. Metal Rain Austin. I like some of Angry Joe's stuff when I was a kid, but I'm disappointed that he's still defending this trash, especially when he came out and hates it but still defends. It's ridiculous. Yeah, it is. The crypto from the Smallville series is better than DCU crypto. I need to watch the Smallville series. That was a blind spot for me. I remember seeing parts of it growing up, like when I was younger, but I was too young to watch it, I think, when it came out. So I never watched it to completion, but I need to go back and rewatch it. And so Tom Welling is another amazing Superman. I remember seeing him as Superman, and I remember liking him from what I saw from Smallville. I need to go back and rewatch. Growing up alongside Cavill and Brandon Ruth and Tyler, yeah, yes, we used to have really good Supermen. We used to have really good, like, before Henry Cavill, it was rare that you saw a bad Superman, like a bad actor play Superman, right? I can't think of a bad actor playing Superman before Henry Cavill. Henry Cavill was cast good. I think some of the problems with Zack Snyder movies were not done any favors. I think with Batman v Superman and some of what they did with Superman, but Henry Cavill was never in doubt. Like, it was never in doubt that Henry Cavill was a good casting for Superman. I always thought he was, and I was really disappointed when James Gunn fired him. So I always had love for Henry Cavill Superman. He's always been my guy for Superman, I think. I just think that the portrayal of him in the movies was not what it could have been. Certainly, Man of Steel and Batman v Superman are supremely better movies of how they treated Superman and Batman compared to James Gunn's Superman. I think that's where myself and Metal Rain Austin have a lot in common. Looks like Sabretooth, yeah, so true, and I like Sabretooth, and would find Supergirl a mockery of him, yeah. Yeah, Sabretooth would find a Supergirl a mockery of him. Probably would. It'd be funny, though. It'd be funny if they had an interaction. Oh, that was a funny roast by Jeremy. Let's see. What do we got up here? Let's go back to D-Day Cobra. One more. Do one more D-Day Cobra, and then we'll move on from him. See, just got this one. It came out 2 days ago.
Imagine if that pile of stuff to clean disappeared. Introducing Tide Evo.
I'm not coming on Saturday. I'm strapped for cash. You should tell people.
Joe! When you're wrong, you...
Yeah, Angry Joe's on a crash out. That's one of the reasons why I decided to do a live stream, is because there was so much Angry Joe content that people were making and different takes that I just could not do reactions to everything. So I thought, fuck it, I was just going to go live and react to as much Supergirl content as possible, milk the shit out of this while I can, and get my lick in, if you will.
When you're wrong, you can do a couple things. There's a couple of different ways you can handle it. You can simply just admit it and say, yeah, I was wrong. Or you can take the Angry Joe approach and just blame toxic men. But what's interesting here is that Angry Joe is complaining about review bombing and political agendas as to why Supergirl is being destroyed. This is Angry Joe's take. Guys, the reason it's getting negativity is because all those men that hate women, they're really, really mad. And you're like, what? And then Joe says, since we're trending on X News, our response to Nerdrotic and Critical Drinker and all their multiple lackeys on X over the film Supergirl. So Joe says to all of Nerdrotic's fandom menace brigading here, We predicted Supergirl would have problems before its debut. We predicted it would likely fail at the box office multiple times in our trailer reactions. Go out and see Supergirl, said at the end of one video in which we all said those things beforehand because we wanted to see a Lobo film. I also said go out and see Superman 2025, a film many of you hated with passion. Y'all thought it was woke trash, LOL. I also said go out and support Black Adam, another bad film, because I wanted Henry to get another shot he deserved. My audience has the context of what to go out and support a film means. They know our review is always on the way with our brutal, honest opinion. You don't.
To me, it just sounds like Angry Joe is not only he's not only spineless, but he has no integrity either. He doesn't know when to take an L. He doesn't know when to take an L, so he'll try and backtrack and make this giant wall of text to try and justify his position, and it looks like he's blaming everybody else for the failure of Supergirl, rather than just taking the L and shutting the fuck up.
Unlike you grifters, we don't decide a film is worthless or a failure based on LGBT interviews before we see it. Holy shit, Joe. We judge our final review. We don't care if an actress says she could go both ways, which is why I tweeted at your masters. That shit doesn't matter. And they got butthurt to send you here about it. It's not even in the film. I was right. Good Lord, man. Mocking of Millie's appearance by online weirdos on X. Fuck all that. Millie was right there too. Why do you female-led hero films trigger Christian avatar dads on X, posting disgusting shit, which these guys encourage? What about her appearance while they teach their daughters to do the opposite? It's weird shit. What the fuck are we doing, man? Yes, the film wasn't as good as we wanted. That's right. Doesn't justify any of the piece of shit behavior from those who have your attention. Why are there so many cavemen thumbnails from Nerd All right, I'm putting that one on my thumbnail tonight. I got a Supergirl video coming out on the Main Geeks and Gamers channel. Caveman thumbnail on. It's happening tonight, Joe. It's because you asked for it. I don't make up the rules, Joe. Caveman thumbnail. What are you talking about? And his ilk on Millie when she's the least of the film's problems. I actually agree with him, by the way. She is the least of the film's problems. It's really,
yeah.
I don't care if it's unpopular. She is the least of the film's problems. She is.
Yeah.
We know why. And I'm so fucking glad we didn't turn out like that. And that we don't care to appeal to the lowest common denominator with that shit. We were raised different.
Oh, the we were raised different argument. Angry Joe's a pussy. He is a pussy.
If you still don't like me calling out bullshit from your idols, tough, cry here for us more. It helps engagement. Hey guys, Joe was raised different. Look how different he was raised.
Why did you do that? The whole point of this. Did you miss the whole fucking point? At the end. Okay, let me say this. There's two things. I'm getting into my hate. Okay, as you can tell, I'm getting the hate.
He's getting into his peepees.
Guys, he was raised so well, which is why he's screaming over a female-led movie. A female-led movie.
Hey, good. Not for good. The voice. Stop influencing me. Not.
He was raised though.
For good. The voice. Stop influencing me.
Yeah. So there you have it. So the point being is that, Joe, all you had to do was say, you know what? I really wanted this movie to be good. I thought it was going to be good, and I was wrong. All those guys that said that it was terrible, they were right. You win some, you lose some. But my apologies. Those guys, they got it right, and I got it wrong. That's all you got to do. And everybody moves on from it. But instead, here's Joe. Yep. It's just crazy, man. And to act like these bad reviews are because men are giving us bad reviews and review bombing it, you gave it a 4 out of 10, motherfucker. What are you talking about? And go over to Criticalist. You can see what the reviews are for Supergirl on Criticalist. And let's just say it ain't good. It ain't good. 26% average score. Okay? 15%, 35%, 6%, 60%, 75%, 0. Come on, you guys. Like 0, come on. 28% from Blaine. 15%, 0. I personally don't take zeros, like, seriously. Like, come on, man. 0. I don't think that helps. Again, you're free to do it because you can do whatever you want. But 0, come on, man.
Yeah.
A bunch of zeros. There's Marvin with a 10.
For me personally, like, I would have given this movie a 0. I had to kind of scratch and claw to find stuff that, like, were redeeming qualities about this movie. There really aren't a lot of redeeming qualities about this movie. It really is bad. It's one of the worst films I think I've seen. I would have given it a 0. The reason I didn't is because I wanted to find some positives. You know, David Cornsweat and Superman scenes, some of the Krypton scenes, Lobo. Like, I had to find a couple positives, but overall, like, there was not much. It really is a bad movie.
10, 40, 20, 27, 19. Odin. 0. A lot of like Danky. You gave it a 2%. The fuck? What's the lowest I've given something? Okay, maybe I'm wrong. I think I did. No, I haven't given anything a 0. Okay, I did. Okay. All right. Okay. I did give something a 0. I thought I gave it a 5, but I gave something a 0. All right, I stand corrected. It deserved it. Oh no. Oh, it's oh, no.
Preserved Pedro.
Now that is a brutal. Okay, that is brutal. With his belly hanging out. I like the one where he's in the race car bed though. That one's funny too. Watching it. There. He's just getting memed to hell, man. With his little Supergirl doll. The stretch marks are brutal, man. I think he was responding to a few of them. Here's his race car bed. He was responding to a few of them trying to play it off, and it's like, dude, you can't. You've gone too far on this bullshit, man.
Precisely. R.I.P. Angry Joe. You did it to yourself, buddy. Back to Metal Rain Austin. The Snyder Cut did justice to the Joss Whedon cut. That I do agree with, because the Joss Whedon cut, oof. Looking back at that movie, oof. It's rough. The Snyder Cut, I really did like the Snyder Cut, though. I was a fan of the Snyder Cut. So, the Snyder Cut to me is not perfect, but nonetheless, it improves on everything about the Joss Whedon cut of the Justice League. But I think 4 hours for that movie was way too long, and a lot of it was super unnecessary. And had they had focused on, early on, if we had gotten the planned Flash and Cyborg movies and Aquaman prior to Justice League, I think it would have turned out better. And we would have had that same kind of build-up Avengers style for Justice League. Throwing in the Flash and Cyborg's extra scenes in the Snyder Cut helped extend it much longer than it needed to be, and it kind of hurts the film a little bit. Not that I didn't like those scenes. I did. I liked those scenes, and I liked what the movie did. It's just that with what it could have been a tight-knit, 2.5, 3 hour movie, have it be epic, set up, an ultimate clash with Darkseid, and you could still have it be efficient, but the fact that it was 4 hours long was a bit much, right? The scene in Antiquity, when you have Zeus and Ares, the Amazonians, all the Green Lanterns, like fighting Darkseid on Earth. I thought that shit was awesome. The Atlanteans, I said the Atlanteans. All the ancient warriors fighting Darkseid. That shit was awesome. And the Snyder Cut. I like that. I was like, keep that in the movie, for sure. I love Joss on Avengers 1 and 2, but somehow doesn't understand DC. It's not that he doesn't understand DC, because Joss Whedon, in spite of the controversies and that stuff that he's been through, Joss Whedon knows his shit comic book wise. That's why he was so good at doing Avengers 1 and 2. And it's not that he doesn't understand DC. Because I like, what's it called? The Nightmare stuff was dope as well. Yeah, it was. I actually do like the Nightmare stuff. I like that too. Joss Whedon, I think the problem with him picking up DC's Justice League at the time that he did was all due to Zack Snyder leaving. And I don't blame Zack Snyder one bit for taking time off to be with family after a tragic event like that, because when that happens, it's like you got to drop everything and be with your family. That is a really terrible situation to be in for Zack Snyder, and that put the studios in a really tough spot, because then they were like, well, we need to pick this up and get this out. And this is at a time, by the way, where Warner Brothers was trying to catch up with Marvel and Disney, and so they were just far behind. They didn't have the patience to just, drop everything for Zack Snyder. So they hired Joss Whedon because he seemed like he was the right guy. But it's pretty clear that Joss Whedon's version of events and what he could have done was like, how do I explain this? Like, he was coming into Zack Snyder's vision halfway through the movie was already finished, right? Like, the movie was pretty much already finished, and they wanted Joss Whedon to come in and almost remake the movie. And so, it's like, think about it like this. Joss Whedon and James Gunn are similar in a lot of ways. I would have not had James Gunn run the DCU, just like I would have not had Joss Whedon or Zack Snyder solo run the DCU. I think a collective effort. You have James Gunn, Christopher Nolan, Zack Snyder, Joss Whedon, Brad Bird, Matthew Vaughn. You get them all as a collective, and you have them in a round table tossing ideas back and forth to each other as a team, as a group. You can really create something special, because that's what the MCU did. The MCU wasn't just Kevin Feige. It was Stan Lee. Stan Lee was involved with some of this creative process. He was a producer. You had Robert Downey Jr. as an actor. You had Jon Favreau. James Gunn was involved with the MCU. The Russo brothers, Kevin Feige. You had Edgar Wright. Joss Whedon was in there. So they had a round table of guys that were working on the MCU to build it up to what it became. And that's what DC needed. They never needed to be just one guy to run the show. And so the thing about like Joss Whedon coming in, it's not that he doesn't understand DC, it's that he came into a movie that was already halfway done, and he had to basically pick up the pieces of Zack Snyder's vision without understanding Zack Snyder's vision. So he more so doesn't understand Zack Snyder than he doesn't understand DC. Because if Joss Whedon made his own Justice League movie from the ground up with his own built-up characters, his own, if he had directed Superman or Man of Steel or Batman v Superman ahead of time and it was all Joss Whedon's vision, I think our outlook on the Justice League cut would be much different than it is now, because of how contrastingly different it is from Zack Snyder's version, if that makes sense. So I think it's more about the clashing of ideas between Joss Whedon and Zack Snyder than it is about Joss Whedon not understanding DC. Count is another good YouTuber too. He's been making videos lately about how Supergirl flopped and it did, and how James Gunn will be out. Counties, huh? Let me see. I'm gonna do one of these. Bam. And then we're gonna, you see my face, my ugly mug. You see my ugly mug? You have not checked out my recent album, go check it out. Bam. Go check it out. Looking up.
Offers professional.
I'm gonna drop that real quick. Let me see. It's ads. It's all ads and shit. Let me see. How do I grab this fucker? There it is. You're watching me play games with my fucking OBS because I'm unprofessional as shit when I do this. Unprofessional as fucking shit. Is this the guy you're talking about, Metal Rain? Supergirl movie is the worst superhero film ever made. James Gunn is cooked. Sounds like one of my thumbnails or one of my titles.
This movie is on track to be a massive flop. Unfortunately, I don't know what the exact numbers are, but it is tracking to do similar numbers opening weekend to The Flash and The Marvels, which are.
It seems like the internet is coming together to tell the truth about this Supergirl movie. The truth being that this is probably the worst superhero movie ever created. And chat, I've seen Craven. I've seen Madam Web. I've seen The Flash. I've seen The Marvels. And I can tell you, this is the worst superhero movie ever made. This is Supergirl. But let's rewind the clock a little bit to when these shills, these liars, these people that I just showed you were trying to trick you into going out and watching this movie. They would tell you, Millie Alcock, she is Supergirl. She is the best thing about this movie. And now people that have seen this movie are all in agreement. Supergirl is garbage. The actress that was hired to play this character, Millie Alcock, was miscast. The entire movie is about Supergirl being out of place, mourning the destruction of her planet, getting drunk, being messy, which we already knew. We already knew this is what they were going to do. There's no love interest in this movie. There's no hope. There's nothing. All we get is this Supergirl that is not very much super at all. She's a degenerate. It's a stupid story, and people are saying that this story was actually written by AI. Here it is right here. Variety rips Supergirl script, just like our insider warned. Which is funny because if we remember correctly, which I've covered this in the past, chat, James Gunn, this doofus, he said, we're only going to make a movie if the script is good.
I remember when he said that. I do remember when he said that, and yeah, that's bullshit. I also think so. Here's the thing about AI. Everybody likes to. Everything that's bad now is AI. Apparently, that's what people think, even though they never watched Terminator or read an Isaac Asimov, Isaac Asimov novel. All things AI are evil is what you'll hear people say. It's like, when a movie is this bad, it can't just be AI. That is human error. You are downplaying human error because you're saying that AI is somehow so bad that it can't be as bad as a human writing it. No, actually, humans writing is worse than AI sometimes because humans are that fucking retarded. Particularly the women, apparently in Hollywood, that write stuff like this. I blame human error more than AI for bad shit like this, or The Boys, or The Acolyte. That is not AI. That is human error.
This is what James Gunn said. Then they made this movie. It's awful. And I'll tell you exactly what happens in this movie. You got Supergirl. She's her dad rips the city out before the planet is destroyed, and then there's some kryptonite, so all the people are dying. So Supergirl, Kara's dad, launched her to Earth to go be with Kal-El. She lands, she feels out of place. She's mourning the destruction of her planet. So she goes to these planets with red sun to drink, to be a drunk, to be a party girl, a degenerate, something that your little girls should not aspire to be. And while she's on one of these planets, this other character, female character, badass Mary Sue character finds her, and she tells her, "Oh, there's this guy. He killed my family." And lo and behold, that guy shows up, and it's not.
Killed my innocent and what was it? Innocent and honorable family. Killed my innocent and honorable family.
Lobo, by the way, is this other character, a very forgettable character. This character right here, this guy, he shows up.
Yeah.
Shoots Crypto with a poison dart. Now Crypto's poison.
Ronan the Accuser is still a more memorable villain than this guy.
Has 3 days. The guy steals Kara's ship, takes off. Now they have 3 days to try and avenge the death of the parents to the other forgettable Mary Sue character. And Supergirl needs to find an antidote. And she goes, and they do the thing, and it happens. Lobo is in it for a couple of scenes, maybe. He's there at the end. He's riding around a motorcycle with rubber wheels. That's another thing, another problem. And then at the end, she goes back to Earth, and she tells Superman, "I'm here now." Stupid movie. One of the worst movies of all time. And honestly, I've had it with these shills. I've had it with these influencers tricking people to go out and spend money, and more importantly, spend their time to watch this woke garbage.
Yes.
That's the real story here. That's the real issue. These shills trying to hype up this thing. But it turns out that this movie, that's how bad this movie is, Chad. I want you to understand that. I want you to understand just how bad this Supergirl movie is, that even these influencers that we're bringing in to hype this garbage up, even they are admitting the truth. That again, this Supergirl movie is unwatchable. It's horrible. It is the worst superhero movie ever made. And if James Gunn still has a job after this movie flops, which it will, because this movie has absolutely nothing going for it. The only hope Supergirl had was word of mouth. And word of mouth is, this movie is garbage. So again, if James Gunn still has a job as the president of DC, once it's all said and done with this movie, there is a psyop. This is something. The point is not to entertain you with superhero movies, with DC movies. There's something else going on, and I want nothing to do with it.
Well, that's exactly what I was saying earlier in the live stream, was that, in Hollywood, you fail upwards. Kathleen Kennedy should have been fired after Solo lost money for Star Wars, but she managed to stick around for damn near half a decade, more than that, 8 years, I think, after that. So you fail upwards. I would not be surprised if James Gunn is still in DC. However, I think it's more likely that he doesn't want to be there. So any opportunity he has to get out of his contract, he will. And I think he's done after Man of Tomorrow. I think Man of Tomorrow is it for him. And he's going to be out by then. Fired or not, he'll probably not renew his contract. I don't think he can take the heat, and I don't think he wants to after all this. As much as far as the PSYOP goes, I mean, that's all of Hollywood, baby. That's all of Hollywood. It's not just DC. It's not just James Gunn. But yeah, they won't fire him. I don't think they'll fire him. And if they do, I will be genuinely shocked. But I'll be more shocked if he doesn't walk out on his own accord and just takes the L.
Look at this right here. Supergirl set to flop in opening weekend as Toy Story 5 eyes another box office crown. That's right. Ain't no way Toy Story 5 is dropping to number 2. No. Supergirl is going to debut. It's lucky at number 2, probably number 3.
Yeah.
And one thing I want to brace you for, Chad. When this movie comes out to the masses, and it flops, which it will, that's all but a guarantee, which I've been telling you, by the way. This isn't breaking news. This is like 10 videos ago. And if you're new to the channel, make sure you subscribe. But once this movie debuts and it flops, they're going to come after you.
They're going to call you toxic, a misogynist. They're going to call you a phobe, a this, a that.
They already did, fam.
And chat, I know most of you are not. I'm certainly none of those things.
For me, it's debatable. I mean, I make edgy jokes and whatnot, so the sad thing is that it may actually apply to me, but most fandom are not.
So when these words get brought up, chat, I'm at the point where I don't give a damn. I'm going to continue to tell the truth, to tell you the truth, because I care about you. I don't want you to waste your time, money, energy in this woke garbage that is destroying our culture, our entertainment. Anyway.
As much as I appreciate that, and I really do appreciate that, the thing with me is, it's like you can't really lead a horse to, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't really make it drink. So watch whatever you want, support whatever you want, but just know that what you are supporting is woke garbage. What you are supporting is Hollywood fucking slop. It is trash. It is feminist propaganda. That's what it is. You can support whatever you want. Spend your time however you like. Just remember that you don't got a lot of time left, and the time spent watching this, you'll never get back. So that's the message I will say. It's hopefully more damning about this film than just saying that it's woke propaganda, right? And it absolutely is. But the truth is that aside from it being woke propaganda, it's just a waste of time.
You guys, let me know what you think down in the comments. And like always, don't forget to subscribe. Sensational.
It was a good video. Count Izzy, is that his name? Count Izzy? Yeah, that's him. David Ellison, listen to the fans and restore the Snyderverse. Paramount won't continue this trash universe. I have no idea what Paramount's going to do. Once Paramount gets a hold of this, I have no idea what they're going to do. I appreciate the Snyderverse fans. I do. I think y'all are crazy in a good way, and I think you guys are what fandoms look like when they're strong. But realistically speaking, I have no idea what Paramount and David Ellison is going to do. Plus Zack Snyder's been working on Rebel Moon, and I don't know if Rebel Moon is the basis you want to go off of for the future of the DCU. Like I said before, a collective, Zack Snyder, Christopher Nolan, James Gunn, Joss Whedon, Brad Bird, Matthew Vaughn, that's your collective group that would build the DCU from the ground up and make something special. Have David Ayer in there too. David Ayer and his Suicide Squad. Bring him back. Do that. But having it just be Zack Snyder, I don't know if that's going to work out the way that you think it's going to work out, bro. But I do think that there's a way to save DC. They just can't drop it on one guy. I see the comments here. Snyder's laughing his ass off. Snyder's buddies with James Gunn. That's the thing. Like they're buddies with each other. So I don't know if he's laughing his ass off. If anything, Henry Cavill is laughing his ass off. I think Zack Snyder's more concerned about Rebel Moon right now. I'll give Count Izzy a subscribe. Fuck it. I'll give him a subscribe. Sounds good to me. Let's watch Supergirl.
It's getting really difficult.
Supergirl Catastrophe Weekend falls behind Morbius massive rants.
For these videos now, because you think Supergirl's hit an all-time low, and then it keeps sinking further and further down. You see,
in comparison to how badly it's been doing at the box office, I've been using the Marvels and the Flash as examples. Well, I can't use the Flash anymore because the Flash is just too far ahead. A new contender has entered the building, and it's Morbius. And what's even worse is Supergirl's weekend box office did lower than that. Yeah, boy! Hi, everyone. It's Az here from Heel vs. Babyface. Big shout out to you guys and gals in the comment section of the recent videos that have been saying things like, Az looks really happy. Well, do you know what? Because I am. I really, really am. I couldn't be having any more fun right now. And if you will forgive me, I'm sure somebody will timestamp when I get onto the actual box office numbers. But if you'll forgive me, I just want to start off this video with a mini rant, if that is okay with you. You see, the moment I saw Superman at the theaters, I didn't see Creature Commandos. Nobody did, because nobody cared. But when I saw Superman at the theater, I realized that not just James Gunn was the wrong man for this job, but I also realized that this DCU was doomed from the get-go. The first cinematic movie, and it's done already. The way that he made Superman essentially get his ass kicked for 2 hours, he made Superman the butt of pretty much every joke, like he did with Supergirl as well. The way that he just had no respect for him whatsoever. The messiness of too many characters, being completely outshone by Mr. Terrific, who I think was the best character in the whole film. On top of that, it made no sense. There'd been no world building. There was no consequence to Superman losing his first fight. Crypto, which is just James Gunn's dog, is a wanker and was a wanker in Supergirl. How do you make a dog unlikable in a movie?
Right?
Everybody roots for the animal, but not in this case. You're like, Krem, don't shoot him with the poison. Just get a shotgun out instead. We've seen things like Lanterns and Damon Lindelof coming out and saying, well, we called it Lanterns because green's stupid. But if you don't like superheroes, fuck off.
Exactly.
You know, if you don't like superheroes and what they stand for and all of that stuff, just piss off. We don't need people that hate these things running the show, writing the films, the TV shows.
Yes. Kick out Tom King. Kick out Damon Lindelof. Kick out, if you got Alex Kurtzman, kick him out. Kick out J.J. Abrams and anybody who's affiliated with J.J. Abrams. You can keep Matt Reeves. Keep Matt Reeves, but make sure J.J. Abrams isn't involved.
And on top of that, Lanterns look like they have no bloody idea how the ring actually works.
Exactly.
They're training him up for the ring. It's not how it works. The ring chooses the bearer. That's how it operates. But it's just an excuse for them to kill off Hal Jordan, which they're doing, by the way, and passing the ring over to Jon Stewart. When you can have both. You've already got Guy Gardner as it is. So you could have a Hal Jordan training up a younger Jon Stewart and make it that way instead of fighting over his ring. Also, Jon Stewart wouldn't have been able to even use Hal Jordan's ring, which he does in it up. But, you know, they have no clue. And then Supergirl being positioned as the second movie, which was initially going to be The Authority. What? And that was because it had a finished script. Did it? But did it though? Because I thought the script was garbage. Absolute garbage. Supergirl should have been nowhere near the second film. You got Superman, then Super Derivative. It was always destined to be a disaster. When you're starting off your universe, you need your big guns. We needed Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman. We needed the Trinity to kick it off. And you could get your organic diversity through that. 2 dudes, 1 chick. But no, let's get Supergirl going. Let's get a really unlikable Supergirl going. Let's get a Supergirl that makes a cameo at the end of Superman, and the only thing she does is call him a bitch. There was a bitch in that Fortress of Solitude, sweetheart, and it was you. And it continued to be you, because she's hideously unlikable in her film. There is zero reason to root for her or support her. And that is a huge problem when you're dealing with heroes, because heroes are selfless, aspirational characters that we look up to. But when they're being made by the dregs of society, Like James Gunn, when you've seen all the fucking tweets and weird shit that he's put out, you know what that guy's probably into, and let's just say should be on the FBI wanted list.
Right.
Then you know you're not dealing with the right people. We wanted Superman to be that absolute towering authority over the rest of those heroes. The ones that the Mr. Terrifics and the Guy Gardners, and I don't know what the fuck that Hawk Girl was, but holy shit. Those would look up to him and be like, that's what we got to be like.
Yep.
That's what we got to be like. And it wasn't. It was a soft... As it's been said many times, and I think this analogy is absolutely spot on, we've not seen Superman yet. All we've got is Clark Kent. We've literally just got Clark Kent. We've never seen Superman. We've never seen him really come together with that authority and gravitas. So, Supergirl's failure, particularly when you saw the trailers and how bad they were, particularly when it was positioned as the second movie, which it should have never have been. Then you got the press junkets and the interviews, and Millie Alcock's just a massive dickhead. Because seems to have any media training, or if this is the media training, then these studios are lost. Peter Safran coming out and saying Supergirl is our way of getting the fans' trust back. It's doing less than Morbius. Nobody likes it. You've got weirdos already coming out of the woodwork, and I'm not just talking angry fucking cuck. I'm talking about weirdos.
Yeah.
Oh, look, it's the misogynists again. It's the sexists again. Look at them. Yeah? Well, my question to those people is, where are the fucking women? Where are the women turning up? Because do you know what? There's just as much criticism coming from fucking women than there is from men. But y'all gotta go simping and fucking sweeping like absolute slug bitches, belly on the ground.
I love it when Az goes on his rants. I really do. Az going on rants just brings some joy to my heart.
Oh, please leave the billion-dollar corporation, which, by the way, had to be sold to Paramount because it was billions in debt, to another company that's billions in debt. Oh, leave the billion-dollar corporation alone, huh? Unbelievable. If you want slop, support this stuff, because that's what this has been. Superman was slop, and Supergirl was even bloody worse. Mm-hmm. And I'm sorry that I've got a voice that says, do you know what? I actually want a bit of fucking quality for once.
Yep.
I'm sick and tired of this slop. Marvel have been producing slop since Endgame. And a little bit before with a couple of the things. But we've had this for so long now, and the defense is so boring because it's mostly coming likely from bot accounts, from marketing companies that have been hired by the studios to try and lower the dissenting voices, shame the dissenting voices into quietness, and then just sweep for the film until it flops miserably, which it already has done, and then it just goes silent. Miraculously, suddenly all the chatter just goes because they pulled the plug on the bot campaign. So if you want slop, and judging by the fact that this is failing miserably at the box office, people actually have some quality control, which is more than Warner and DC Studios and James Gunn and Peter Safran and whatever the fuck that Anna Narega woman wrote, if she even wrote it. And did Gillespie really direct it? Because there was a lot of scenes which seemed identical to James Gunn's other scenes, like the sweeping Mr. Terrific shot, and then the Guy Gardner using the ring to blow up all the tank shot, that panning overhead somebody else kind of shot. And that was in Supergirl. Strange, hey? This film had James Gunn's filthy fucking fingerprints all over it. And I don't for 1 minute believe that Anna Narega, whatever the hell she's called, fully wrote this.
Anna N-word.
In actual fact, I'm not even convinced that Gillespie fully directed it either. So yes, I am a very happy bunny right now. Because to me, this is karma. This is just desserts. You get what you fucking deserve.
Yep.
And with Millie Alcock being an absolute embarrassment on the red carpet, when your film was already up against the wall in terms of should never have been a second film, the trailers looked hot garbage, and the tracking was in the toilet, opening a big fucking dick licker and going off on, oh, Christian dads, and oh my God, this film is beautiful because it's got no romance, no love, no soul. Which is a weird thing to say to the LGBT community, I guess. But there again, I ain't got a problem with the LGB community at all. It's when that comes in, and after that it all goes weird.
Mm-hmm.
So she talked even more people out of the theaters, compounded with the fact that it had Toy Story 5 to deal with, which was always going to be tough, and then the next week it was going to have Minions to deal with, which was going to be tough as well. So instead of putting their best foot forward, they decided to walk into the quicksand and sink. And so I'll reiterate once more, I am indeed a very happy bunny. Now that I've got that off my chest, let's have a look at some figures, shall we? Here are the Supergirl box office numbers.
Oh, yikes.
38 million domestically and only 30 million internationally. And that international is really going to haunt Supergirl, which is already in, well, you cannot recover from this territory, but it's just going to make it even worse. So worldwide, it only managed to do 68 million. I explained this yesterday on Afternoon Tea with Az, but for those of you that didn't see that show, let's put it into these terms. Let's say next week, Supergirl has a drop-off of 50%. It's a very generous number, isn't it? But let's just say it drops off by 50%. That 68 million becomes 34 million. So you add the two together, and it's on 102 million worldwide. And then let's say the week after, that 34 million goes down another 50%. So it becomes 17 million. That 102 just goes to 119. And then let's just say that 17 million goes down another 50%. You know, we're dealing with 8 point something, you know, 8.5. And then you add that 8.5 onto 119, and it's 127. That's where the box office tends to go. That tends to be the regular, normal cycle of a box office. It would have to really hold up to stop a catastrophe like that from happening.
And it's not.
It's feasible, and it is possible that that's the kind of avenue that this will go down. And Supergirl could end its run on 150 to 170 million tops. Not even sniffing 200. Remember, the budget is 170 million. So
Budget's 170 million, doesn't even include marketing, reshoots, or any of the advertisements or sponsors that were involved. Oof.
Let's go down to the actual breakdown. So the Friday's been adjusted. Just remember, these are as good estimates as possible based off the data they get. So the Friday actually went up by 200,000. Success! No? Okay. Not a great success. Because the Saturday is the biggest day of the week for a film. And I honestly thought that Supergirl was going to do about 15 million on the Saturday. I thought she was, seeing the Thursday and the Friday's numbers, I thought she was going to open up to $43 million. It was 5 million below that, and the Saturday is the reason why. Because they just didn't turn up. That adjusted number for the Friday takes it to 10.4 million on the Friday. And the Saturday could only do 10.7. 300,000 more. That's it. That's a horror Saturday. And then the Sunday is a prediction. We'll find out the exact number for the Sunday later today. But I've got a sneaky suspicion that this 9.1 might go down to about 8.9. Maybe even 8.8. I'm only basing that off the Saturday's horrendous number, by the way. I don't have any other data, number one, to compare it with. But let's go back to the Marvels, which we've made a comparison to. But here's the really important part. The Marvels, if we go to their box office, did 46.1 million on its opening weekend. 8.1 million higher domestically than Supergirl. So Supergirl is already massively behind the Marvels. Now you look at that week ahead, 2.3, 3.3, 1.7, 1.2. It has a horror week, which Supergirl could do better, but it could have. But it's 8.1 million domestically ahead right now. And then if we go back up, this is the really concerning part. The international for the Marvels is way more than the domestic. With Supergirl, the international's lagging way behind. So if Supergirl can't even compete with Marvel on a domestic level, and this only made 206 million, I don't think Supergirl can sniff 200. I don't think it can right now.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
I think my initial predictions, like way back in the, when we heard that this was coming out, I think my initial predictions were about 350 to 400 million. And then when it was all said and done, when the interviews were done and when the trailers had come out and we'd seen what an absolute fucking disaster this was going to be, I think my prediction went down to 225. 220 to 230, 225. I don't think it's getting anywhere close.
Yeah, no.
Here's the real kicker, folks. Even if it's just for this week, Morbius, which ended on $162.5 million worldwide, which also had a better international than domestic. Oh, dear goodness me. The international market is fucking sick of this shit. But if we scroll down, Morbius opened to 39 million. It opened to 39 million. And it opened up to the number one spot, which is something Supergirl did not and will not sniff. So even Morbius has beaten her. And now the funny thing is we can start comparing Morbius's weeklies with Supergirl as we gradually go through the week. 2.2 Monday, 2.2 Tuesday, 1.6 Wednesday, and a 1.3 Thursday. So, sorry, Flash, you're just doing too good. You're too good of a failure to compare to Supergirl. We got to keep it with the Marvels and now Morbius. Holy cow.
Yikes.
So right for now, off this opening weekend, I don't think it's out of the realms of possibility to say that Supergirl might end its cinematic run on around about 175 million. I don't think that's out the realms of possibility at all. It will literally just make its production budget back, but of course it doesn't, because that will actually only be half of the production budget.
Exactly.
Because the cinemas have got to take their cut. It's approximately domestically 55%, but internationally it goes down to 40%, 25% in some countries like China. So we say ish 50%. Then you've got to add the marketing, 70 million, 100 million. And again, it's got to recoup that through the box office. So you've got to double that. We're looking at 485, 500 to make its money back on a $170 million production budget, 70 to 100 million marketing budget. This is going to lose hundreds of millions. It's going to probably lose everything that it put in. That 170 and that marketing, that's all got. That's just a whole loss. They might as well have just set that money on fire.
Pretty much.
I would have bought so much Lego and Transformers with that, and G.I. Joes.
I said to my friends after watching this movie in theaters, there's no problems that have ever been solved, no world problems that have ever been solved by Hollywood money. All the money that went into Supergirl, the millions of dollars that went into Supergirl, could have gone to cancer research, could have gone to solving world hunger, could have gone to bettering technology, could have gone to helping starving children or dementia patients or something. Instead, it went to propaganda flopping. It went to garbage DCU slop. Just a waste of fucking money.
Oh, and that, guys and girls, that's why I'm a very happy bunny. Hey, and with all these fun and games, we've got a week to wait now until we get the week 1 to week 2 drop off. And that in itself could be just oh my. So many fun times ahead of us. And I'll see you guys and gals very soon. You take care. Goodbye,
Love Az. Az is great. Go subscribe to Heel vs. Babyface. I love Az. He's cool. Let's see. Metal Rain Austin. I think Christopher Nolan will come back too and maybe do another Batman movie via Elseworlds. I would be down for that. I'd be down for Christopher Nolan coming back and doing another Batman movie, doing like an Elseworlds thing. If he does it like that's outside of the Dark Knight trilogy, I'm cool with that too. If it's in the Dark Knight, timeline, that's fine. I think ending it on the trilogy was a better idea, but doing another Christian Bale Batman movie, I would not hate. I'd like that. Movies, TV, Mad has been expressed that Gunn should have his own little corner in DC and not run the mainline universe. I'm not quite sure I understand the comment there, brother, but thank you. Whoever this British YouTuber is, I love him. That's Az. That's Heel vs. Babyface. Go subscribe to Az. Just one more time, take a look at him. Heel vs. Babyface. Oh, I'm probably in the way, aren't I? I'll lift it up a little bit. Here you go. Heel vs. Babyface. Az is great. I love him. I've loved Az for years now. I'm madly in love with Az. He's my man crush. No, but for real though, Az is fucking awesome. Comparing to the Marvels is funny because the Marvels was dog water. What's up, Nate? What's up, brother? It really is like, that's the crazy thing. I thought this movie was going to do better than the Marvels. Clearly I was wrong. I had no idea just how bad it was going to be. But yeah, it's now in the Marvels territory at the box office, and it's at Morbius territory now. The Supergirl is not a good movie, and it's the thing about the Marvels that makes it more redeeming than Supergirl. The Marvels you could laugh at. You knew that things like the Marvels and Morbius were going to be bad, so you kind of came in with the attitude, it's like, okay, I could laugh at this. I could have a good time with my mates, have some fun with my buds, and make fun of the Marvels and make fun of Morbius. Supergirl, you can't really make fun of it because it's boring. It's just slow. The characters are unlikable. The only one part that's like really funny is when the brigands, the space orcs, they come in, right, and they try and attack this family at the beginning of the movie, where this little girl's family is in like this small village. We don't even know what they do. Apparently, the dad makes swords, but they have a son, and the son has his headphones on, right? I know it's weird that you have an alien planet where a guy is a blacksmith making swords and his son has headphones. Don't think about it, okay? Don't think about it. But essentially, he's got his headphones on and he hears the brigands come in, and he hears them come in, and it's like, what are my family doing? I wonder what they're doing. So he pulls his headphones off and he jumps out and he goes like, wah, and tries to scare him, and the fucker gets capped. He gets capped right in the face by the brigands. And it's just, like, that was the funniest part of the movie. I audibly laughed out loud in the theater, much to everybody else's displeasure, whenever I saw that kid get fucking capped by Cum and his brigands. Cum and the bigots. That's what we'll call them. They're Cum and the bigots. The Cum and the bigots basically kill him on the spot and then murder the entire family. It's like a moment that should have been serious and should have been dour and sad. It ended up being the funniest part of the movie. But after that, there's not much to roast. Like the CGI is bad. The characters are unlikable. It doesn't feel as fun to roast after that. But that was the funniest part. Nate also says, had zero desire to watch, even with the Lobo tease, but JM is annoying to me. Who's JM? Who's JM? You mean like James Gunn? Yeah, I don't blame you at all, though, Nate, for not wanting to see this. I had no desire to see it. If a friend had not asked me to come with them to go see it, I wouldn't have seen it, and I wouldn't be making a live stream or videos about it. But yeah, even Lobo wasn't enough to save this movie. Metal Rain Austin, I don't know why this movie was even made to start with. I've been asking that question about a lot of these movies for years now, where it's like, why spend the money on this? You know people aren't going to like it. They made the right decision a while back to cancel Batgirl and put it on... Oh, Jason Momoa, okay. You don't like Jason Momoa? I mean, I get why he's annoying. I can see that. He is kind of like just he's knockoff Roman Reigns. he's the well, depending on who you ask, Jason Momoa is either the mainstream Roman Reigns, or Roman Reigns is the superior tribal chief compared to Jason Momoa. Personally, I like Roman Reigns more than Jason Momoa. So I can see why you think he's annoying. He was certainly better as Lobo than he was as Aquaman, though. But I get why you think he's annoying. 100%. He's a little bit too hang loose, bruh. A little bit too much of that. But there's a lot of movies, Metal Rain Austin, that it's like, why do you have millions of dollars and you're going to spend it on something to intentionally piss people off? And I said early in the live stream, I was like, it's an attempt to get people on their political feelings, make a whole, essentially get people to pick a side on a political topic or something, and be like, if you don't support a thing, then you're an ist or a phobe, or you're a right-wing bigot, or you're a far-left lunatic or something, and people fall for it. I certainly fall for it sometimes. I'm not going to be shy about admitting that I fell for it plenty of times. But I think the reason they make movies like this, aside from self-fulfilling, vanity projects, is what they are. A lot of the times it's either for social justice purposes, to try and divide the country and stick it up to the orange man, or it's more than likely, and this is just me spitballing and making my conspiracy theories, it's probably money laundering schemes. Like, the Marvels was never going to be successful, so why did they keep making it and spend more money on it? Probably because Kevin Feige was using that as a money laundering scheme. And they were probably selling coke on the side or something. But that's what it seems like to me, is what would be the case. Let's pull up Geeks and Gamers. Let's see what we got here. Probably going to get kind of repetitive at this point. There's a lot of similar videos and similar stuff coming out. Got Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers here.
Another day, another Angry Joe meltdown, and it's just becoming more and more hilarious the more that this happens. And every single day, you just see his Twitter feed where he's just spurging out. But the truth is, Supergirl is a legendary disaster on every single possible level. Here is geeksandgamers.com. OMB reviews: Supergirl flops with one of the worst openings in history.
Mm-hmm.
That. Good job indeed. So right here it says, after the anticipation of seeing just how low its opening weekend would be, the official box office estimates for Supergirl are even worse than many originally thought they would be. Projected to have made only $38 million domestically, $68 million globally. Supergirl is projected to have had a lower opening weekend than The Marvels, The Flash, Morbius, and Birds of Prey. And this is insane. Now, again, I look at this kind of like Mandalorian Grogu. We all knew Mandalorian Grogu was in big trouble.
Yeah.
I don't think very many people predicted it was going to be as bad as it was in terms of the performance at the box office. Same with this. A lot of us knew that this movie was in trouble. None of us knew that it was going to be this bad. This is an all-timer. And as Odin says right here, Supergirl will likely end its box office run with $125 to $175 million. That is unbelievably impressive. And this is what happens when you run your mouth. This is what happens when you alienate people. This is what happens when you play identity politics, and that's what Millie Alcock did.
Discussion online about Tara's queerness in the comics. Was that something that you explored when you were preparing for the role?
It wasn't, but in honor of Pride Month, as I'm getting all these questions, I don't know. I think that what makes this film so beautiful is that it's not centered around a man. It's not centered around love at all, if anything.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I don't really know, but I don't know. I don't know. She'd probably go both ways.
Normal people ask the question about this kind of stuff, and they're like, "What? When will Hollywood ever learn?" The simple answer is they will never learn. This is who they are. This is what they do. So there's no hope of them really changing their ways. They will continue to make these kind of mistakes and continue to go down this route, even when it's detrimental to their pockets and their reputation. I fully encourage it. I think they should be replaced. Essentially, down with the old guard and up with more creatives, more people who are out there, independent creators, writing comic books, writing novels, making music, independent films, fan films, all that stuff. I love that Obsession is a independent film that beat Star Wars, The Mandalorian, and Grogu at the box office. Holy shit. Oh, that makes me happy. Makes me happy. And same thing with Supergirl. There's probably a fan film out here on YouTube somewhere where it's a better version of Supergirl than a movie with a $300 million budget couldn't even touch.
But there's somebody that does not understand that, and that would be one Angry Joe. And he wants to talk about nuance, everybody. Joe is interested in talking about nuance. People don't understand nuance anymore. The point they don't want you to hear is that Supergirl failed on its story, writing, bland visuals, directing, poor script, and even more so, the lack of popularity of the character. Oh, really? So if it's the lack of popularity in the character, Joe, then tell me why the lead actress is alienating the audience to begin with. Maybe that's a bad decision, don't you think? However,
I'm gonna let Jeremy rant. I have so many thoughts. I was just like, fuck Angry Joe. He's a pussy.
Let's talk about nuance. Let's talk about nuance. The point is they don't want you to hear is that Supergirl failed on its story, writing, bland visuals, directing, poor script. Let's see what I actually had to say about Supergirl. I went into this movie with the lowest possible expectations and still left disappointed. Current Hollywood simply can't tell a female-led story without pushing some level of identity politics and or propaganda. Millie Alcock isn't even the worst part. In fact, I didn't completely hate her in terms of performance. If she wasn't so annoying in the press interviews, I'd actually feel bad for her because they did her dirty in this movie. The story is absolutely pointless, and the writing is impressively horrible. Mr. Nuance doesn't want to talk about the details of my review because I clearly just hated it because of Millie Alcock, right? Even though I have said multiple times she's probably the best part of the movie, but they did her so bad, and I think she probably could be a decent Supergirl if you had a different director, a different script, a different vision altogether. I've said that multiple times, but Joe, Mr. Nuance bro over there, he suddenly wants to talk about that, but he doesn't want to get into the details of it. I mentioned how there's zero reason for this movie to exist. It doesn't tell a story. There's no development. It's feminist propaganda. The villain is truly one of the worst I've ever seen. But he doesn't want to talk about those things at all. He wants to talk about nuance, though, everyone. And right here, someone quote tweets and says, nuance is dead. It's all a grift. These people will watch some grifter complain woke and then parrot those talking points. Then when the product comes out and it fails, they'll do a "see, told you so." But then when it does good, they'll mental gymnastics it. Perfect example. Oh, a perfect example, you say. Okay, well, I'm featured on the after. So the implication is that I'm on the before. The implication is that everyone that's in the after is on the before. But everybody that's on the before, those are completely different. These are not the same groups of people. In fact, if you want to talk about nuance, Joe, let's look at my original review of episode 4 of season 2 of The Mandalorian when Gina Carano first appeared. Let's hear what I had to say about that for nuance sake. We are going to talk about The Mandalorian episode 4. Has it gone woke? Has it gone full SJW?
That is a throwback. That is a fucking throwback. I remember this.
Well, in my very strong opinion on this, no, not even close. If you have issues with The Mandalorian, that's cool, but SJW nonsense isn't a valid criticism after 4 episodes because there hasn't been any so far. I get it. Disney has lost the trust of the fans, rightfully so. But if everything is SJW, then nothing is SJW. The Mandalorian isn't. Yet. Oh, man. Suddenly, Nuance Bro doesn't actually want to talk about nuance. And this...
Yeah, I've always said Angry Joe's been a pussy. He's a pussy. He can't handle... that's why he's angry. He's angry pussy. That's what he is. Look at this, bro. This is fucking pathetic.
Just a point with Joe. He's just spewing bullshit out like crazy because he does not have any idea what the hell he's talking about. He is so twisted up and spun with his TDS and his hatred for anybody that disagrees with his political opinion or his pop culture opinion. He doesn't see the ability to view them as a human being. This guy is completely out of his mind, and I am loving watching this. He's been like this for a long time, and Supergirl is just showing the world who he is right now. And every day I'm looking at his Twitter feed, and I'm enjoying the hell out of it. So, Joe, please keep it up, because he just loves to see all of this stuff, and he did retweet this. This, exactly. It's frustrating. I know I'm being stupid, but I always want to help my fellow bros out of this shit cycle.
Oh my God.
They come out of it with such misguided hate.
Like, first of all, I'm not your bro, Angry Joe. I'm not your bro. Fuck you. First of all. Like, don't even try and pull that identity game on, oh, we're bros because we're the same gender. Nah, fuck you. You're a pussy. You're a bitch. Like, it's one thing to be the same gender, but for me, I'm confident in my ability to say Supergirl sucks. I don't need Jeremy or Gary from Nerdrotic or Az or even the new guy, Izzy, Count Izzy, I think is his name. I don't need my fans. I don't need anybody to tell me that Supergirl was fucking garbage. The point is that I agree with all of them. They're all saying the same thing that I'm saying because I saw the movie and I think it was fucking garbage. I'm not your bro. I'm not. Fuck you, Angry Joe.
Makes me angry when people are manipulated. Oh, he's such a brave and stunning internet personality. But mostly when I click on the profiles of those who are the biggest a-holes about this stuff, you notice a pattern. It's actually what they want the whole time. You can't change that. You can't change a worldview in a single tweet. Oh my God, the fucking cringe. You can't change a worldview in a single tweet. My God. They want to be lied to that woke is always to blame if a film is bad, that diversity is the fault of Hollywood and blaming everything else is that's wrong. If that matches their own brand of politics, doesn't mean I can't call it out. It just means there's always going to be this side of it now because the core of it now is political, right?
Okay, don't even start. This guy's so out of touch. It really is. He is so out of touch.
Versus left, liberal versus conservative. Sure, there's in between, but from a macro level, that's what's driving the loudest participants. My God, this is amazing. So the guy that wants to talk about nuance has no idea that these two people are groups, two different groups right here, not the same group. I have seen so many people try to put me in with the first group that slammed Gina Carano. And there's nothing to support that. There's no evidence to support that other than them making shit up. And I love that I get to destroy this argument every time it comes up. Again, those that preach the loudest have the most to hide, and that's what Joe is doing in this situation right here. Even in my season 4 review, I straight up said Mandalorian is not woke. It may get woke, but it's not up to this point. There's nothing woke about having Gina Carano in this show and being a badass because Gina Carano is a badass. I went through all of these points for that episode. All I'm saying, though, is if everything is SJW, nothing is SJW. And her knowing how to fire a gun is not inherently SJW. A woman picking up a gun and knowing how to, or a woman that knows how to shoot a gun is not SJW. You know, Gina Carano as Cara Dune, being as badass as she is, that's not SJW. Gina Carano could beat literally anybody's ass watching this video right now. She's that much of a badass. And if you're going to give me a strong woman, yeah, give me Gina Carano. But anyway, another day, another Joe meltdown. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments below. Have a great day, and we will talk to you later.
That has been Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers. It's always good to see Jeremy do his thing on the main channel. But fuck, man. Angry Joe, what an out-of-touch loser. What a fucking loser. What a bitch. So easy, even a cave woman can do it. What is the queer demographic not coming out for the queer icon? Oh, yeah. I was told it wasn't made for me, so I didn't go. Exactly. Exactly. Fuck Angry Joe. You should also watch the Supergirl. He's another amazing YouTuber. He just did a new video called Supergirl Flopped at the Box Office, Fire James Gunn. Supergirl, huh? Supergirl, let me see. Right there, you got my ugly mug once again, sitting in this chair. I'm not sitting in a proper chair where I can, like, if I like to do this because that way you can be like, you can see me proper a little bit, you know? I still look a little fat, but like when it's like this, I'm like double chinned, and it's like the computer's like not angled right. So doing it like this is probably like better. Maybe not the greatest, but I'm trying my best here. Okay, all right. I'm trying my best, man. I'm trying my best. Let me see. Super real.
Are you guys with the number?
Let's see. Damn, Yellow Flash. Why the fuck you have a long ass video? Yellow Flash has been making longer videos lately. And much like me, he doesn't edit them the same way. So it's also harder to watch. I'm not going to lie. But I loved Yellow Flash. Yellow Flash is great. He really is. The Supergirl flops big time at the box office. Fire James Gunn.
Are you guys have come in, and Supergirl had a terrible opening weekend, only making $38 million domestically. That is terrible. $68 million worldwide. What is this? No one is surprised by this. I mean, no one thought it was going to get this low, but no one is surprised. I'm not shocked that it's this low. DC did it to themselves. I don't know what they were thinking throughout this entire process. Supergirl is bombing for a few unobjectionable reasons. First off, we've been talking about it for so long now, but Supergirl is not a popular character. I don't know why she was the second movie in the DCU. Any comic book fan knows Supergirl is not very popular. I don't care if she's a CW show. We love Supergirl as a character, but she doesn't sell. People don't buy Supergirl comics, and the people who sell are guys, and this movie was not made for guys at all. I've said it before. If you're a guy and you go to the comic book shop and you leave with comic books, odds are Supergirl is not in your bag. It is what it is. I don't care that Supergirl is a female. Supergirl has always been male skewing. She was made by guys for guys. So making Supergirl a feminist and making her this drunk, sloppy mess is not going to sell Supergirl. She was never...
And that's sort of a point that a lot of people have about a lot of characters, like, you know, from Captain Marvel to She-Hulk to what's it called? Sure, Elektra, Black Widow. Pick a fucking female superhero. Wonder Woman, created by men for men to look at, essentially. They hate that. The feminists hate that. They like to hijack comic books and, you know, comic book media because they hate the idea of being I guess swooned over by a bunch of nerds, even though they'll claim that they love nerds. They don't. They fucking hate you. And this is the proof. Because once they get a hold of those characters, they make feminist slop propaganda and basically claim that they hate men. So that's what it comes down to.
For that.
Also, the Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow comic wasn't even widely bought. The critics loved it, but I'm telling you right now, back in 2021 and 2022, no one was talking about Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow. You were alive back then, and if you said people were talking about Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow, that's cap, and you know it's cap. So many people are disingenuous this online is ridiculous. But adapting the Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow story was a mistake. It's not even that good. It's a very mid-comic. It's not bad. A lot of people like it. I think it's just mid. But yeah, that's another mistake. Another reason this movie is bombing is because of Millie Alcott's statements. All the marketing for this movie has been terrible. Even all the way down to the freaking like
I hadn't even seen that. I hadn't seen that cup. Oh, that's bad. That is so bad. I had not even seen the cup.
All the marketing for this movie has been terrible. Even all the way down to the phallic cup that they tried to release. But in no way, shape, or form has anything that Millie Alcock has said has helped this movie. It has only hurt this movie or stayed neutral, but I would argue that everything she has said has hurt the movie. Her saying that men want to own her body, her attacking like Christian fathers, those things are not going to help your movie. And the studio inviting like Queerly Radio and all these reporters who are going to ask these like modern audience questions, that is not going to help this movie. How many times do I have to tell you that this LGBTQ stuff does not play well in your more masculine skewing thing? It's just the fact it is what it is. Having reporters ask Millie Alcock about Supergirl's queerness in the comics is not going to help sell this movie at all. And Supergirl is not queer in the comics. I don't care about the multiversal story where she had like a girlfriend or whatever. Supergirl traditionally is not queer in the comics. She is not this queer icon. But the biggest reason why this movie is tanking is because the movie was bad, pure, plain, and simple. Please, you guys, do not try to defend this Supergirl movie. I heard some people saying it's a 7, 8, 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10. Those are just gassed up lies. This movie is bad. If this movie was even mid, you wouldn't see these numbers like this. This movie was probably always going to flop, but yeah, this movie is straight up bad. And James Gunn is a straight up liar. He's saying things like, I'm not going to green light a film until the script is rock solid. And what is everyone talking about? Everyone's talking about how bad the script was. I mean, let alone that Supergirl, the character in the movie, is not likable at all. But regardless of all that, the script is just so bad. The writing is bad. James Gunn hired a writer who had no experience. All she had was like one short that she wrote back in 2018. She had no experience. There's no way she should have gotten this job. She was grossly underqualified to handle a project that had a production budget of like over $175 million. I don't know how people land these jobs. It doesn't make sense. And she's slated to write Wonder Woman and Teen Titans. I don't think those movies are even going to come out. I think this movie is DOA. But yeah, the movie was absolutely terrible. No one wants to watch a superhero movie where the hero is not a hero, where the hero is not super, and they don't wear their super suit until like the last 15 minutes.
Where is my
Supergirl was unlikable. She was great, and she's the biggest hypocrite I've seen in years. I actually cannot recall someone who I think is more of a hypocrite than Supergirl. The whole movie, she's preaching to Ruthie about justice, not vengeance, and what does she do at the end of the movie? She just seeks vengeance.
Exactly.
And the writer of this movie, Anna Nogueira, or I don't know how you say her name, she admitted that she did not even understand the ending of the comic, that she thought Krim died at the end of Supergirl Women of Tomorrow. And I don't know how you can think that. I mean, I guess it's hard to comprehend a comic made for 15 plus, but yeah, that is absolutely ridiculous. But what's even more ridiculous is that no one was fact checking this chick. No one is over her shoulder, like quality controlling this. That's supposed to be James Gunn's job. What is he doing? Like, how do you let this go out the door? James Gunn, you said yourself that you love the Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow comic. We cannot tell by watching this movie. It looks nothing like the comic. The message is completely gone. The message from the comic is completely void from this movie. And the writing and the dialogue is nowhere close to how Supergirl would talk. It really makes me think, how bad could that Batgirl movie have been for them to take the tax write-off instead of releasing that in theaters? When they went to release this ball crap. I mean, you guys, this made less money than Morbius made. Only by $1 million, but still, you don't want to be in that Morbius category. This made less than The Flash made in its opening weekend. Black Adam, The Marvel, so many other bad movies. This movie is underperforming compared to them. I mean, this movie made more than Birds of Prey in its opening weekend, but Birds of Prey did cost like half the budget of this. But that movie made more overseas than it did domestically. Same with Joker, Folie à Deux. That movie opened with less than Supergirl in the box office barely, but that made more money overseas. But we know for a fact that James Gunn's DCU does not sell overseas. They will never make more money internationally than they do domestically. This Supergirl movie is going to land somewhere in that Morbius range to like Ghostbusters 2016 range.
It's Morbid time.
Morbius ended up in the 160s, and like Ghostbusters 2016 was like in the like just over like 200, maybe like 220 million, something like that. But yeah, this movie is not going to hit $300 million, and that is where they lowered that goalpost too, right? Like anything over 300 million would be a success, which is complete cap. But yeah, the Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow movie is not going to even hit that. And now that I'm thinking about the movie, you know, something that really pisses me off is that Supergirl says that what, like Superman, he sees the good in everyone, but I see the truth. That makes no sense at all, because in the movie, she walks right into a trap. Remember that couple from like the bar or whatever? They're like, hey, just come here, wait in this room.
Exactly.
Knows where Krim is. And before she even walks into that couple's house, she sees like the husband talking to some sketchy like alien in the alley. And yet Superman is the one who sees the good in everyone, and you are the one who sees the truth. This is terrible writing. This is the bad writing that everyone's talking about.
That's a good point. That's a really good point. That was something I was thinking about, and I think I would have probably mentioned that sooner if I cared or paid attention in the movie. I was zoned the fuck out in the movie, but yeah, that's something that happened. She watches the diverse dad talking to a stranger in the alleyway as if he was about to make a deal or something to sell her out, and she just kind of takes it in stride and does nothing about it. And then what do you know, it ends up being a betrayal. And so she was gullible and she got lured into a trap. And so yeah, that whole statement about her seeing the truth was, yeah, it's bullshit. The whole movie sucks.
Drive home the point. She even accepts a random drink from his couple. It makes no sense. They didn't get any of these characters right. Supergirl doesn't act the way she acts in the comics at all. I said this before. It's like they took one panel from Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow, maybe like the first half of the first issue, and decided to make that the entire movie. And the Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow run was an 8-issue run. And why is Superman just FaceTiming Supergirl when he wants her to come back, when he knows it's in her best interest to come back? We all know Superman would be in space literally saying, you need to come back home. That is who Superman is. Superman just isn't this pussy. He isn't just this pushover the way James Gunn wants to make Superman. His Superman is really just Clark Kent the entire time, even when he's in the suit. But we all know Superman isn't like that. Clark Kent and Superman have two distinct personalities, basically. Just check out this clip from Superman Batman Apocalypse.
Now, little one, prepare.
Don't touch her.
Cal, it's a training exercise. She wasn't going to hurt me. Is there a problem?
You asked me to keep an open mind? Well, I've kept an open mind. But Kara belongs in Metropolis with me.
We agreed this was in her best interest. Wait a minute, don't I have a say?
No.
This is Superman's personality. We all know Superman does not play about the women in his life.
I'm sorry. Of course you do. But you've been hidden away on Paradise Island for 2 months now. You don't know what the rest of the world has to offer. Who else is better suited to decide what's right for you?
How about me?
James Gunn does not understand the character. He doesn't believe in truth, justice, in the American way. He doesn't believe in traditional values. He doesn't believe in traditional heroism. Superman is kind. Superman is gentle. Superman is reasonable, but he's also masculine. He is also confident. And more than anything, he is strong. And that is what James Gunn does not understand about the character. When is Hollywood going to learn that people do not want heroes that they can relate to? People want heroes that they aspire to be like. I don't want a hero that I can relate to. I want a hero that makes me look in the mirror and makes me want to be a better person. I cannot relate to Captain America. I don't know what it's like to be like that virtuous. I don't think anyone knows what it's like to be that virtuous. But that's why we like the character of Captain America. He inspires us to be better men. Wonder Woman inspires us to be better. Spider-Man inspires us to be better.
You'll get your rent when you fix this damn door.
James Gunn doesn't understand the self-sacrificing nature of heroes. He's the wrong guy for the job. I think James Gunn is gone after Man of Tomorrow. I don't think anyone is here for him. I don't think anyone's here for the DCU. I mean, you know how much fuel the Snyder Bros got when Superman 2025 didn't make as much as Man of Steel without adjusting for inflation? So what do you guys think is about to happen now? I mean, Supergirl, this is going to be one of the worst superhero movies of all time. The Gunn defenders are just shrinking every single day. It's getting harder and harder to defend this guy. He just seems like a straight up liar. He's an egomaniac. He's all over threads. He's communicating with the people. He needs to just shut up. Someone needs to take his phone. It's kind of funny that like whole monkey bot meme that everyone wants to put in like the comment section. That meme is almost being turned around against James Gunn supporters. They are the ones who are the bots at this point. Please, you guys, do not hitch your wagon to James Gunn. He is not going to last. And do not choose this Supergirl movie as a hill to die on. You got a better chance dying on the Fantastic Four hill. You got a better chance of dying on the Thunderbolts hill than dying on the Supergirl hill. This movie is inexcusable. You cannot justify this movie at all. Defending Supergirl, you might as well defend Morbius. You might as well defend Birds of Prey. You might as well defend the Marvels.
I defend Morbius and the Marvels, both of them. But not because they're good movies, but because they're really fun to watch. Because they're really fun to roast, and they're just entertaining because of how bad they are. But those are the redeeming qualities of both movies. Supergirl has nothing like that. So yeah, I agree. Do not hitch your wagon to this. It is a sinking ship.
That is how cringe we are talking. If I was David Ellison, I am firing James Gunn to say ink is dry. I know the big rumor is that he met with Peter Safran and James Gunn, and he says he's okay with the universe and he wants to keep him around. I think that is all true. I think he doesn't want to rock the boat until the ink is dry. I think once the ink is dry, his contract is up. There is no reason to keep him. Name one reason you want to keep this guy. If you thought Superman 2025 created so much goodwill with the people, then this movie would not have tanked. James Gunn has to go. He's the wrong guy for DC. We've been saying it for so long. I am firing him the first chance I get. And one of two things would happen. I would either restore the Snyderverse and reboot after that, or just jump right into the reboot. And for people saying that people won't show up for like a third reboot because it's going to look like so much instability with DC, I think that's cap. If you make good movies, people will show up.
Fair point. If you make something good, people will show up. Thing is, it's about consistency, right? One good movie doesn't solve anything. Look at the MCU, for example. You have Spider-Man No Way Home. People had a lot of investment, were very interested in that. And then you make, $1.9, almost $2 billion, I think, at the box office with Spider-Man. That goodwill transferred over to Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness, but only reached about $900 million at the box office. And it still didn't get a lot of its money back if you look at, the reports of them overspending on their budget. But each movie after that consistently started losing money, losing fans and interest over time. And so now we're getting Spider-Man again with that interest again, but people are only interested in Spider-Man. And so they're more desperate to try and bring people back with a Doomsday or Secret Wars and Spider-Man Brand New Day, because things like Thunderbolts, Wakanda Forever, Thor Love and Thunder, Ant-Man Comedy-Mania, all those movies flopped. Nobody was interested in any of those movies. Captain Black Falcon, Brave New World, all flopped, right? The only thing that brought people interest was Deadpool and Wolverine. Again, not a great movie, but it was fun enough that it got people to come and see it. The normies and the Easter eggs, like the normies got the Easter eggs they wanted, and so it was a nice little cash grab movie for you. But consistency matters. So people won't show up for that first. If you're going to reboot the DCU after James Gunn is gone again, then you have to make a good movie, and then you have to make another good movie, and then you have to make another good movie, and then you have to make a good TV show, and then you have to make another good movie consistently. And it's hard to say whether or not that's going to be the case to make it consistently. Because if they do make something good, people will come back, but they won't stay for long. There were people that liked Superman 2025, James Gunn's Superman. But a lot of those same people, they had no interest in Peacemaker or Creature Commandos or Supergirl. You have to be consistent. It's consistency. And DC does not have that. And so, let's see the point again. It's a good point.
Saying it for so long, I am firing him the first chance I get. And one of two things would happen. I would either restore the Snyderverse and reboot after that, or just jump right into the reboot. And for people saying...
So, and I said this earlier to my boy Metal Rain Austin, restoring the Snyderverse may not be the best idea, given Zack Snyder's ability with Rebel Moon, but it's certainly a better idea to bring that back to fulfill fan requests. I think it's far more interesting to go that route. I just think that Zack Snyder needs somebody to rein him in. He needs people around him that will help him not fuck it up. Because let's be real here, Zack Snyder, like whenever he's not doing a Watchmen or a 300, it's a Sucker Punch or it's a Rebel Moon, right? There's just as much, or Army of the Dead, right? There's just as much bad with Zack Snyder. He needs to be reined in. He can't be the only guy on the job. Otherwise, he'll end up just like James Gunn did. And so, this is not a one-man job. It's a team effort in order to pull off a massive universe like this, and to do it right, and to make the fans happy, which, when it comes to DC fans, they're the most radicalized. They are the most aggressive. DC fans are passionate as hell. There's no way you're going to please them all. I have no idea if you're ever going to please DC fans. But certainly the thing you can do is not piss them off, right? That's the first thing you don't do. I think options outside of another reboot, I don't think they can afford another reboot. I don't think a third reboot's on the table. I think they're sticking with Gunn's universe until it's done, which is not going to be very long. I think Gunn is out after Man of Tomorrow, and everything else in between is going to fade between the winds. Everything's going to be Elseworlds. I think the future of the DCU and DC movies is going to be centered around Batman. I think it's all going to be Batman movies from here on. It's going to be Matt Reeves' Batman movie. It's going to be the Penguin. It's going to be whatever, Catwoman or something. Like, it's going to be centered more around Batman, and they're going to play it safe for a while because they can't seem to get Superman right. They can barely get Wonder Woman right. They've never been able to do Green Lantern right, or the Flash for that matter. Maybe if you factor in the CW show, but even then, like 1 to 3 good seasons out of 9. And so, yeah, you need Green Lantern, you need Flash, you need Wonder Woman, you need Batman, you need Superman, you need it consistently, you need the Trinity, you need World's Finest, you need the Justice League, right? You think it's simple stuff that they can't seem to crack, but I think it's just their attitude in Hollywood, which is why they're unable to do these characters and unable to do these kind of stories.
That people won't show up for like a third because it's going to look like so much instability with DC. I think that's capped. If you make good movies, people will show up. People are starved for good movies, especially good superhero movies. And you're not going to be losing anyone. No one is watching this DCU. Peacemaker Season 2 lost 40% of its audience. No one went to the Supergirl movie. Everyone who claims that they saw the Supergirl movie, I bet you your theaters were empty as hell. So yeah.
So the thing about like not losing anybody, trust me, there are people that will not come back. Like they just won't. And it's sad because when you look at something like, I mean, with DC, they have the luxury of recasting characters, restarting the continuity, and just pulling a Crisis on Infinite Earths and fucking rebooting everything. They have that luxury because of the comic book source material and sort of the culture around superhero, films and genre. But sometimes people will latch onto the past. For example, Snyder guys, well, they will, no matter how many times you reboot, they will latch on to Zack Snyder and the Snyderverse. And the James Gunn guys are doing the same thing. No matter how many times you reboot, they'll be saying, restore the Gunverse. People will latch on to that because their memories are so embedded with what was in the past. You can't put the green milk back in the titty, bro. The damage is done. So the people that that would be lost, they would have already been lost, essentially. They're not coming back. That's the thing that I think maybe you're not understanding here, and no disrespect, obviously. I like the video. I agree with most of the video's takes, but this in particular is like, if they reboot the DCU again, people will just be apathetic. It's like, oh, a third time we're going to get fucked. Because we've seen them fuck this up no less than 3 times already. And so this would probably be a 4th time then, if you count that little stint between The Rock and Black Adam trying to get, Henry Cavill back as a reboot or something. It's not happening, bro. Some people will just give up and they won't come back. That's something that's certainly happening.
I think if they reboot, people will show up. They just need to make good movies. And the first casting that I would make personally is I am grabbing Ryan Gosling before Disney grabs him and puts him in a Marvel costume. And ladies and gentlemen, you have your Barry Allen. Ryan Gosling would be a perfect Barry Allen. Grab that little kid from Percy Jackson, make him Wally West. Grab Anthony Starr, make him Reverse Flash, and you have yourself easily over a $700 million movie.
That'd be a good Flash movie. I'd watch the shit out of that. I would. That's a good casting.
All the modern audience bullshit out. Just make a kick-ass movie. Keep all that woke stuff.
Yeah.
Full-fledged MAGA mount. I'm telling you, it would make money. And my second casting would be grabbing Glenn Powell before Marvel gets him. And ladies and gentlemen, that is your Hal Jordan. That would be the easiest decision in the history of Hollywood. Hell, you just make a couple tweaks to his character from Top Gun Maverick and you already have Hal Jordan right there. Stop overcomplicating the assignment. I think Glenn Powell and Ryan Gosling could potentially play well off each other. We all know Flash and Green Lantern are really close in the comics. Those would be my first 2 casting decisions, and I think those are easy casting decisions. Bring the bros back. You need people that people actually like. Make stuff for the dude bros again. Come on, don't overcomplicate the assignment. You need actors that people are going to like the same way that they liked Robert Downey Jr., Chris Evans, and Chris Hemsworth. The only female superhero you should have within like your first 8 years should be Wonder Woman. Make sure that is a great casting. Make sure her movie is perfect, just like Wonder Woman 1. And yeah, just start making things for the fans. Ignore the modern audience BS. Stop catering to this small group and start catering to the majority of people. You know, it really felt like in 2016 is where we started seeing things slowly getting woke, and then we had that big Me Too movement. And I'm for some change because we know that Hollywood was corrupt with the whole like Harvey Weinstein stuff and the whole casting couch situation. So there did need to be a change, but like I said in the past, it seems to be like a huge overcorrection. Now all the studio heads are either like female feminists or male feminists. Everyone wants to use the superhero movie as the battleground to virtue signal instead of just telling stories that the majority of people are going to like. But I digress. This movie,
I don't think it was overcorrection. I think it was a power grab. I think it was we're using victimization in order to remove power so we can take it. I think that's what it really was.
We are going to free-fall this bad fire
as fast as possible. He is the absolutely worst person to run DC. I don't even believe he likes superheroes like that. He's more concerned with talking with shills online than actually making a cohesive universe. But hey, if I've said anything that you liked or agreed with, subscribe to the channel. We are on the road to our first 10,000 subscribers. I do this for you guys. I love all the support I get in the comments. You guys are amazing. This is the best account without a silver play button. I say it all the time. Click here to binge more of my content.
All right. I'll bite. I just gave him a sub. Super real. You got a sub from me. I may not agree with everything, and I certainly call it out, but you got a sub from me, brother. You got a sub from me. Good video. That cape looks so awful. It's so dusty and disgusting looking red. Is that the Superman cape or the Supergirl cape? Either way, it neither are good. Neither are good, Metal Rain. Nate says, you ain't seen the cup yet? I was like, nah, I know the movie will be bad. Yeah, dude, I had not seen the cup until the dude showed it. I had not seen the cup, and I just saw the cup. And so I was like, ooh, a little foreskin cup. Nasty. I definitely won't be getting that cup. Not even the toys either, and not even, and they're not even selling because nobody's interested in the universe. Yeah, they're going to be filling up those CVS shelves real quick. They're going to be in those CVS shelves. Let's see what we got up next. We can come back here. Good D-Day. Oh, I'm going to go to subscriptions. You're seeing all my subscriptions. You're getting to look into what my brain is like. Let's see. We got boom, 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 boom. I feel like I might have covered everything. I'll watch this one.
Granger makes it easy to find and order the products your team depends on around the clock. Because when boxing...
Maybe not everything.
And I hope it does well. Please go out and support it. Please go out and support it. Go out and support your boy, okay? You go out and watch a movie and you're supporting what your boy likes and make it...
Yeah, Angry Joe's a fucking bitch. He's a pussy. Angry Joe meltdown over Nerdrotic Supergirl thumbnail. Holy shit.
Okay. What's up, geeks and gamers? It's Jeremy coming to you with another video, and today we are talking about Angry Joe, because Angry Joe is having yet another meltdown on social media. He is doing everything he can to protect the honor of Supergirl, even though the entire internet is roasting Supergirl. Even the shills are having to admit that Supergirl is not a good movie. It is projected to be a complete and total bomb on social media, and Joe is very upset about that. Now, if you don't know, I have a little bit of history with Angry Joe. I've been watching the guy for a long time. He's an OG. He's been around forever. And so the fact that I even had interacted with Angry Joe was kind of crazy to me as somebody that watched him for so long. But Joe really
got angry because of my opinion on politics. And Joe has spent a lot of time spurging out in my replies on social media all the time. It's been kind of crazy. At one point, he and I actually did interact privately, and I treated him with a lot of respect in DMs because I do respect Joe for all the years of entertainment that he provided and me as a viewer that watched him. And it was interesting because when I talked to him for the first time in DMs, I was super respectful because I respect Joe as a content creator. And he could not believe that I spoke to him with such respect. He was completely blown away because in his mind, because I'm a Trump supporter, I clearly am crazy and I'm a lunatic because that's his idea of what a Trump supporter is. And even though we had good interactions privately, he will not publicly talk to me like I'm a real human being. He treats me like I'm just, a crazy Trump supporter who can't be reasoned with. So that's how I respond to him now, is I just respond to him with complete and total sarcasm. Like, I just basically give him whatever version of me he thinks I am. I'm there to confirm it for him. And so anyway, that's been my history with him. He's had a history with other people in this sphere, but he always melts down on his Twitter account. And he's been melting down over heel versus babyface as Disparu, and now he's melting down over Gary and the critical drinker. Now, Az made about a 40-minute video the other day that really got Joe worked up. He got really worked up about it, and he started tweeting about it and streaming it. Az responded, "It's not a crash out, guys. He's totally fine," because he's sitting here just screeching about Neurotic and Geeks and Gamers.
Jeez.
It's just been amazing to watch it. So today, he gets really excited because Gary mentioned him. Gary from Neurotic finally mentions Angry Joe, and it's the greatest day of Joe's life, apparently. So here you have him with another spurg out. LOL, my tweet triggered Neurotic, so he had to make a video too. Yet not once does he address my point. Instead, he strawmans the Hollywood is bad, low-hanging fruit, and I'm just defending DC and Supergirl. Brother, what? Stop lying about me to your audience, Gary. How about you speak to me directly instead of taking cheap shots on your daily political news channel? He doesn't have a daily political news channel. You just literally lied about him while claiming he's lying about you. Oh, because it will ruin your narrative? All we need now is Critical Drinker to make a video too. Here's my tweet that hurts y'all's feelings so much on Supergirl. And guess what? You got a response from the drinker. He says, Joe is having another normal one, I see. So you get Gary and the drinker. Joe, I know your day is made. So, of course, I had to respond in my sarcastic way, as I often do. And I said, dude, I didn't know you were such a big fan of Gary. Congrats on the shout out. It's always nice when big YouTubers like Gary give shout outs to smaller creators, giving them a chance to get noticed. And while there's a lot of sarcasm in there, there's a lot of truth in there because Joe is essentially jealous of Gary and Drinker. That's really what this comes down to.
Yes.
Joe's been around for a long time. Joe has 3 million, 4 million subscribers, whatever he has. He's not even remotely close to as relevant as Gary and Drinker.
As his video, he calls that out basically. Gary's videos and his 1 million subscribers, he still gets consistently hundreds of thousands of views per video. Hundreds of thousands, right? While Angry Joe can't even scratch 100,000 views per video. And his 3 million subscribers, too. He has more subscribers than Gary, but somehow still makes less views. So people stop watching his videos.
That really upsets him. That really bothers him a lot. And you can see it with the way that he spurts out about this stuff and the fact that he decided to tag the Critical Drinker. You're literally just begging for their attention. You're just begging for it. So he responds to me after I ratioed him to hell, and he says, Jeremy, shut up. As the LOL. We don't all simp as hard as you do for your daddy Gary. And yeah, we really moving up in the world of anti-woke woman hating triggered as hell chuds. Sky is the limit. So I ratioed him again. Literally this meme. Amazing. What else can you say, man? This is who Angry Joe has become. And it is...
I think he's always been that way. I think he's always been a bitch, but that's just me.
Sad. Again, I don't need any of these people to agree with me on politics or even movies for that matter. I watched Joe for a long time, and the fact that we're at a place where Joe is just this upset because someone has a different opinion than him is crazy to me. I still watch John Campia. John Campia hates my guts. I still watch John. I like John's channel. I like hearing John's perspective. Even though we disagree on things,
I've been watching John Campea for a long fucking time. And of course, Robert Mara Burnett being on there makes it a lot better because Robert is awesome. And I would give anything if the majority of creators in this sphere that disagree with me politically were like Robert, because Robert is awesome. And so, you know, I don't really care if these guys agree with me or what. It doesn't matter. But to them, it does matter. They need us to agree with them. And if we don't agree with them, they get mad. But why are they mad? Well, they're not mad at our opinions. Let's make that clear. I've made that clear for years. They're not mad at our opinions. They're mad because too many people agree with our opinions. They're mad because Gary and Drinker get millions of views on their channel, and these guys with 3 million subscribers can't pull a fraction of the views that Gary and Drinker pull, and they're very upset about that. That's what this really is about. Make no mistake, this is jealousy, and this is hatred of the audience that agrees with Gary Drinker, me, and everybody else in this sphere, and they're really pissed off because they don't have the same traction. That's what this is all about. But Supergirl is lining up to be a disaster, Joe. 59% from the mainstream media. You even had Variety call it super horrendous. This is where you want to be, and now you're just a joke because people are memeing the fuck out of you. And
oh boy,
this is a fantastic meme. This is a fantastic meme. Listen, I get memed worse by my own community than this shit.
Yes.
The difference is Joe's going to get very upset about shit like this. Joe's going to get very defensive. And that's what makes it so funny. With his belly hanging off his race car bed. It's so good. Mar Millen dropped this one. Again, to be clear, Joe, I get memed worse by my own fan base than you're getting memed right here, but you're going to be very offended by it while I just laugh at all the dumb shit they say about me, because welcome to the fucking internet. You should already know this, by the way. This is how the internet operates, but you don't seem to get that. So Gary has really upset Angry Joe, and we're all just laughing, and we're all laughing at Supergirl and what's going on with this movie. I don't understand why these guys get so worked up. Like, for instance, okay, we're a few weeks away from The Odyssey coming out. I'm looking forward to The Odyssey. I have massive problems with the casting, but I'm a Christopher Nolan fan. I'm going to go check it out. I'm going to give my honest opinion. If everybody hates this movie, I'm not going to lash out. I'm not going to scream. I'm not going to whine. I'm not going to cry. People can have whatever opinion they want. I might not like it. I don't really like Tenet. And I thought Dunkirk, like his last 3 movies, Dunkirk, Tenet, and Oppenheimer. Dunkirk is fine. Tenet, I don't really understand. Oppenheimer's fantastic, but I needed to catch that a second time to really fully appreciate the editing and the storytelling and all of that within it. Neither here nor there. Bottom line is, a lot of people are going to have strong opinions on that movie. All right? And that's how the internet operates. Joe can't take it that other people have different opinions than him, or that they're calling out the bullshit in this movie. There is a lot of shit to call out in the Supergirl movie, just like there's a lot of shit to call out with The Odyssey. And I have not denied any of that shit with The Odyssey. Joe denies all of it with fucking Supergirl. Every fucking
yes.
You're not allowed to call that shit out, apparently. It's absolutely insane.
At the very least, you know, in the updates now, Joe is basically saying that it's okay for me to call this stuff out, but if you call it out, you're a bigot, you're a sexist, you're a homophobe, you're all this stuff, because that's how Joe is. He's a fucking bitch.
And it's going to fail. Miserably. Because no one was interested in the first place, but secondly, they just made it significantly worse all along the way. Welcome to the internet, Joe. I'll be your guide. You guys have a great day. Thank you very much for checking out this video, and we will talk to you later.
I am looking.
Go subscribe to Geeks and Gamers. Great channel. I'm trying to see if I'm missing anything. God, there's so much content. So much to cover. Holy shit. We're at the 4-hour mark. We are at the 4-hour mark. What next? Oof. Let me see. There was another one I wanted to get my lick in for. Forgive me for, oh, here we go. This is the one. I think this might be.
Oh God, is incredible.
I think this is going to be one of the last ones we do. That I'm calling it, because yeah, one of the last ones we do. That I'm going to call it. I wanted to get my lick in here. I wanted to get my lick in on this one. So, before we get into this, for those who don't know, this is the Real Rejects. This is some dumb whore, and this is some beta male cuck who supports pedos while projecting and calling other people pedos. So, I'm going to bring you over here to my Instagram real quick. This is my Instagram. Go follow me on Instagram. Isaac_duh on Instagram. Alright? Go follow me there. Got some cool stuff. We're going to scroll down here. It's going to take me a second. Scroll down. We're going to go. We're going to find this part right here. And I made a video about this. But this was... If you probably can't see it, but this is the forehead of Greg Alba of the Real Rejects, right? I got Snyder tears apparently. Keep crying, son, says Logan is tweaking. El Mayo cry. All they care about is me crying while Greg Alba is crying. He's crying about how good the Superman movie was. He's the one literally shedding tears, and I'm just saying the movie's fucking trash. I'm calling him shills for it. So I say, waiter, I have this coupon for roasting a Hollywood shill. I've been holding on to it for a while. This happened back in July, a year ago. I said, basically, if you think I care about Snyder versus Gunn, you're retarded, straight up. My Superman is the animated series in Reeve. I just want a good Superman film, and you shills want a Twitter fight. Eat me. See, this guy thinks that I was bullshitting. Here we go. Greg Alba. He tags me right here, and you can see all the things that he says that he has. He calls me a dumbass. Do your research, dumbass. All these movies that apparently he had bad opinions on after I called him a shill. But the thing is, if I go back and I look at all of these, what are the chances that I'm going to find them at the red carpet, interviewing James Gunn, the director, or interviewing any of the directors on any of these movies? It's a disingenuous take from a disingenuous person like Greg Alba. Of course, he says, I just listed off a bunch of movies at the top of my head, wasn't a fan of, couple strongly mid to negative leaning, but just based off his look, pedophiles won't respond once they're caught. This guy called me a pedophile. With no evidence and no decency, rather. Nothing to back up his point. Nothing to even give him an edge here. He just accuses me of this while he's hanging out with James Gunn, who was canceled for making actual pedophile jokes, and there is tangible proof about it. You can look it up. I said, damn, bro, going straight to liking me to something evil because I'm calling out all your BS. Typical. I used to be a fan of this guy, too. He also fucking blocked me. And none of those studios paid him enough, apparently. And the funny thing is in that video I was doing that comment for, he said, this Superman movie makes him want to be a better person. After he just called me a pedophile. Greg says the movie makes him want to be a better person. LMAO. He just called me a pedophile with no evidence the other day before blocking me. And he blocked me. Personally blocked me. I find that incredibly ironic given he was hanging out with James Gunn, of all people. Hence why I call him a shill. Because that's what he is. I said, boy, it bothers you guys that people see right through your bullshit. You may not be getting paid for your positive reviews, but you're going to red carpets, you're interviewing the directors, you're getting goodie bags, you're fucking shills. Period. That's what these people are. They're disingenuous. Look at this. He's got hashtag manchild in there. Sabrina Carpenter. Dude's got a pussy between his legs. Fuck the Real Rejects. Fuck Greg Alba. Fuck James Gunn just for that. And they get absolutely everything they deserve. I'm loving this. Watch this shit. Super horrendous. Supergirl might end James Gunn's career. Well, it'll end his DC career for sure.
Billie Eilish is incredible.
She is. She's amazing.
She's not even exactly how I saw the interpretation of the character from the comic, but what she did, I made her own. I thought she was absolutely brilliant.
What's up, geeks and gamers? It's Jeremy coming to.
Spineless. Real Rejects Greg Alba is spineless. He's a gutless fucking coward. He's a piece of shit. Just like everybody else who has defended this whole franchise. Scum. Scum that I scrape off the bottom of my shoe. Fuck these people.
You with another video, and today we're talking about the disaster known as Supergirl. To say it's a disaster is putting it lightly. This is next level right here. I mean, it's looking terrible. And as we go through a lot of these reactions, you're going to see exactly what I'm talking about. I'm seeing the movie tomorrow, so I'll let you know my thoughts on it. But here's Variety, mainstream Hollywood outlet Variety, and it says Supergirl is super horrendous. That's all you need to know. When Variety is trashing a film like this, you know it's in big trouble. Now, how did we get here? We got here because James Gunn was hired to run the DC Cinematic Universe. Now, I was willing to give James Gunn a chance because I really did like all of his Guardians movies. I enjoyed them. I didn't like his Suicide Squad movie. I didn't watch Peacemaker. I've liked a couple of other things James Gunn has done in the past. So I was like, I'm interested to see what he's going to do. I hated his Superman movie. I've seen it one time. I will never watch it again. I hated it so much that it made me, of all people, appreciate Snyder's Man of Steel. And so if you watch this channel for long enough to know, you know that's a big deal for me to have to give props to Snyder. And so that's how bad James Gunn's Superman was. Now that leads us into the second movie in James Gunn's universe, Supergirl. Why Supergirl? Hell if I know, but here we are. And it is essentially going to destroy any momentum that James Gunn pretended that he had, or Warner Brothers pretended that they had, off of that disastrous Superman movie. No one was really interested in this to begin with, but Millie Alcock, the star of Supergirl, has made it significantly worse with shit like this right here, turning the audience off. They are not interested. They don't want to be preached to. And when you are alienating a huge portion of the audience, when you're virtue signaling, when you're attacking people based on gender, this is the result, the disaster known as Supergirl.
Discussion online about Kara's queerness in the comics. Was that something that you explored when you were preparing for the role?
It wasn't, but in honor of Pride Month, as I'm getting all these questions.
All right, we've seen this video so many times today. In honor of Pride Month. There's no honor in pride. I'm sorry to tell you. And not just gay pride, any pride. All right? It's one thing to be proud of your heritage or proud of your nationality or be a patriot or something. But as a sin, pride, there's no honor in it. So you're not honoring pride. That's one thing I just wanted to say, get off my chest while I'm in my feels.
I don't know. I think that what makes this film so beautiful is that it's so centered around love it, if anything. But we'll see. I don't really know, but I don't know. I don't know.
It's great.
She'd probably go both ways.
And there you have it right there. Now, what's interesting is that we're going to start showing some of these reactions to this movie, and they're not good at all. But here's the Real Rejects. They actually uploaded this to their channel. This is not an edit that someone that doesn't like them made. This is their upload.
Yep.
This is unbelievable because you know that they hate it, but they can't admit they hate it because they are shills. This is an unbelievable video, embarrassing beyond belief.
We just got out watching that girl right there, Supergirl, and boy, oh boy, do we have thoughts.
I think it's aptly called Supergirl. For me, this movie was super. I am a big fan.
Can somebody... I think somebody lost their dishwasher. Hey, are we missing a washing machine? No? Are we missing a dishwasher? What about a cook? A chef, a cook? Do we have one of those? One's just like out here in public. Where is her hijab? No? Somebody tell this whore to shut the fuck up.
I have a graphic novel. I know that Greg is as well. Many of you guys are. That might either help or hurt your experience here. While I love this story so much, they did take some swings that I could see being misses for people, even though a lot of it worked for me.
Billie Alcock is incredible.
She is. She's amazing.
She's not even exactly how.
I can't believe. What was that? What was this?
Well, even though a lot of it worked for me.
Billie Alcock is incredible.
She is. She's amazing.
She's not even exactly how I saw the interpretation.
I am that right there. This should be the thing that everyone remembers from this movie and the shills that are trying to protect it. Holy fuck, that's embarrassing.
This man is a gutless coward, a cuck, if I had ever seen one. Piece of shit at worst, coward at best.
Billie Alcock is incredible.
She is.
She's not even exactly how I saw the interpretation of the character from the comic, but what she did, I made her own. I thought she was absolutely brilliant. The movie itself, it's the most boring opinion you could have. I thought it was like just in the middle. I was like, fine, it's fine. I think a common sentiment is like, I wanted to love it. I just ended up liking it. That's about what I would say, honestly. Even though the first 30 minutes I was going, I think I'm going to love this. And then I just kind of teetered into neutral.
Oh, how good it feels to be fucking right about these people. So, Greg, you're being nice because if you weren't being nice, you'd be genuine. Being nice to this movie was a good way of telling us that you're a shill. You're trying to keep in good graces with James Gunn and DC, so you keep getting that access. But since I don't see you doing interviews with the director for this one, not a lot of good reviews, are there? No, you got to keep it right in the middle. My point will continue to stay proven. This guy is a shill, and worst of all, an accuser, and on top of that, a piece of shit.
With some ups here and there.
Man, I at the beginning was like, I'm a little worried I'm just going to like this, and then I ended up loving it because of how much of a connection I felt like I formed with.
Seriously, do you, okay, is there anybody in the chat who needs a dishwasher? Because I found a dishwasher for you. Like, I don't know what this thing is doing talking, but like, yeah. Y'all, let me know if you need a dishwasher.
Supergirl and the stakes. So because of all that, I am one of the people who loved it. But the vibe in the theater was so mixed, man. I'm really interested to see what the people think on this one.
Oh yes, I love the internet on female comic book movies.
Oh boy, is this a Gillespie film or is this a Gunn film?
Gillespie.
Did you like the music?
Yes.
Did you think that this was worth seeing in theaters?
Sure.
Unbelievable. Going to get worse from here. I mean the reviews for Supergirl. What's interesting here is Disparu uploaded this right here. A Supergirl story in 3 pictures. So I think this is the chick from the Mary Sue, I think. And
yeah, Rachel Leishman, yeah.
Here she says, being a huge trade publication being huge trade publications and not having women on staff to write up reviews, especially for the DCU's first female-centric release, is a choice. Okay, she says that. It's a choice, everyone. Remember that. Next, she says, quote, an epic failure on the level of Birds of Prey. Sorry, anyone who thinks Birds of Prey is a bad movie has shit taste. Who could she be talking about? That would be Grace Randolph, a female reviewer. But you said we need female reviewers to speak up about this movie, yet Grace Randolph, a female reviewer, gives a negative opinion, and you claim she has shit taste. It's almost like you don't believe in your virtue signaling bullshit. But now we get to Grace Randolph, because Grace Randolph obviously was looking forward to this. This is the target demographic for Supergirl. And Grace Randolph says, an epic failure on the level of Birds of Prey, Thor, Love and Thunder, and dare I say it, Snow White. Holy shit. And to that point, Grace, in her review, actually said something that was truly incredible. This is the 1335. Let's back it up a hair. 1330, all right? Listen to what Grace Randolph has to say. This is amazing.
Now, how about new screenwriter, Ana Nogueira? Just like Clark should take back his suit, I think we should take the Wonder Woman script away from Nogueira. I'd be like, okay,
oh!
Please, thank you. Okay, bye. Good luck. I mean, I'm really nervous. Not only with all the heavy-handed feminism that's been added to this movie, and oh my goodness, if you do that with Supergirl, what is she going to do with Wonder Woman? My God. I mean, it's feminist, Wonder Woman is a feminist quality to it organically. But if you're going to go and layer it on like this really thick, it's going to make the movie unwatchable. I'm really scared.
Based.
Even more damning is the fact that she was given top-notch source material.
This is amazing.
Where all she really had to do was put it into screenplay format. And yet somehow, as Hollywood does when they do things poorly, felt she had to make it her own. You don't have to make it your own. It's great. Just adapt it. Take your flowers and go on to the next project. I mean, it's not only a stupid creative decision, but it's a stupid business decision. I cannot think, in fact, of a worse adaptation. Maybe Birds of Prey, but I think not so because Birds of Prey didn't adapt a specific story.
Grace, have you been watching Friday Night Tights? You sound like you've been watching Friday Night Tights.
She really does sound like an alt-right MAGA racist grifter. She does sound like one, for sure. What happened to you, Grace? What happened to your integrity? Oh, I love to see it. I love seeing this. It is so good. Oh, that's great.
I'm just saying.
But it is that bad in terms of the quality of the adaptation. Oh my God. You know, and again, some people will defend it who aren't familiar with the source material. But if you're at all familiar with the source material, you're like, what are you doing, man? I mean, she was handed such amazing stuff and not only failed to capture any of what made that original source material special, but turned it into tired, stale, and overly preachy content instead. And the plot holes, oh, you can drive a Mack truck through them.
What are we doing? This is crazy. Grace is 100% fired up. She's gone full FNT, ladies and gentlemen. And guess who else doesn't like Supergirl? John Campea. This is his out of the theater review. Now, he spent the first 20-something seconds praising like Millie Alcock and her casting and all of that.
They all do that. The shows are all going to do that. But I find it hilarious that people like Grace Randolph, Angry Joe, John Campea, The Real Rejects, pick a shill, name a shill, everybody up to Soups, essentially, all were saying, how can you judge a movie before you even see it? It's not dead on arrival. You can't just judge a movie based on the trailers. Actually, yeah, we can. Because the trailers are supposed to sell the movie to us. It's supposed to tell us if it's made for us or not. But essentially, y'all look like fools now because y'all were basically thinking that it was going to be good regardless of what we said. And now look at you. Now look at you coming out and being like, oh, it's not a good movie, but I really don't want to piss. I don't really want to piss off at James Gunn or the DCU and appeal to these toxic right-wing grifters. Guess what? We were fucking right. The Chuds win again, bitch.
And then he gets to this point right here.
Sometimes, but overall the character really worked well. However, this movie is bad. It is not. It's just a little bit better than terrible. So I won't say it's terrible, but it's bad. It felt completely disjointed all over the place. The dialogue is awful, like just absolutely awful. Also, they put crypto in peril, which you see in the
again. Go ahead, look at the score on Rotten Tomatoes, 56%. This shit is a disaster, and it's only getting worse. Jeremy Jahns, we all know and love Jeremy Jahns and respect him. He's probably the biggest and best movie reviewer out there, at least from an OG perspective. We know Drinker's got probably the most subs. Hail to the Critical Drinker. But Jahns has been here forever, and I've been watching Jahns for a long time, and he didn't like it. If you go over to Critic Lists, it is sitting at a 29%. Let me refresh. Yeah, 29% right now. Holy shit. That is awful. And I don't think it's going to get any better. So people are giving it hell everywhere. And look, this is, you get what you deserve. And no one should have sympathy for this movie, for the DCU, for James Gunn. I certainly don't. And I'll be seeing it, tomorrow, and I'll give you my thoughts on it. But this is shaping up to be an all-time disaster. And all you can do is laugh and roast it. And we're going to enjoy the hell out of this because James Gunn sucks. He just does. I like his Guardians movies. I like him a lot, actually. But he is literally a one-trick pony. And he just doesn't have it. He's not the guy for this universe. He's not the guy that should be in charge of these characters. He just isn't. And that is just a fact. And either people can accept that truth or they can't. Doesn't mean you can't like it. Again, I don't care what you like. That's not what's up for debate here. You're welcome to like Supergirl. You're welcome to like Superman.
that James Gunn did. You're welcome to like those movies. You're welcome to love those movies.
Mhm.
But clearly, they're not working. Clearly, this universe
Yep.
is not working. Clearly, it's not connecting with people.
It doesn't have the same mass appeal that it could have had, given the opportunity. I think is more what he's trying to say, and I think that's completely applicable because I mean, people who like the James Gunn Superman, James Gunn Supergirl, that's fine if they like it. But our point as fans is that this is not the way to go with these characters, with this universe, and I mean, it doesn't have the mass appeal that it could have had given the opportunities that it could have, had to shine, essentially.
That is the truth.
That is the truth of it.
And sometimes
things that you like just turn out to not be successful.
Listen to a
Titanfall 2 fan. All right. I'm gonna on my deathbed. I'm gonna be telling you how great Titanfall 2 was.
It did fail.
It did fail.
And I'll never understand why it
failed, but it did.
And that's why we're
never
gonna
gonna get Titanfall 3.
So I'm not gonna make this a whole Titanfall video. But
I mean, I feel the same way. You got movies like Dread, Van Helsing, some of those early 2000s movies. I'm trying to think of others, but like there's been plenty, the MonsterVerse, and I'm talking about the Dark Universe MonsterVerse, like the Universal monsters, League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. There's like movies out there that I like personally that were not successful and sometimes not even good movies, right? I don't get upset that people call them bad movies. I don't get upset when people call the Star Wars prequels bad movies, right? It's just is what it is. But it appears that the shills in the current day modern audience can't seem to handle that.
My point being is that you can still like it, you can still love it, but it's not successful. And Supergirl is heading for a colossal failure. You guys have a great day. Thank you very much for checking out this video, and we will talk to you later.
That was another Geeks and Gamers vid. Love that. Love it. Metal Rain Austin. Can't believe Real Rejects blocked you. It wasn't Real Rejects' main page that blocked me on Instagram. It was Greg Alba himself. Greg Alba personally blocked me. So I unfollowed the Real Rejects page after that whole incident happened. But it was Greg Alba was the one that unfollowed me. Or not unfollowed me, blocked me. He blocked me personally. He says, that's just crazy. I like watching his reaction vids, but at the same time, he was shilling for Gunn. I used to watch his reaction vids a long time ago, I think during the pandemic, like maybe back in 2018, before the pandemic as well. I used to watch his reaction videos all the time. I used to like him. I was a fan. That's why I followed on Instagram. After that event happened, I was like, fuck this guy. He's a gutless coward. And he's a massive piece of shit. Beta male pussy for doing that. Blocking me after basically calling me something nefarious. So, Real Rejects didn't block me. It was Greg Alba personally from his personal Instagram account. I still have the choice to go bug Real Rejects, so I decided to just unfollow them because I wanted nothing to do with them. Want nothing to do with them. I can't stand that Roxy girl. Should have known since she would shill for Gunn, especially since she was one of the ones that said Snyder Cut didn't exist. She said that? Is that the dishwasher? Roxy girl's the dishwasher? She said the Snyder Cut didn't exist? The fuck does that even mean? What does that even mean that the Snyder Cut doesn't exist? Of course it exists. It's out there right now. What the fuck does that mean? Yeah, she's a whore. She's a whore. I normally wouldn't say that about just any random women, but I mean, I don't care what your gender is. If you're a piece of shit, I'm going to call you one. Let's do Drinker next. Drinker's always good content. Or let me see. Supergirl, a total cinematic calamity. This Critical Drinker about to react to his newest video. Let's take it back here. Boom. All right.
I once drank a shot glass full of chili sauce for a night out, and the resulting explosive ejection of liquid fire from my body the next morning was enough to have me praying to the gods of chaos themselves, anything to release me from the torment. But you know what? That was still more fun than watching Supergirl, partly because I won the bet, so at least I made some money out of it, but most of it was over quickly. Supergirl, on the other hand, stretched out into almost 2 hours of abject misery and boredom, and by golly, do you feel it. I was going to say you feel it by the end, but who am I kidding? I was feeling it after like 20 minutes.
I hate this. It is revolting.
I felt it too. After about, maybe more than that, maybe about 30, 40 minutes, I was starting to feel it. It was really bad. The boringness was bad.
Supergirl is everything we all feared it would be, and more. So much more. A cringy, cliched, tedious mess of dull, lifeless action scenes that we've seen a million times before. That fucking face, man. One-dimensional characters with nothing even resembling arcs, the kind of safe, edgy humor that's become the hallmark of these factory-produced superhero flicks, all the usual played-out James Gunnisms that ran their course like half a decade ago, cinematography that looks like someone smeared the results of my chili sauce shot all over the camera lens, and a protagonist who's about as likable and empathetic as a British politician. In short, Supergirl is a fucking disaster. The wrong movie at the wrong time, based on the wrong source material, made by the wrong people, and starring the wrong actress. But we'll talk more about that later. Believe that. Anyway, fuck it, let's just do the plot. So a series of flashbacks explain how Kara's father separated a chunk of Krypton called Argo City from the rest of the planet when it got destroyed. But oh no, it also released kryptonite, or something, and everyone's slowly dying of radiation poisoning, so her parents send her and her dog Krypto off to Earth to meet up with Clark. But she's like, nah, I'm too cool for you, and spends most of her time dicking around on planets with red suns so that she can get drunk and party, and look like the kind of girl you'd find passed out in a pool of her own vomit round the back of a nightclub on a Sunday morning. Wow, what's an inspirational character. Can't wait to see more of this. So we pick up with Kara celebrating her 23rd birthday by, you guessed it, getting drunk and partying. That's when she meets up with Ruthie, who's out to kill some dickhead named Krem in revenge for murdering her family. But Kara's like, nah, it'll be fine. But it turns out it won't be fine when Krem himself shows up and steals Kara's ship and shoots Krypto with a poison dart that'll kill him in 3 days if he doesn't get an antidote. Wow, that was lucky, wasn't it? Lucky the antagonist of the movie just happens to show up right after he's been mentioned. Lucky that he shoots Krypto with a slow-acting poison instead of just vaporizing him or something. Lucky this all creates the perfect setup for our reluctant hero to join forces with young, strong female character.
Right.
Anyway, so off they go to track down Krem and his gang of Mad Max rejects, and then Lobo shows up for like 5 minutes to give Jason Momoa something to do. Then they accidentally get an innocent family killed, and Kara gets sick from the green sun on this planet, but then she gets better, and there's a big fight where she stops Ruthie from killing Krem because revenge is bad or something, but then she kills him anyway because she's not your typical superhero, and then she saves Krypto and goes back to Earth because she's decided it's finally worth her attention. And that's it. That's the plot for Supergirl.
That's literally the plot, and rushing through it like that must have been painful. Must have been painful getting through all that, but that's essentially the plot. I wish I could be as skilled and talented as Drinker is in doing something like that. I am just not. I don't have enough care in the world to do that for this film, and I don't have the energy either, brother. I do not, but shout out to Critical Drinker.
I'd be lying if I said I went into this movie expecting great things from it, but I've got to admit, I was surprised. And the thing that surprised me most was how fucking shit the writing was. I mean, the dialogue is exactly what you'd expect from something like this. The usual mix of trite one-liners, desperate attempts at edginess, the kind of cringe meta-humor that can only come from millennial Hollywood writers, and of course, those wacky Marvel quips. That's all par for the course in 2026, but it's the story that really lets this movie down. The plot is nothing but a series of and-then coincidences, all strung together with the most flimsy justifications. The characters themselves are just along for the ride. Major events take place and people show up for no other reason than to make the rest of the plot happen. Kara gets sick and weak when she's exposed to a green sun in the second act low point, but then she just gets better when a yellow sun helpfully comes out. There's no particular trial she has to go through, no lessons learned, no difficult choices to make. The plot says that it's time for the big final battle, so it happens. Lobo shows up out of nowhere for like 5 minutes because he looks cool and the script needed some fan service and everyone likes Jason Momoa. And he does exactly what he always does, plays Jason Momoa. Honestly though, you could cut him right out of this movie and everything would play out exactly the same. In fact, I'm
Yep.
pretty convinced that the bulk of his scenes were added in post-production. Krem is just a generic bad guy who does bad stuff because, fuck it, who even cares? He's just there to give the rest of the characters something to do. There's no real substance to him, no big overarching plan or hidden justification for what he's doing. He's just a space pirate crossed with Mad Max. His death means nothing because his life meant nothing either. Jesus, who wrote this shit? Oh yeah, Anna Nogueira, a former TV actress whose writing credits amount to fuck all. I mean, literally the only thing I could find about her was We Win, a micro-budget short film from 8 years ago about a couple's relationship that unravels during a game of Mafia. Son of a bitch! Oh yeah, that totally justifies putting her in charge of a $200 million superhero blockbuster. You're
Wait a minute, I gotta listen to that again.
Mafia Win, a micro credits amount to fuck all. I mean, literally the only thing I could find about her was We Win, a micro budget short film from 8 years ago about a couple's relationship that unravels during a game of Mafia.
Yeah, okay. I was like, wait a minute, what? So I had to hear that again.
Oh yeah, that totally justifies putting her in charge of a $200 million superhero blockbuster. You're seriously telling me you couldn't find anyone better qualified for this job than a failed actress who aged out of the industry with precisely one screenwriting credit to her name? Fuck off, James Gunn. Honestly, I'm surprised you didn't cast your own wife in this just so you could watch her get railed by Lobo. Then there's apparently based on the not particularly popular Tom King run of comic books, which helpfully ignore half a century of character development to paint Kara as a cringy punk rock anti-hero.
I hate this.
I mean, I can't say I'm surprised, to be honest. That little cameo she got at the end of Superman already told us what kind of an annoying arsehole she was going to be.
Thanks for watching it, bitch!
I hate so much about the things that you choose to be.
Not since the Marvels have I liked a main character less than this one. There's this weird feeling of mild desperation throughout the whole movie where they're trying so hard not to make her a Mary Sue that she just comes across as an annoying bitch who doesn't care about anything or anyone but herself. You know, the kind of girl who flips the bird with a mildly pissed off expression in every single picture she ever takes because she really needs you to know how much cooler she is than you? Well, that's basically Kara in this movie. It's horseshoe theory projected onto characterization where going far enough away from something ends up looping you right back to where you started. An insufferable arsehole. They're trying so hard to paint her as this jaded, cynical, world-weary pragmatist who's tried and failed to be a hero and just wants to be left alone now, but it doesn't fucking work because she's like 23 years old. This is the kind of thing you do with a 50-year-old man, not some young girl who's just starting out. Like, how the fuck can you have a life of regrets when you've barely even lived a life to begin with? If they had to do some kind of anti-hero arc with her, they should have made her this rebellious, energetic, loose cannon who acts first and thinks later, convinced that she can help everyone, only to discover real life is more complicated than just punching the bad guy. You have to show us the fall so that we can cheer for the rise. Ultimately, for all the hype and controversy swirling around it, Supergirl is nothing but a depressingly bleak, horrible-looking, uninspired, generic superhero movie whose only USP turns out to be its biggest weakness. Yes, young women really can be messy, self-absorbed failures, but here's the thing this movie doesn't really get. They probably shouldn't. It's a movie that no one seems particularly excited for, pushing a character no one cares about in a cinematic universe that's barely started but already seems to be in its death throes. And well, Supergirl is nothing but another nail in the coffin. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Go away now. Yep. That's Supergirl, man. What a shame. What a shame. Shout out Critical Drinker for that. Yes, she's the dishwasher. She said it didn't exist way before it released. Okay, so it was before the release of the Snyder Cut. Gotcha. It was, yeah. I could see the Snyder Cut definitely existed, I think, during that time. But it may have not been completed to what we see of it now. So, I don't know. She, like, passed it off as, like, a conspiracy theory or something. Seems like the only logical justification that someone like her would make is that it was just a conspiracy theory by the chuds. That's what these fucking losers always revert to. Let me see if I can... There's so much to cover. So much. I might have to come back for another go-around, to be honest. We'll do another Grizzy.
To break even based off of the...
Let's take it back, Grizzy. Let's do another Grizzy. Mr. Grizzy, Angry Joe rages at the internet for clowning on Supergirl, then doubles down in his news show. I'm sorry you feel that way, Joe. I'm not reading all this. I'm sorry you feel that way.
The online discourse is so fucking annoying. Don't go on X. So now it's a mix of Snyder and Supergirl, and I don't even want to open my fucking X. It's crazy. I know, right? Yeah. But just let them do what they do.
Very insulting what you said about my channel, Joe. Why don't you click your heels together 3 times and go back to Mexico?
All right, so as you all have probably already seen this week, Angry Joe has become the subject of ridicule and mockery due to his multiple unhinged crash outs on X against other content creators and just random people on the internet because, God forbid, they're not as excited to see James Gunn's Supergirl as he is.
I am looking forward to it, and I hope it does well. Please go out and support it. Please go out and support it. Go out and support your boy, okay?
It's so pathetic. It really is pathetic seeing a grown man squeeze his tits like that and be like, go see the thing that I want you to go see. Go support that. Like, first of all, this is we're talking hundreds of millions of dollar budget from a $1 billion corporation, by the way, that is now in debt. They're not small content creators. They're not this uprising underdog. They are the old guard. And Angry Joe, people like Angry Joe, they support the old guard. People like this pathetic bitch, this cuck, they support the old guard because it's the only thing keeping them alive. They'll claim to be like these rebels, these outcasts, these underdogs, these pirates, if you will. The black flag is theirs. He's against Trump, so he's against tyranny, right? Fuck this guy. Fuck Angry Joe. He's a pathetic, whining bitch. He is a pussy. He is a full-on pussy because he's all against Trump. He's got TDS, derangement syndrome, and all that. Brother, you think you're the underdog? You're fighting fascism and tyranny by going and seeing a movie? Fuck you. From a $1 billion corporation, spending millions of dollars on what they could have gone, all that money could have gone to all the different advocacies that you believe in, Joe. All that money could have gone to cancer research or BLM or whatever activist group you believe in. All that money went to this movie instead. Only for it to flop in theaters. Only for you to not like it even. And say it was a bad movie. So what this pathetic tit squeezing that you're doing, go see what I support, bro. Go see what your boy likes. Fuck this guy. Fuck him. Fuck him and everything he stands for. Fuck him and all the fans that he has. And fuck everything that he is advocating for.
Support your boy. Much more you and your supported. You know, what your boy likes. Making me happy, okay?
What a fucking bitch, am I right?
Exactly.
During his Angry Joe News Crew show to briefly address all these people, indirectly, of course, but let's hear what he had to say.
But we got a big movie coming out. Potential big flop at the box office with Supergirl. Some websites that lean a certain way are tracking it at, 41,000, 39 million, 41 million, saying that it's going to flop.
Yeah, well, it actually ended up being about 38 million at the box office domestically and 30 million worldwide, which is pathetic, or 30 million internationally, 68 million worldwide. It's fucking pathetic, and it's lower domestically than what you're projecting it as.
And then you've got
other websites doing between 50 and 60. Now this box office stuff is very interesting because at the end of the day, Joe, you agree that this movie is probably going to bomb at the box office, but you just can't give these guys any credit, can you? You just can't just they're right on this one because they're toxic grifters and they're always wrong, even when they're right.
All right. So I'd be happy if it did half of the money of Superman. That's what I think it'll probably do.
So $309 million, that's the prediction.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Apparently, it's already running behind Superman, and even if it does make that $309 million, that would still be a bomb at the end of the day, Joe. It's looking like this film's going to need to make around $350 million to break even based off of the reported cost of the movie.
Because right now, the online discourse is so fucking annoying. Don't go on X.
I won't. Nobody really uses X anymore.
I don't want to use X
bad.
anymore. Joe, like the fucking algorithm is so bad. You engage one post about,
the algorithm. This motherfucker said the algorithm.
Use X anymore. Joe, like the fucking algorithm is so bad.
Oh, it's algorithm. Algorithm. This retard can't even get his words right.
One post about, this Supergirl, this and that, and the Supergirl swings both ways. And no, X, Elon will inundate you, just like throw so many fucking points. Now my feed is nothing but anti-Supergirl posts. It's like, wow,
You blamed Elon for that, bro. It was your own fucking fault. That's how the algorithm works. If you engage with something you hate, they feed you more of it. That's not just Elon doing that. Think Elon gives a fuck about what you do? It's like you can't have the supreme overlord be a rich billionaire and the computer overlord. It's like you can't have both. The dude's on a yacht somewhere. He's minding his own business. He's handling his own shit. He doesn't give a fuck about you.
Algorithm goes in extremes on that website. So I can't pull myself out. It was the same way if I engaged with the Snyder fan base.
I'm curious, Joe. Do you want this movie to succeed at the box office because you're just such a huge fan of Superman and Supergirl? Or do you just want this movie to succeed so it'll own the toxic grifters, chuds, and Snyder bros? Pretty much everyone that you hate.
And I just, all the Zack Snyder haters is really making me depressed. People just wanting this movie to fail and wanting it to be bad. And I kind of want to stick it to them for them to be good. Oh, that's... Come on. It just sucks when just fucking lie about something or paint something because like they're...
What are we lying about? What's the lie in saying that Millie Alcock is single-handedly costing this movie money at the box office? The only question is how much?
They're all upset with the 2 interviews that she gave, saying that, there was like a Christian dad making fun of her looks. And then, she was like, why are Christian dads making fun? And then they jumped on her for that. And then the other thing was, some gay interviewer asked her for Pride Month whether she thought, Supergirl swings both ways. And she's like, well, yeah, man, I think she can. Those are the controversies. That's why so many people on X are not going to see the film now.
So you admit that people aren't going to go see this movie because of what Millie Alcock has said. So what do you disagree with me about? The 10 million? Honestly, I think it's probably more than that. And the reason for this is because straight men is the largest demographic that is going to go see this movie, just like they were for Marvels and just like they were for Superman last year. And most straight men don't want to hear about a bunch of gay shit surrounding a superhero movie.
Call it with the gay.
And as for the Christian dad's remark, Joe, if you just do a little research, I think this took me just 20, 30 seconds to find. The reason for the backlash is because of what she went on to say. If you're pissing the right kind of people off, you're doing okay. Pissing the right kind of people off meaning pissing Christian dads off. You're doing okay. Pretty stupid thing to say to a
Yeah, seriously, like it says, new Supergirl star Millie Alcock pushed back against online critics ahead of film's release, saying many of the people who are criticizing her past comments are anonymous burner accounts and profiles identifying themselves as Data4 Christian accounts. As if that's such a bad thing. As if a Christian father of 4 children is such a horrible thing. Fuck these people. Fuck these people. Fuck Hollywood. Fuck the actors. Fuck James Gunn. Fuck the shills. Fuck Angry Joe. Fuck these people.
Demographic of people you need to come and see your movie that's about to release, right, Joe?
That, there was like a Christian dad making fun of her looks. And then, she was like, why are Christian dads making fun? And then they jumped on her for that.
You are fake news.
Now, what a somewhat intelligent person would say in this situation is, hey, look, I hope that everyone comes and sees this film and enjoys themselves. But then again, of course, this is Millie Alcock we're talking about.
Damn hard. But we'll see. And more importantly, is it a good film?
We just saw Alan. Give me your thoughts.
Wow, that was profoundly awful.
I didn't think the movie could be this bad.
I don't know, Joe. It's starting to look like the chuds and drifters might be right once again on this one, unfortunately for you. Now, I'm just going to throw this one in here right at the end of the video. I just caught this right before uploading. LOL, my tweet triggered Nerdrotic so much that he had to make a video too. Very interesting, Joe, because if what you're saying is true, that everyone else is triggered and you're not, you're just laughing at them.
The online discourse is so fucking annoying. Don't go on X.
Why is your own co-host here telling you to chill and stay off of social media?
So now it's a mix of Snyder and Supergirl, and I don't even want to open my fucking X. It's crazy. I know, right? Yeah. But just let them do what they do.
Just let them do what they do, but you just can't help yourself, can you?
But whatever. So in addition to men being mad at Supergirl, you're going to have Toy Story and Minions cut its legs out from under it. But God damn it, I'm going to go support my cousin.
That'll do, Pig. That'll do.
All right, everyone, that's all I got for today. Thanks for watching. Make sure to check out some of the other content already up on the channel. And if you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe.
That was Mr. Grizzy. Good shit as always. Metal Rain Austin. I have more YouTubers that are against Gunn. Aaron Fisher, CS the director, Harsh Critics, Mr. Phenom, the 4KO, and the Lethal Geeks. Bro, I love that. I'm not joining any anti-gun groups. I'm just spreading my opinion. I'm just get on here to rant. And I'm going on 5 hours now, brother. I might check those out later. I have no guarantees though. But thank you. I appreciate the hell out of that. I remember Angry Joe being mad at Ben Affleck being cast as Batman when it was announced. I remember watching that video when I was in 2nd grade. Shit, you were in 2nd grade? Shit, you're a youngin'. You're a young fella. I was still in high school, I think, whenever that whole announcement came out. Sheesh, you're a young fella. Shout out. You're awesome. Yeah, him being mad at Ben Affleck being cast. Yeah, there was a lot of people that were like that, though. There was a lot of people that were up in their feelings about Ben Affleck being Batman. And he ended up being a pretty decent cast for Batman. It's just the script was kind of making him... the script could have been better for him. But as a casting, Ben Affleck was a good choice, I think. All things considered. Yeah, I think if there... Let me see. There's some long videos. I'm going up on 5 hours. I don't know if I can do a long video. I have no idea if I can go a long video. I may be back later. Let's see. I'll do one from Young Rippa.
I think many of you guys are making this far too complicated.
Let's see this. This is probably going to be the last video. I don't watch a lot of Jester Bell. I don't watch a lot of Jester Bell. Maybe later. I don't know. But Young Rippa, I usually rely on Young Rippa. He's good. So let's watch what Young Rippa has to say, because usually this is the proper way to go.
I think many of you guys are making this far too complicated. And I wanted to follow up on the video that I just did. Speaking about this specific issue, just going in a little more detail. Like I've said, I'm not going to speak about the merits of Supergirl. It's not my thing anymore. Not interested in necessarily doing that. But it's the center of this more cultural conversation that I do find intriguing, because it really impacts even the industry that I'm a part of, okay? Now, Angry Joe is the center of this for the most part. And I know he's not a fan of me, but believe it or not, I am not here to talk down on him. More so, I want to explain this situation and what I think that people are missing, okay? So let's take a step back. And I don't think people really and truly understand over the last, let's say, 10, 11 years, how much discourse has just fundamentally changed, especially online, with like critic media, okay? YouTube has been around for a long time. I'm one of the OGs on this. I was a teenager when I started my YouTube. That being said, it was when I say a controlled space, I don't mean like there were people pulling their strings, but there were creators maybe that were doing like critic content on gaming and movies and such. But again, because they were really the first and best dressed, they were really almost the only people that were in that space. And then, of course, you had the traditional media, which has always been around in the modern history of critics, newspapers, magazines, shows, all that such, analyzing what's happening and what's being put out there in entertainment. And so it was a funnel. And you had a select amount of people that were really able to control the conversation. That is not the case anymore. And I think everybody needs to understand that a lot of folks take exception to that, because they were almost seen as the arbiters of truth. And technically they were, because that was where everybody was getting their source of information.
Right.
What changed over the last decade is not that there were just more people getting out there sharing their opinions about what's happening in the world or what's happening in media, entertainment and such. That's part of it. But there were people that were willing to seek that information out there now, looking for these creators. And so you've got people that have a massive following that have come up in the last 10 years, some even the last 5. There are superstars on YouTube being created overnight. Stuff that's happening very, very quick because they're seeing things that resonate with people. And so think of it like the old guard, where they have their opinions on things, and for the most part, people are going to them. And now they have a bunch of folks that may be a little unorthodox, maybe just a tad not as polished, unfiltered even, and they are putting their opinions out there, and they're getting just as big of a following as some of the people that have been around, as well as like OG YouTube stuff and, like I said, traditional media. And the truth is, they don't want to share the hobby. They don't want to share the space with people, and they haven't quite come to terms with the fact that it's just not yesteryear. Things have fundamentally changed. So whether or not a guy like Angry Joe is a hypocrite or not, that's you guys are going to discuss that. But I think, again, we're not really getting to the crux of what's being discussed here, because, and just to give you guys context for you guys that don't know what's going on.
Nope, got an ad.
He had his views on people like Neurotic and some of the things about Supergirl. And then he had come out after it had dropped and gave a negative review on it. And so people are like, well, he's a hypocrite and things of this nature, or trying to throw it back on him, saying, well, that makes you a misogynist or whatever words. But what this, to me, and how I analyze this, what I think this really boils down to is that, like I said, it's not, that's part of it, not want to share the space with others. That's a big part of that. But they believe that they control, again, the truth and what is seen as deemed as righteous. Something in entertainment being bad has to be determined by them, okay? That's the part that I think people are missing, and why they lash out the way that they do, because that's been the case for a very long time. So when you dislike something, or you point out that something negative is happening, or maybe you have been keeping up with not just red carpet stuff, but been keeping up with the promotional stuff and all that, and especially when you look at something like Supergirl has established a lore, obviously as part of nerd culture, is fundamental to it. And so people are going to have their opinions, and they're going to be very, very strong one way or another, not just because, they dislike things. A lot of these guys, and most of them, are fans, okay? And they understand this, and they can see the direction that it was going, and maybe they didn't like it. Maybe some did. Of course some did. But others didn't. And what happens here is that, they analyze it, and so when they dislike something, it's okay. When they say something is bad, it's perfectly fine. You just can't be the one to do it. It's about narrative control and about speaking from this position of power. And that's really all it's ever been about. And there's a lot.
Yes.
There's so many people that have found themselves a following in this space, whatever you want to call it. And the old guard simply doesn't like it. I don't think, for the most part, with certain types like that think they are the arbiters of truth, hypocrisy is something that they care about. That's only like a trait or a value for people that love the truth, right? And that's part of their like moral foundation. For others, it's a means to an end. And so that's why I don't think we're necessarily going to get anywhere by claiming someone else as a criminal. Not saying that they aren't. Again, that's for y'all to analyze, and you're free to do that. What I'm saying is that's not the crux of the problem. I think this is an issue of narrative control, and people like you, and I guess the certain types of folks that they dislike, when they dislike something, even if y'all dislike the same thing, they have the correct opinion according to them, and you don't. And that's just where we're at. And there's going to be a lot more of this as, again, you're entering into an already crowded space with a base, like people that are just viewing stuff online for entertainment purposes, more willing than they ever have been in human history to just go seek out the alternative. You're going to get a lot more of that. And I think the readjustment, if I can give advice to anybody, like, again, it's been around as long as I have, recognize that readjustment And I don't think getting in the weeds of that is worth your time. I think you just have to understand that it's not yesteryear. You're not the only gig in town. You're not the arbiter of truth. You're not the one that controls the narrative. And I think if you stay in your lane and you speak to that, you're going to be okay. But those that see other folks getting in on it and coming up with their own opinions and forming them, and then starting to just lash out at other people that are having their opinions. And it's not even that they can't disagree. Of course you can. That's what nerd culture has always been about. People disagreeing on who can beat who in a fight and all that good stuff. What movie's good? What comic book made sense? Lore accurate? All this stuff has been part of culture, nerd culture forever. Okay, but it goes, I think, beyond that. And I think if you realize that, okay, maybe knocking these opinions of people just because maybe they came to the same conclusion, but I don't like the way that they said it, or I don't like the fact that we share the same conclusion, I think you're doing yourself in. And that might have worked years ago where you could just say, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm actually the arbiter of truth. You come off as arrogant. You come off as self-righteous. And that's just not a trait that I think people are looking for these days. So it will be my advice to just stay out of that, stay in your lane. Respectfully disagree all you want. But just immediately knocking someone down because they said they didn't like something as misogynistic, homophobic, that's just not a recipe for success. But when you talk about this subject matter and argue back and forth, I think people need to focus on the core of what's happening. And it's happening all across entertainment. And you're going to see more and more people lash out. It's something that we've dealt with the Rippaverse in the comic book industry is the same thing. It's like, hey, this newbie comes into the space and people like it. So I take exception that he doesn't know what a good comic book is. I do, because I've been around and I'm part of the critic media and all that stuff. And they get mad and they lash out. I just think that as more people do that, the more folks are going to actually distance from you. So just respectfully disagree. Nothing wrong with that. Just don't write people's opinions off just because you maybe dislike the fact that it came from someone that you don't find as favorable. I just think there's a readjustment happening, and everybody that's been around that long should start to understand that.
Well said. Young Rippa, Eric July, he is the best. I highly suggest subscribing to Young Rippa. He is, personally, one of my, I guess you could say, YouTube heroes. A guy that's going to help me get out of rough spots and help me get through the mental cycle of being a content creator and just a creator in general. So big shout out to Young Rippa. So yeah, I love Young Rippa. So I think we're gonna wrap up here. I'm gonna give one more shout out. We're at the 5-hour mark. I'm gonna give one more shout out to Metal Rain Austin. Yeah, man, I'm 21 now, and I think I was like 8 or 9 when I was in second grade. Yeah, dude, thank you for supporting my channel. You're a young guy. You shouldn't be watching me. No, Metal Rain Austin is great. He's a loyal follower, subscriber. Snyder Bros, and you know what? That's cool. I've always been cool with that. Also, that Lantern show is going to be a flop big time. Again, it disrespects the entire Green Lantern lore, and the suit is garbage. Because one, it's not supposed to be physical suits, and it's just ugly. Yeah. Two, it's just ugly. Yeah, I don't have a lot of high hopes for their Lantern show, and I'm probably not even going to watch it. We'll see, though. If I have access to HBO Max, maybe I'll do a review. I got too much shit going on, between school, my internship, this YouTube channel. I just released an album, which we're going to go to real quick. We're going to come to my channel. Go subscribe to Isaac of the Dead. And, yeah, we're at my channel. I have a music video out, Training Day. This is my first ever music video. Here we go. We got the playlist to my recent album. You can check it out. Heir to the Throne for free, or hell, you can even pay for it on iTunes or Apple Music or wherever. But here's we got a couple of views in here. So we got all these songs here, and yeah, new albums out. So aside from music and school and the other podcasts that I do, Irish Whips and Arm Drags. Shout out to Irish Whips and Arm Drags because those are my homies. And aside from all that, my YouTube channel, I got family stuff going on. My dad's about to have some kidney surgery. No, I have no idea what the future is going to look like in the next couple months. So I have no idea, if I'm going to be watching a lot of stuff. But we'll see. I got a lot going on. No problem, man. I watched you since the Mr. Grizzy exposing shills in Superman movie. Thank you. I appreciate that. So he says, I'll be honest, I'm not really a rap fan. I like metal music, hence my channel name. I do guitar covers. Man, that's cool. You ain't got to be a rap fan. I mean, I got a couple heavy metal sounds in my new album, but it's mostly like a rap album or rap rock or whatever you want to call it. But man, I still appreciate your support, bro. I still appreciate it. So, thank you. So, subscribe to Isaac of the Dead on YouTube. I got an Instagram right here, Isaac_duh. You can check that out. You gotta go subscribe to Irish Whips and Arm Drags if you can on YouTube as well. That's where I do the wrestling podcast. So go subscribe to them. And new album out. And we're gonna call it here. Supergirl. Not a good movie. Big shout out to Nate. Big shout out to Metal Rain Austin. All the subscribers. Everybody who's gonna come in and view this later. Thank you all so much for watching. If you made it this long, it's a long ass stream, so I totally don't blame you for not making it this long. But thanks everybody, and I will see y'all in another video.